with his angles isn't in a rush, and you would expect the CTs have one or two options. They either park the bus, they wait, they could group up and go for some reaggress. Now they're backing their individual ability right now, and that's the MongolZ 101 as creeping up short now with the bomb. Apex and Mezzi partnered up.
Yeah, Vizinho's not going to be opting for their cross.
They're both worried about the potential window slip, so tricky business, at least on the mines.
Here's Techno's chance.
Alo, smo tu? Tu smo.
Apex and just trying to survive now. The Flame's going to make that difficult. Forced to extinguish, burnt down to 38. They advance. All around him. Brought down comfortably. Rops will find the rifle in the smoke. It's Mazinho with a nade that might find Apex. Not enough. He's in trouble now, isn't he? Vitality quick to return.
Ma ne, resta ovaj momak što mi je popravljao TV. Nešto mi namešto, pa mora da mi restartuje. Mora da mi restartuje internet. Jeste tu? Jeste vratili?
When he's throwing that smoke, he's actually in the open, and then there towards the tail end. Mezzi, he's done such a great job. He's had some really important kills so far, and this round is no exception. But there, like, it feels like a clumsy peek into towards window. Maybe thought his teammates were going to swing with him, but that was the way back in. And another 1v3 attempt that doesn't go the way of the Mongols. Blitz has tried Mazinho as well, and now it's going to be...
mislim da će se vratiti dok se skapiraju.
Mazinho is going to be right tucked up close, perfect weapon for the job.
Ma ništa, ovaj momak što sam ga zvao da mi namesti TV je morao da restartuje nešto. Morao je da restartuje nešto, pa sam morao da restartujem i ja, brate, do ove streamca. Ali eto, u principu videli ste šta sam htio da vam kažem što se tiče, brate, kladionice i 500 i tako tih stvari. Jednostavno te banuju te, brate, i to ti je to. Nema ti tu nešto da se s njima raspravljaš. Ali isplatili su. Isplatili su me onako pošteno.
Unspoken synergy between these two. Oh, like that.
Hey, Zaiwu. Not gonna miss, is he? And that one right there should spell a game tied up at 8-8.
Nego da vidim da li mogu da pokažem.
You see the thought process for Blitz in that situation because 9-10 kicks up a bit of a fast with the double dig from triple box right here. He's thinking, okay,
nisam, samo sam koristio ove. Čekaj da pojačam.
And he doesn't have any other teammates who can also run through the smoke.
Tako je, Slaven, baš to. Ovdje sam odigrao 3, da će Vitalis dobije 2-0.
Riding the ship right now are Vitality. And we'll really
just
have to be talking about what will the approach be on that first rifle round. When you reflect on what Mongols were getting up to, they win the T-side pistol, their anti-ecos are both very B-centric, and then they're doing these walks through Palace with 3.
James is out and about, stretching his legs. He nearly had him. Hit the headshot, now converted upon. Blitz doesn't deliver. Techno, this Zeus is good for one. Okay, hang on. Where's the train?
Rumba stumped.
Smashes him. Oh, hang on a second.
Oh my god.
Gets 2. Immediate deletion. Apex takes a warning shot into his hip. A 1v3 for Vitality's captain, Senzu's Deagle. Puts them in it to win it, and they'll convert it. Can never underestimate the Mongolian Desert Eagle.
Ponedeljak.
Okay.
Ali ih nabodoš ovi likovi, a?
A second from Senzu. What a lovely sequence. We get to see this one again if we're lucky. Starts with Zeus, no less.
Then he gets stomped on, and then he just waltzes around the corner. The second is, that is beautiful onto Mezzi. Great shooting. Well, both teams have had one of those rounds in a way. You go back to round number 5 where Zaiwu had the surprise AWP, and it was a lighter investment around there, and they snatched that off. That was essentially an eco for the Mongols. So both have had one. And we're meant to be tied up right now. Vitality only kicking themselves because look at their finances now.
Yeah, it's ugly. Up against everything. The AWP, the AK-47.
Poslat ću vam sad screenshot da vidite posle kojih vidrova su oni mene, brate.
Easier for 9-10 as an opening kill goes. Robs peeks into the AWP posted stairs. That's a nice one back. Zaiwu into the connector, catches him.
Evo ćete koga zanim.
Molly facilitates a progression forward.
Evo, ovdje sam ja vidrovao sam, vrte, 42.000, ovdje sam vidrovao još 30.000, ovdje još 10.000, ovdje sam vratio 9 i vratio 5. Ali posle ovoga su me, brate, ono, ovo je bilo zadnji vidro. Razumeš?
He's surely a dead man too to Deagle, bullets to the belly. And Zinho 10 HP.
If he goes for a timing, you have to let your connector players go first.
Yeah.
Apex cannot go first.
Being held, Mezi and Zywoo.
Jednostavno bilo baš ono...
Zinho. Oh, saved by Mezi. Zywoo's lucky to be alive. There's the bomb though. Blitz can play it. 25 and counting.
Horde. I'm basically telling people how the bookies fucking limited me and forbade me to bet. Forbade? That's not a word.
19 points of health and Mezi 59. Got the AK now.
They cancelled my account, basically.
You know exactly where he's coming from. Repositions.
After I took like $90,000.
Oh, their very best friend, but Zywoo is too. How do they get out of that one? Zywoo and Mezi, with their powers combined, 5 kills in an 8th
it's
round.
Fucking crazy, right? So I was betting on the other one.
And that's the tenacity that you want to see. That's the type of fight you want to see from the world #1. The Kings are Counter-Strike at the moment. Sure, wavering to start off the season. But right now,
zanima me ova Vavada, brate. Pošto sam vidio baka prase, to se nešto roka tu. Pa me zanima šta je, da li je to slotčina, ona prava, brate, ili je... Ili je, brate...
As that energy will be required, the leader of men making it known. Look at this purchase.
Samo slot.
Back and forth on the finances early. It's understandable why Mongols are making this decision.
Nikad slot, pazi, ja slotove nisam igrao nikad u životu.
It's not the man you'd expect to have the AWP in his hands.
A glass cannon on Senzu. Flames an Apex early mid-jaunt. Apex got a lot of room there. No resistance, no util. Doesn't look like Mezi's going to be starting any deeper towards the apartments, which is where Senzu's elected to take the AWP.
He doesn't have the deep line to catch Mezi transitioning on the stairs. He's just hoping someone comes and has a glance. Now, oh, okay, a little bit late to it. At least his information does free his teammates up to be on high alert towards middle and A. Block smoke on short from 9-10.
Bitna runda,
Does look like they want to try the B split.
It certainly does. And that's
10's rotated.
where the glass cannon resides. Zywoo low. A lot of damage. I think Blitz.
kako se baka kladi, iz nje kladi nego... Kako ono se kocka.
9-10 from combination. Everyone wins their duel. Apex the exception. Standing strong. 9-10 Deagle breaks another neck. Robs goes down. Apex is in trouble. What can he do? He hasn't got the ammo, hasn't got the health.
Kako se on kocka tu, brat?
B with 3.
Oh, what a back and forth the rounds that we've seen. Right, Senzu's orb also
Ah,
was able to take down.
VPN.
They're definitely not expecting that. But this last spree of rounds, the last 3 have been absolutely wild.
How has he done that?
Yeah, both teams with imperfect buys are the ones able to convert those rounds. It's the eco into the force back, and then, well, the force that you see unfold again. The Deagles have been on
Iskreno, ako bi uzeo deal, ja ne bi imao ništa protiv kladionice, deala i to. Ali, kad bi uzeo deal, ne bi se kockao s fake parama, nego bi se kockao sa pravi parama. Znači, ono... Da moram, brate, nešto znaš, ono, ne mogu se kockam s fake parama i šta da fejkujem, brate, ono, hype, kao, aaa, gol! Važi, brate.
Put through their paces. Flames and Mezi, this little Tech 9 pairing.
Koliko on ima viewera, brate, na streamu?
He's going to jump up ticket.
Yeah, that's going to limit their connector progressions without top con. And 1 smoke is all Mezi has, or I should say Vitality have.
5-6 hiljada gleda ga na streamu.
See the restraint on the setup from the Mongols, knowing that the money is in a tough spot. So the amount
Kako,
of
brate, dođe do
rifles
5-6 hiljada ljudi je.
You want to play the anti-force setup in case of any pops. You don't want to give away a bozo death. You want to make sure that you can play off of each other, and you can just see how these setups are connected. Now, they are giving over middle. where the late piece of Rops will activate. Now back over towards ramp with the bomb.
To je
Congregation
baš
of three.
mnogo,
There's that
brat.
smoke.
Baš 5-6 hiljada je mnogo. Pa evo Lobanjica, on nakupi do 2000, brate, tako tu je negdje.
Oh, Mazinho only the one. 9-10 still on ticket. They heard that AWP fire off a shot. ZywOo's AK is going to be tasked with trying to hold that wall from the door. Just like that, though, 9-10 denies. AWP defending A. Blitz as well to finish off the job, ensures it.
And that should be it, right? 12 should be a guarantee now for the Mongols because your choice in the Vitality
Dobro,
camp is just
trener
forced out the remainder of
zna,
this
ali-
half. Right, and at the moment, when we're talking the high end of 2.2 and the low end of 1.9, that's a really rough buy. Next round, you get the 2.4, so you can bring out Galils and AKs, depending on the utility that is going to be required. But Mongols, through sheer will, determination, and some great digs, have been able to put themselves in the driver's seat again. It was such a strong start for them. They were up 7-1 in the first half. It's been the battle back. They got the pistol, they lost the force, they win the eco. Now they're sitting, oh no, they did go all in. Okay, I thought they were just light chipping in. This is it. So Vitality are looking to force out the game.
Yeah.
Jasno. Mislim, naš, 7000 isto sa bakom, 7000 ljudi je mnogo ljudi, baš mnogo. Dobro, headshot.
ZywOo sits him down. Good drop, Techno's not ready. Crosshair ill-informed and flames. Oh, but Helper 9-10 doesn't get to pick up the weapon. Now awkward to get that bomb down. Hang on a second, 9-10 brought low. A bullet found his head. Mazinho behind the smoke on market, can't help out. Running him down.
Što je najgore, onaj Monark me prati.
And plenty of time to plant. Oh, but no cover. Mazinho just runs at him.
Twitter.
The bravery. Oh. It's wild, isn't it? Because his connection is Blitz, who's coming behind through B-Apps. He dies. It's a 1v2 for Blitz. They're not even playing off of each other. Just the bravery there. And as mentioned, they just have to force out the game.
Yeah, Vitality were not ready for that.
Great shot from ZywOo.
Yeah, that looked ridiculous.
I think,
and then this Mazinho push, look at him. I mean, the plant spot, ill-advised, must have assumed that they were both going to be grouped up.
They've dropped an AK to ZywOo right now. I think it's Flamesy, because he doesn't have any armor. So I think he's dropped this over to ZywOo to give their superstar the weapon to break in. A execute, here they come.
Could be the one to secure the first map here for Mongols. Comfortable, 9-10 and Mazinho. Vitality are falling, only ZywOo and his AK can save them. Rops and Mezi alongside for the ride. Rops drops in, could finish off. Mazinho can't find him. All the bullets expended.
Well, najveći kockar. Jake
He's going to seal the deal. Secure it for the Mongols. Mirage their pick, their territory. They're up in the series. First map of this semi-finals goes the way of the Mongolians. One step closer to finding the only team that can beat Vitality twice.
Yeah, and Mirage, look, as discussed earlier on within this map, it's not the first time they've been able to take this off of Vitality. We move into a bit of a change in the veto. Bounty was only a couple of days ago where these two teams met. The Mongols beating them for the first time.
Sad ćemo da vidimo šta kaže, brate,
It was Inferno last time.
Nego jedino što ne znam da li smem da pokazujem, brate, bilo šta od ovih kockarskih sajtova u toku streama. Taj me zanima deo. Čekaj samo da pogledam ove guideline-ove. To sam i mislio sam malo da prođemo zajedno kroz to, znači.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Sad ćemo da vidimo. A gaming gladijatori, da, čudno Moram i to da ispričam, samo ne mogu da stignem. Thank you, man. Kaže... Da, not integrating any commercial sponsor into but this was not limited to Steam overlay, web, studio media related to voice shoutouts. Više da content experience... Pa nema nigde da ne smijem da se kladim, brat. Tako, ne piše nigde. A mislim, ne mogu mi ništa. Šta, ne mogu samo da mi kažu, ne možeš da, ono... Ko streamuješ. Evo sad ćemo vidjeti. I da ga pecnemo ovdje, a? Ajde. Vidiš da su 1-0 jedni i drugi, a? Counter Strike. Nije mala, 3 put ratovala, brate. I Milan Cremonese, a? Šta ste rekli? Arsenal, samo 1.35, brate. Aj, Lic je kurac, brate. Pa i Milan se pojačao.
It's gonna be a good event.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm checking in for Team Vitality.
Sure. Your room number is 118, sir.
Thank you. What the...
Hello, sir.
Hello, can I please get a table for one?
Table for one. Yeah, 18. 1, 18. 1.
Će Joker da ga mune, a?
18. 1, 18.
I'll just sit outside. Hey, what is the nearest shawarma place?
The nearest
Ne mogu mnogo male
is
kvote.
118 meters away.
Ovdje Arsenal.
You're finally awake.
How long was I out for?
Half a day. Apex is gonna get mad if you don't show up at practice. Let's go.
I had a really weird dream. These train noises.
Barca,
And I kept
over
seeing
1.
this number.
To će bude 1.15, brate. 1.25.
Well, bad night of sleep for Flamesy. He might be a contributing factor here because tonight he's going to have nightmares of the Mongols
Šta
on
kažete za ovo?
Mirage. Strong showing there.
Oh.
Shout if you love Mongolia, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen before.
Doesn't love Mongolia.
You didn't get
He
that.
doesn't love Mongolia.
I don't care. I don't care. I've seen the Mongols play good Counter-Strike on Mirage before, and I've seen them do this to Vitality before, and I'm kind of glad I got confirmation that this is the Mongols when they play Mirage at their absolute best.
Ovako
They are
nešto,
world-class
šta
team on
misliš?
this map, Jason. There's a reason why they keep picking it. There's a reason why they beat Vitality on the map before, and there's a reason why they did it again.
I'd be careful at saying that one because they picked it all through the losses as well, you know. But
Šta mislite o ovom?
something did change definitely, and maybe it is part of that. We saw Mazzino in the interview before the game saying, yeah, maybe the confidence, maybe we feel like the chain's been broken, so we're not kind of held back, and we're no longer reserved against this team that has just decimated us time and time again.
Vitality.
So I mean, it's a disgustingly good performance. I think the second half came down to that economic tug of war early on that Mongols won. But obviously, one of the things we talked about too is like it can't just be Blitz as the #1 player.
Kopalimo Arsenal.
So far, and Senzu stepped up.
I Vitality da uzima drugu mapu.
I mean, these guys played really, really well to combine with Blitz to have really impactful performances.
Yeah, to be clear, Blitz also stepped up.
Yeah, no, he was great. I'm not saying he didn't play well, but we said it can't just be Blitz, and it wasn't just Blitz. You had Senzu, who was kind of chilling through the first few stages and didn't have to do a whole lot because of the way they were winning. This game, though, he was there providing impact.
I da vidimo još jedan za uveče, da bude kvota 2,5-3 i čisto da se malo zabavlja.
It was a back and forth affair right up until that final stretch where the Mongols put Vitality in the rear view mirror. And so there were a lot of opportunities for Vitality to take control, for them to take command. It was
da li da stavimo na Falcons i da se dernjamo tamo kao manijaci? Neće.
Obviously, when you get off to a slow start and you're down 7-1, that's going to haunt you at some point in a close game of Counter-Strike. So yeah, had Vitality been more competitive in the beginning, then arguably the game would probably still be playing. But I think it was a fair reflection of what we saw in that first half. The Mongols were the better team. I love the way they were taking mid control. I love the way they were breaking smokes and connector to get them
Napoli,
as well. And I love the confidence that the Mongols were playing with throughout that game. So, I mean, it was fair that they were leading 7-1, but of course, if you're Vitality, that kind of cost you that you weren't competitive in the beginning.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I'd say probably for those first 7 rounds, I think when I was watching it, like Vitality that kind of dropped the games.
Pa zvali su ga mjesto mene, ja sam htio da ko streamujem i nisu imali mogli da nađu i tako.
Mentality's not there, calm's not there, energy's not there, whatever. But he turned it around. You know, they closed out that half very, very well to bring it 7-5, and unfortunately didn't translate into the second half. And you know that'll happen to you, and it's going to be frustrating. And now Vitality has to kind of be concerned that this is 2 times straight that Mirage has kind of gone against them from the Mongols. This is now turning into something of a streak now for the Mongols.
2,5
And starting to get back into those conversations that we've seen from Vitality, where it's like, okay, yeah, we're still making semifinals, but players are talking about red flags, they're talking about not translating actions into words, into actions. How worried are we for Vitality off of this?
It's too soon to tell now, you know. Let's see what happens on Dust 2. Let's see what happens in the second map. There's no shame for Vitality in winning this game 2-1. So if that's the case, then I'm not worried at all. I will say, though, that this is just another map where Vitality seems a little bit off, you know, and that's what we spoke about, Jason. It's not like the alarm bells are ringing for us. It's not like I'm watching this game and I'm thinking Vitality is not playing good Counter-Strike anymore. It's just not playing as great.
Evo, ljudi,
and I also do feel the
ovakav je deal.
So it's
another one on
the radar. It's another one we have to keep an eye out for, I guess, but let's be
znači,
completely honest,
kažemo
if
ovako,
this game and win 2-1, then we're back
ako ovo dođe,
if they were to lose it, then yes, we can start
to je 560, 560 profit, ako dođe. Uzet ćemo 400 USDT da damo, brate, za grand finale sutra, brate, giveaway. Može, dogovore. Dogovorili smo se. Ako prođe, prođe.
Fantastic showing. Saivu, you know, even here gets a nice opening.
Tako da navijajte za Vitality.
USPs in the mix. You have players who are not supposed to get any kills, 2 USPs for that matter as well. They trade 1 for 1. Then you have ASUS coming in, and
here we go, baby.
It's kind of nice, you know, but also, let's be honest, that's not supposed to happen. 3v3, Vitality are still supposed to win this round, but then Senzu comes in. The first one is nasty, the second one is just pure filth.
I mean, this is why I also have like a hard time. Like, I don't want any. I'm not personally going to draw any conclusions about Vitality, like playing good or bad. On some level, Jacob, we've been in these games where it's like.
Za gladijatora, da. Dobro si me podsjeti. Likovi su, vidio se šta je tweet, likovi su za 31. decembra u 20 do 11, tačno u 22:40, poslali poruku timu njihovom da ih, brate, kikuju iz ekipe. I kikuju iz ekipe, znači za novu godinu. I kao to je to, kao hoćemo u novu godinu da uđemo, ono, clean slate. Jebi ga, kao, eto. I što je još gore, pomerili su, brate, trebali su ne znam šta koliko da im isplate, nemam još, nisam dobio ugovor da vidim kako izgleda. Trebalo je da im isplate pare, a oni su prebacili kompaniju u Portugal. I ovi su hteli da ih tuže. I svaki advokat im je rekao da imaju ono tih legalnog osnova da dobiju slučaj, ali nisu imali para, brate, da plate advokata.
a group stage warrior. He fixed that issue coming into the major, had a fantastic.
A još uvijek pokušao da saznam šta se desilo sa Dota
And
ekipom.
after the break, we see both Sensu, 9-10 playing well. We see now Blitz coming into the mix. I think Messinho has been the one that we've been calling out a little bit, saying that he could do a little bit more. So far, so good, you know, at this
Imam i screenshot tog, brate, te poruke gde su ih kikovali u 20 do 11. 31. decembra.
And it feels like they're a deep enough roster to where, because like Messinho has had some like, I mean, there was a period like I think towards the start of the year, last year, Messinho was playing really well, where we were like, oh god, Messinho's figured it out.
Yes, ako nisu, pa Queen je igrao tamo, brate, najbolji
igrač. They have a deep
igrač.
enough roster now to where one of their players goes through a little bit of a slump or goes a little bit more quiet than what we're used to seeing from him. You got some other guys stepping up and filling that gap, and that's a really cool luxury to have if you're a team, and testament to the work that they've put in over the years.
The question is, what's Vitality going to be thinking headed into the rest of the series? And before the series, Freya caught up with Rops to find out a bit about it.
Šta se dešava sa
Thank you so
Englezima?
much for making the time ahead of your semi-final. Obviously, we see you in this situation after beating Tyloo very convincingly. Is this the closest that you felt kind of post-summer break to the Vitality that we saw pre-summer break?
It's definitely in the right direction.
Dobro je da sam cash outu, a?
We feel good, definitely as well. The last few tournaments we have not been the best, just on the results, but also inside the team we feel like we don't play the best.
Koliko ela imam? Skoro 1985 sam. Spao sam sad.
A good one, and I think it's, as I said, a step in the right direction.
We've had a little bit of insight during the games.
Ne pijem pivo, Mato.
Maybe when players have been making mistakes, strats haven't been
Ne
going
pijem
quite
pivo,
the right
stvarno
way.
ne volim
Apex
pivo
isn't
da
afraid
pijem.
to address them head on, right? Immediately be
Ne
jumping in
volim
and saying,
pivo,
hey,
ne volim
this
sladoled
wasn't
i ne volim
correct, let's make sure we
kopice.
fix it. Is this something you're used to with previous in-game leaders? How do you kind of digest that in terms of him as a captain, just going straight for the issues?
Yeah, of course I'm used to it. I grew up with MongolZ in 2017, so back then CS was very straightforward like that. So
Ha, mislim da je više do Mirage.
looking out of the order already. You know, it's a bit of both. I think sometimes it's good. He does it, but sometimes it's also he needs to realize that he needs to take a step back and not do it because sometimes it can hurt us, and that's something we have talked about, and something everyone can come to a mutual understanding that yes, it can be beneficial, but also in some cases it can hurt us. So just need to have a good balance, and that's about it.
I imagine you've also talked about
Rakiju teren, druže, kao ništa. I to svojit će u rakiju, ljudi, svojić mi dono rakiju, brate. Samo prši. Ali neće mi donese još, brate, slepac.
I think that game against MongolZ last time was just very frustrating. I think we didn't really play how we wanted to. We prepared the game, but we didn't really get to come to fruition with many of our plans. I think we kind of read them a bit wrong, even though the last season we had a really good read.
26 gradi, pa da mi izgori, brate, želudac.
Just need to, you know, do it when it matters because last time we did not.
Very excited to see if you guys can get revenge
Svojić,
today.
brate, ima mnogo dobru rakiju, moram da priznam.
I'm sure Apex was feeling some kind
yes,
of
yes.
way after that map of Mirage. I'm curious if he controlled his language or if maybe he let them have it.
Obrnuto, brate, ja jedem supe, Svojić jaja.
Control his emotions. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to go out in between the maps and give him a really
Ona je
strong
ETF,
talking to,
brate,
and teams are
nešto.
obviously
Mislim, oni igraju sad, ovi moji su izgubili prvu mapu.
the first map and moving on to the second one. So I actually we mentioned like Mirage is kind of like a must-win map for Mongol, so they've done that. But I mean, Dust 2, let's not tell any lies. It's firmly in the favor of Vitality, especially when you look at the
definitivno je Svojićeva rakija onako ovako.
Big task. I like what Rob said there, and it just goes to show you like these recent.
Svaki majstor koji mi dođe popije po 2-3 minute.
The semifinals, they put all of that onto like their own internal issues, right? They put that on themselves. They're not saying this other team beat us. They're saying we played poorly. We didn't play the way we wanted to. We didn't execute the game plan well enough. But I'll tell you what.
Evo ga Slobodan Milošević.
That might have to change. That might have to be a conversation where, okay, not everything is as internal as we thought. Not everything is about our mentality not being there, our execution not being there. Maybe we need to go back to the playbook that we have with MongolZ and reassess what they're doing on the map to see what we can change.
To i meni kaže, brate, Paki, to i meni kaže, doneću ti, brate, i ono. Miloše, ne mogu da gledam zašto su mi rekli iz EWC da mora gledam njihov engleski oficijalni stream. Nemam pojma da li ima prenos, možda Vex.
Let's say the MongolZ in this game and you go out in 3 semifinals in a row, then at some point you gotta attest to the fact that okay, maybe we're just not playing better than we are right now.
Ti pecanje čekaš. Šta hoćeš, brate, ti da te vodi na ono, na date?
to win even when you're not at your best.
When you have a guy like ZywOo playing at the level that he has been so far this event as well, right? He's
Znate
been,
kako, Svojić, brate, kad danima kojima radi do kasta uveče nije sposoban da igra kant.
Having great games when everything is going well within Vitality, but when you're struggling a little bit, that's the guy you want to see step up. That's the guy you want to see.
Kao Svojić da me vodi na pecanje kao i na rakiju i na večeru i na ono gurničenje.
And install a bit of that confidence, you know, just like Simple used to do back in the day for now. You could always count on him, you know, being the first guy in there and take charge of the game. ZywOo is not the same type of player, but I would love to see that.
Well, I mean, that's always been like the criticism of
Mene
him,
si
like,
nosio,
as good of a
brate.
player as he is, and he's one of the great all-time great players.
Da si dobro igrao, brate,
The best players in the world.
jesi, a da si me nosio nisi.
Take over games the way a Donk does, the way Simple does, and which is fine in his sense, but that's one thing that changed coming into this year.
Svojić, evo ovi ljudi, brate, ovi ljudi, brate, hoće da komentarišemo zajedno, brate.
No more. Like we're not losing this game. I'm going to put you all on my back and we're going to get over the hurdle. And it might be called upon here. It actually might be necessary in this series. Maybe not on this map, but in this series.
Poor ZywOo, he can't escape the comparison.
Nikola imam velike kosti,
on DC game. I mean, he just
teške
can't get away
kosti.
from that one.
Yeah, poor guy having to be compared against the best of all time.
That's the luxury of being as goddamn as good as you are if you're ZywOo. I think it's only fair we compare him to the likes of Simple in his prime and to the likes of Donk for that matter as well, because that's how good he is. Now, Dust 2 specifically, you know,
Hoće ljudi da komentarišemo zajedno.
to get the AWP in the hands of ZywOo.
Tu sam igrao 3+ mato.
I know that he can rifle at a very high level, and that's something that is always being brought up by the community that
Heavyweight.
doesn't need the AWP in the hand, but I think in terms of the way that Vitality is playing Dust 2, the way they play the map, and the way they also get into a lot of scenarios on the A-bomb
Znači,
side,
kažete baka 6-7 hiljada ljudi, brate.
when someone is trying to retake you on the A-bomb
Jebo,
side is so
mater,
valuable. So I would
brate,
love to see
svaka
him
čast.
pick up the AWP as soon as possible.
I'll ask the other side of that.
Ko je Melo? Carmelo
barely
Anthony?
touched on him in the first map. He had another very strong
Ili Felipe Melo.
opping in many
Ili...
moments ZywOo and the rest of the team.
Yeah, and he'll be called upon on this map for sure. Like he's going to have another good performance. The op is too big of a resource to not have an impactful opper on this map, because you know ZywOo's going to do it on Dust 2. We've seen it way too many times. I think he's just going to be absent. So yeah, 910 is a big task again to be
Heavyweight
able to match that on
podcast,
this map. I think more than anything, more than even the oppers, I think the big thing that's going to come down to, I think, is the Apex versus Blitz of how these teams,
Kako, brate, on stigne da prati chat,
call their teams into these games where, you know,
Ja jedva s
Dust
200
2
ljudi,
pressuring
300
catwalk,
stigne da
dropping
ispratim
down
chat.
middle, lurking out middle, pressuring middle. You can throw a lot of fakes on this map, and you can throw a lot of misdirection on this map, and depending how these teams are kind of operating in that mindset and how they kind of exploit
A ne pijem ja mnogo
rotations,
alkohola više,
that's gonna
brate,
be
Eviću.
You say pressure, and I think that's a key word heading
Nisam
into
ovaj...
Dust 2. First and foremost, I would love to see the Mongols apply a bit of pressure towards Vitality, and let's not forget the fact as well that Vitality are playing this game and can potentially secure themselves 1.2 million.
Pa evo, ja bi Mati platio, da imam, brate, neke sponzore, brate, ja bi Mati plaćao, brate, da bi Blade-u svaki dan da ovaj...
I think we are currently in a situation
Nego šta, Miloš, nego o
svemu.
svemu.
Losing $1.2 million, and as much as the players would love to say, I don't care, I don't feel the pressure, I think
Motelice, ti imaš, brate, udeo u svemu, brate. Gde guraš prsti sad i ovdje?
If any team's going to handle that pressure, it'd be Vitality, who last year going into the major was like, okay, the win streak, okay, you know.
It's kind of a different situation though, right? Because when it's okay,
Motelice, slušaj me.
that's for you and your team.
Ako proći tiket,
it's for your boss. It's for your boss.
vadimo 400 USDT za, brate, giveaway.
Out of the club championship.
But that's where it falls on Zonic and the management closest to the team to insulate them from that conversation from up above.
A tiket je sljedeći. Vitality dobija drugu mapu, Arsenal pobeđuje i Milan Cremonese ukupno golova 2+.
We don't care. We're here to win the Counter-Strike event. If we get you guys some extra money, great. But I don't want that filling their head. I don't want that filling their head at all. I want them focused entirely on the game. So that's the job of management behind the team directly with the squad.
It is interesting that you put
Šta je
it that
kod
way, right?
Luxa giveaway? Ko je Lux?
And look, Apex has Apex acknowledged it as well plenty of times that this event is obviously very important to Vitality as well with everything that it entails. So, I mean, obviously we all know that the players are going to know about it, but once you get here and once you get into the moment of preparing for games and getting ready for games and doing the pre-game ritual, that can't be a thought in your mind at all.
I think if anything, it also applies a bit more pressure to Vitality, knowing that if they lose this game, it's 3 tournaments in a row where they leave without feeling they've played up to their best.
Ma, mislim, ja ne znam nikakve naše streamere, znam samo Baku, znam Čodu i, brate, to je to. Baki Stutu.
No one could touch them. They were the best team in the world and maybe had the best season any Counter-Strike team has ever had. But I'll tell you this, if you lose, and I say lose, right, if you go out in the semifinal 3 tournaments in a row, that kind of, you know, confidence that was within the team, that is going to disappear a little bit. And we have seen Counter-Strike be a game that is played on the margins, right? You lose 5%,
Jer njih ljudi gotive, ja nemam pojma, predstavi.
Vitality is beatable.
Kakva je situacija?
Instead of just once in a while.
Yeah, but this is
Ljafi svoji su legende. A recite mi, gotive ljudi Čodu i tako te ljudi? Ja nemam pojma, stvarno nisam uopšte nešto
don't take this for granted. The first half
you never know when you win again, right?
Like he's like, I've been around the block.
I've
been a major winner, and then I've been at the bottom of the pit afterwards. You know, I think he was part of that team that won the major inclusion that went out last place at the next major. He's like, you don't ever know when this is going to happen again, so you have to enjoy that ride. And now, I think as Apex, as that leadership figure with all that experience, he's going to have to have him on a path of recovery, right? And that's kind of where they've been these past two events of, okay, now we have to try and get back to where we were, not super far away. But I think Apex is the perfect leader to have to instill that mentality and to help the team work through these issues.
I think the thing that's interesting about that, right, is the way that they were talking about it last season as well, is how special these kind of moments are within a team, the kind of level of work that they were putting in, the aura around it, and it was, you don't know how long it's going to last. And now it feels like, I don't think the bubble has totally burst, but there is pressure against the skin of it, and the question becomes, if you've lost that magic run, how do you recover?
It's something that happens in every single competitive sport out there, whether you're following American football or football, right? When someone is dominating, when someone is having an error, it's very hard to imagine them not having an error while it's going on, while it's happening. Now we get to see for the first time Vitality struggling a little bit. They're still the favorites, right? Let's be honest. It
sets up the second half of the year really well.
Exactly, and it could be super, super interesting. Now we're heading into Dust 2, and it's a must.
13-3, to je bio kassad mix. Bravo. Znači možda odu i u playoff.
But how you get back up, and Vitality need to get themselves back up and back into this series against the Mongols.
Yeah, and on their map pick of Dust 2, no less. And you want to talk about Vitality, often you hear the word STRIX. In fact, during that desk, I think that word was used a couple of times regarding the power of this Vitality roster, and there is one currently.
Krenova druga mapa ili koji kurac?
Mongols do manage to prevail in the 2-0 fashion here and secure that grand final tomorrow. They'd be breaking an 11-win streak on this very map here.
Yeah, 20 for 2 as far as Dust 2 is concerned is the win-loss column for Vitality. Right?
Good.
Well, this is the thing, the whole conversation of Vitality all year long. Oh, this map they're dominant on, this map. Well, actually, no, every map they're dominant on, and they're winning all the trophies. I was getting all the MVPs. Now we have 2 tournaments in consecutive fashion where they have lost 2-0. And that's a nice start from Rops. Entry onto 9-10 towards Long.
Yeah, that's actually a dream when the call was to start and see what you find on Long. He gets that opening kill, and actually Senzu is timing this very well on his aggress. He's not alone either. They start their progressions lower.
Rops might catch this.
Oh, actually, you're right. His back is turned. Techno doesn't have the weapon for this. Oh, dear. Rops end of the map to another. Nice catch from Techno. He sticks around, gets stubborn in the tons. Rops has managed to close the gap, so we'll be flanking as they accelerate into
Sve je došlo 3+.
Mazinho, good tracking. Yeah, taps the head of Flames.
Ovdje će da dođe 3+.
Gonna get out of there. Mezi's been called back. Apex
Prazno B.
The path of least resistance. Bomb gets across. That's a big win. Mazinho is on a race now. Rops doesn't want to lose his life. Throws out the door smoke. Mazinho dropping into the side. Loses vision. Blitz trying to lend a hand. He's just disconnected from the fight behind the smoke. Good tap from Mazinho. Loses Blitz, and they're running him down.
Dobro si ga ubio, idi u pičku.
Well, you wondered where Mr. Cool was. He's right here with an ace.
And that is the 3rd ace of EWC so far, coming on a pistol.
Oni isto prodaju kurseve, idi u pičku, to je prevaranti.
I think it was from Techno's Dual Berettas in that upper tunnel skirmish when he was all the way in backyard. We'll catch that again. So here's the opener towards Long. Clean and easy. Now he jumps in. Oh, hold up. That's a back turn. Freebie. Then he gets gooshed. Able to come in late. I'm thinking he's going to swing here so Mezi can trade, but he's the one valuing the life. The Dual Beretta is in hand, and he's going to put that one in his statement piece for Mr. Cool.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start to map 2.
Oh, they missed the mid-door smoke.
Not a fantastic start to round 2.
With double scouts.
No, and especially if you keep doing the strat anyway.
Yeah, you should re-smoke that. Let's try again, shall we, guys? You cannot go middle against a force when there's scouts in play and no mid-door smoke.
Are we happy with that one?
This one looks good.
Referee,
bravo.
Thumbs up. Smoke break at the same time. A little bit of damage onto Rops' face, lower tons. Doesn't get what he was looking for.
Kurs kako biti influencer. Koliko ima subova, viewera I tako tih stvari. Nešto mi poznat taj Lux 27, ali kao da sam negde video, ne znam gde.
You'd think so, right? Hang on a second. Mazinho's managed to remove ZywOo. Senzu, however, is a dead man walking, isn't he? Dead man scouting. And so the round is looking pretty safe now.
Ja sam ostao speechless. 500k. Dobro, lepo bilo.
Just like that.
Okay, well, hold on to that Galil. Have the scout to work with of 910. You can drop the Deagle, and you'll be all good in the hood to have something threatening going into the next. You'd love to find a pistol upgrade as well. Okay, so that's great. Ooh, he might go down here in lower tunnels. Rops adjusts and removes 2 more threats. Right, that 5-7 would have been dropped. He would have kept
speechless
to drop his pistol and to hold on to this Galil if he can. Looks pretty good with the bomb almost gone. Once you see that decision to go into the mid to B, and we can see the type of buy, that's where you know the round is done, right? There's not a lot of block utility. You don't really have any support that's available. There's no utility to break. You can't really capitalize in that situation.
Gdje je Šemso? Nema ga da se kurči. Šemso Jajaru. Izvini, brat.
And they get away with how they wanted to approach that round after all.
Nije Richard Lewis dobar.
Now, the Dust discussing last time these two teams played Dust 2 was back at the major, and it was a bit of a shellacking that the Mongols copped. Last time round they started on the T side, however, so they are trying to have some learnings, this time opting to start on the defense.
Premium long spawn for Robs.
Oh, okay. Alex, this is interesting. They've invested in a M4 and dropped the Galil, so this might trip up Vitality.
Pushing middle, completely flattens Apex. Okay, 2.
This is crazy.
Double kill, straight out of the gates, up the guts.
Čekaj, on je lik uz M4, popeo se u mid i ubio dvojicu.
It feels like you're up against a pug with that type of a maneuver.
This is very cheeky, and now ZywOo finds himself crouch and tap, spamming away.
Brate, ako Vitality pobedi ovaj game i igra ovako protiv Falconsa, Falconsi ih dobiju 3-0 u finalu.
Thrown off kilter by the blitz
Šemso Jajaro.
And Techno's already done so much work, calling lower clear. Senzu spots out Flames' push.
Look at the blitzes. Ooh.
Oh, wow, they can't avoid these Deagles, man.
It just rattled now. And here's the M4 that started the round. Will it spread?
Yes, it will. Let's. Oh, he waited just long enough. Rob cycled to his nade. Does it have any impact? Oh, not today. Mazinho. Oh, he goes down, but 910 doesn't. Okay, ZywOo in that clutch, so he knows where one of the two are. Seen lower.
Naravno da gledam naftu, brate, si lud naftu, zbog nafte sam i došao ovde, brate.
Has a defensive smoke to drop in sight as well. So ZywOo, if you're worried about them close, likely to see him drop this.
Je klača ljudi ovo ZywOo, a?
Uses the block short, so is being
Čaci koji žele da navije.
Becomes a whole lot tougher.
Yeah, flash and go. ZywOo gets that info, informs his decisions, loses his head. Techno.
Donk bi ovo rešio, brate. Šemso iz Republike Srpske, ako se ne varam.
And Blitz keeping up that really, really tough form, isn't he? 2 kills, charging up mid with an M4. It's crazy to get away with that, but he's not expecting an AWP on the other side of the server, so nobody's suicide to really patrol this. And this is honestly crazy. So he's gone Hero M4 after saving the Galil. He's dropped that to somebody else, charges up, gets a double. Apex and Mezzi going to be frustrated as all hell. There's Techno being a nuisance, and then ZywOo gives it a good go. The fact he gets the bomb down allows Apex to call them back in. Could even take a timeout in this situation, but it doesn't look like they need the help of Xtaz right now. Mara will be extremely happy with that because now his team's sitting pretty with a strong old buy.
Kako se zove trener MongolZ?
Yeah, looks like that's what
they're going to pop.
Preparing for off of the flashes, and they concede the space. Blitz immediately turns tail, not interested.
Do they block or do they fight? It's the Mongols, of course they fight.
Uletivo cara.
Almost goes without saying. ZywOo's going to be parked in the pit.
Ooh, 910 trying to get across the car.
Yeah, ZywOo would have had an opportunity there.
Mezzi has a molly for this position, but right now, if you can get long control, you know that the CTs have certain options available. They need to make sure they have some real estate. You can't really play just on A. So 910 has bought them a bit of room that Vitality aren't going to be too awares of. So you're going to expect them to either push upper tunnels, which Rob's
Mara,
svi skačete middle as a unit, that'll be through the doors as well as short. But really, 910's position has allowed the Mongols to stay in a setup that they feel comfortable. Nade, slightly shy of the mark, still does some chip damage onto 2. The reroute with mid-door smoke through the guts. Now, Anted has to know this.
Kako su seli
Oh, he's lucky to have gotten
na drop kick.
ZywOo dips. Shows presence long. Flash and Senzu's ready to the fight. Hang on. Messy from Senzu. Support gets nothing. Mazinho tried to lend a hand, lays his life on the line. And that should be a dead man. 910 gets away on 8 HP.
Ovo je preživi sa 8, a Zajvo izgori, bro.
Senzu still gets a second there.
No Techno has to be here.
Yeah, Apex is...
Nice shot.
Nice shot onto Blitz, but this is the one you've got to get past. Techno, problematic. Robs 9-1. We saw him in the ace on the pistol. Now walking into that side. Techno's not ready. No immediate trade. Bomb awkward.
So
910 low. 9-8. He's got the movement. 910 not going to be able to deny this retrieval. Gets it punched just
Kako je, brate.
How is an AWP supposed to win this 1v1? Up against Rops, no less. A good Deagle bullet, a good timing. Maybe he's got a shot after all. 910 slipping through the window. Rops looking at the doors. He has no idea. 910 gets the info. Just can't hit his shot.
Sa skoro 10 HP.
Oh, his impact being felt. Within 4 rounds of play,
Ucelice batalji sa svojom kamerom, bro.
rounds of the game, as well as a big clutch and a pressure moment. As we're eating good today, the semi-finals underway. And Techno, the reason he's expecting upper tunnels, you've got Robs as one of the extremity players, so he also heard the jump in upper tunnels previously. The reroute though, because they were down in numbers. Tactical timeout called. Frustrating for 910, but so tough for him to win. You highlighted it very well. How is the AWP on low HP meant to win a round like that? They are going to force. They can get out another AWP.
3-1, huh?
Complements it. An M4 for that of Blitz. Senzu into a Famus. So far, mid to B has been quite a prevalent approach within the early stages. Sure, it was against
Milane, nisam video, iskreno. Da li ima Rus?
Either way, they've been able to find
Nisam vidio ni jednog zapravo. Vidio sam konjska govna svuda, ali Rusa nisam.
I would post it to make sure nobody can get lower. Your peers out short.
Scaling, yeah, 910 is very trapped. He's a dead man. He is dead. He's still alive for a moment longer. Flames is the one to secure it.
That's a massive opening scout, right? That's the AWP they invest in to unravel the default, and he goes down immediately. So now you're working with pittances. Second wave of this short fight.
Okay, Flames is already at half health. Messi joins him.
No one's going to flash. They're just going to... Oh, Zywo's going in his hand.
Okay. Blitz, how do you turn that? And return to a second. Not going to happen.
Koliko mu je skočio ovaj druže. Kao mačka.
Senzu finds something, but all the health that he gives over for that
Kao
fight.
mička.
The one will be late through long. They know that Senzu's mid doors. They know that Techno's the B holder. So right now it's just about making sure there is no way they can delay this plant. Now Apex worried about somebody tucked into the will be able to get in for free. So he's going to get the doors in time.
Yeah, but Techno's going to hit it and now can swing. Hang on a second. This becomes a little more winnable, especially one more shot from Techno. Ooh, doesn't hit it.
Should be the save right now from Senzu.
Yeah, a little bit of hope, but only for a moment.
Yeah, you could see they're just chips in the night. Apex and Zai were making sure that they were going to plug that gap, but Techno not letting go a W, just catches him on the timing there. So 4-1. Dominant start from Vitality on their map choice. Nuke in the third and decider. You can see it top left of your screen if we need to get there. And Senzu looking for anything extra to take into the next round with the AWP.
Al me hladiš.
They'll be able to pick that up for Zaiwu. Mezzi will drop that over to the superstar. It's all Robs at the moment being the conversation.
Moram da napravim neki novi thumbnail, ljudi. Za ovo sve, brate. Muterica mi, brate, nije dobro.
Now they have already lost an eco so far in this series Vitality.
Neće, ja mu kažem, Muterice napravi mi, brate, molim te. Platit ću ti. Daću ti novac. I on kao, ne treba, ja ću to tebi da uradim za džabe. I ništa.
Early intentions towards long for the CT side, and Senzu not playing scared. With that AWP, could have had
I have no idea what you asked.
If he's not careful.
Yeah, interesting that they tried the same approach with the opener, so clearly part of that game plan.
Ljudi lajkujte, nemojte me zajebavati. Ne znam da li igra Menc.
Forms Apex to find the finish, or at least the next move. To be smoke lobbed in.
Bounces off 910's head. Does that give him something extra to work with? Senzu, yes, profits.
Now go away fast.
You know what the AWP is? Unable to accelerate. The short smoke still up. Doesn't want to commit in.
It's just faded now.
Yeah, they're not to know. Sends you in the doors, looking for troubles. I was ready for him. Okay, hot potato, 9-10 still has it. Who anticipates that AWP will be retrieved? God, that's not far off. He's getting run on down. The AWP now once again lies idle.
Protiv koga se igra?
Makes it so. Just Techno on B. Oh, and he catches another one. Just progressing. Blitz down through the smoke. It's not looking good for Techno.
Bang.
That's a nice
Bang.
start, but traded out.
Yeah. You can't really give him anything, can you, with those deagles in hand? 7 pieces of Mirage. Sends it with 9-10. The great proficiency. His name in the window, but only one for him. Remember, that was just a saved AWP and some light upgrades, so the guns will now come out. We had Vitality battle back in the...
Šta ti kažeš da ima 6 lajka, ima 46
Mongols are
lajka?
hoping to do the same. Some good space being taken from Flames. He hasn't had the best start to the second half of the year. He's been rough around the edges. Definitely questions about his performances.
Aha, okay, I get it. I understand now what you want.
They've got an extinguished smoke and a corner smoke. 9-10's AWP does get this tunnel's control, but Rops is...
You mean in a specific round? Yeah, I know what you mean.
He might go unprepared for that. If he gravitate back towards middle, are they going to boost over towards CT? It looks like it. So this will help this mid to B.
Yeah, but as you highlighted, Rops' early cross.
I Enzo, zato su pobednici grupa direktno u.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Direktno u polufinalu.
Right now, Apex should just call them into an A finish, because that's the AWPA. It should right now be take short. Oh. And execute in towards A. That would be, but they're going to go mid to B. Okay, how many is he going to get? Only going to have the offerings of 1, mainly through the tunnels.
Yeah, he lurks out the smoke. Senzu's looking the other direction. The util, the sound. Enough to draw his focus. What a well-structured round that was.
And you can see they're spamming the smoke in case Techno's in it. The fact that your window player was looking the wrong way, but we can see that Techno did not start on that B side. So
just the presence of mind from Robs. 9-10 a little late to the angle.
Pa znam, vidim, ali ne znam šta znači ovo.
Right there, that comes tumbling down for the Mongols, who are getting ragdolled right now, and Flames being let off the leash for the hunt. They want to try and remove as many of these rifles as possible. Now the bomb not even halfway gone just yet. There's a search party in T-spawn. They're also investing into CT, so if they can get one of these, it's not too bad.
Yeah, who's responsible for Flames' fight? You can see Blitz.
Koja ste vi grupa bili?
So they will be allowed to progress. Looks like it's going to be telegraphed as well. Yeah, util, sound, steps. Good hold from Mazinho so far, trying to hold on. Looks like they're going to lose.
Reve, sam mi reci protiv koga igrate, brate, pošto Enzo mi tu nije mi nešto pouzdan.
Farms up some extra frags, removes all of the weaponry from Mongols.
That's a great hunt, right? That's a fantastic hunt, because even if they kept 2 of those, they likely have another full rifle round. You can see Mara there just, I don't know if it's dejected. I have a hard time reading Mara, but either way,
Ronin, 5 hard to kill. Bravo, Reve. Možda se I pojavim da odigram, brate. Šalim se, neću. Zaslužili ste vidjeti.
Very high. This is clear. Okay, swinging now. They've gone into a partial. The only round that they've won is because of a Blitz Hero M4. So here's another. Can he do something again?
Reve, objasni mi, brate, kako ste izgubili 13-3, Reve?
9-10's Deagle though, it's impressed us already, and he's so good for one.
Jebote, ovi, brate, Mongolzi napadaju dezertima, jebate, ne znam kako.
Back in now, our Vitality.
Pogodak.
Just into Apex in that pit side. That's the bomb and the AWP. Oh, wow!
Okay, well, that's impressive, but I think that's about it.
Yeah, it's just that the bomb's down there now. Like, it's just feeling a little more uncomfortable than it once did. Especially if he hit that one. Flames, can he solve the mystery?
Ali ti bude muka, brate, od tih, brate. Reve, pitao sam te kako ste izgubili 13-3, želim objašnjenje. Možda da uradimo demo review toga, brate.
Another important kill just to make sure nothing carried through again, and there you have it. Okay, 7-1, 6-round gap. Blitz is, yeah, he's only going to be working with 5, so that's going to limit his options. So we saw in the early stages the AWP wanting to take fights towards short, whether they were something they saw in the
onaj piksel, 8.500 ljudi ga gleda. Pa tu smo blizu I mi, brate, a? Koliko nas gleda? 225.
Scoreline telling the pitcher, blitz into just an MP9.
232, brate.
A late
Dođi,
surge rounds
bre.
required, but how many can they get? 4 more up for grabs. Decent amount of long spawns available between Apex and Mezi if they wanted to go, but I think that Mezi might be...
Recite vi meni kako da nabijemo još ljudi, kako da dođemo do 500. Ajde, želim da čujem ideje.
Seen a single ZywOo doorbang connection yet. Usually good for one in these T-halves. Robs across again. Same trick this time. A little bit of a switch up in the setup.
Or missed it this time round.
Se skinem go, brate, pa ne želi to niko da vidi.
Inquisitive CT.
Da povrati neko na stream.
Seeds back to B. Oh, there you go. That's the fight Robs is looking for. He has half Techno's health.
It's reminding me in some way of what we saw from Rops when they were taking on MongolZ during that Cologne semi-final. He was doing everything in his power to keep his team in it, and they weren't really functioning perfectly. Now, right now, everything is going a whole lot better than that with the scoreline 7-1, but Rops is the one continuing to find this massive output. Now, this B defense is on an island.
Da vidim svojim Arapima, brate, da li će nešto da me ono, da me boosti.
Okay, change of the flavor.
There's a molly that Senzu could throw into tunnels to try and slow this, and
Rata smoke
himself. Oh, he's going to get out of danger right now.
Flash, kreću.
Vitality's BX, how good is it?
That's it. Save.
Good enough. Solid util layering. You can see the last piece being that window molly that does ward blitz away.
Not a huge amount of cash for ZywOo, but you could send out the scouting party again to try and remove these, but you're also having your way with them, so it doesn't really seem to matter if they have guns or not.
Hoćeš, brate, kolac da ti da.
At this point, it's 8 rounds.
The Vampire Slayer.
This is normally where you see the CT side starting to take a few more risks going into the next couple, and they've already taken a few. So where are we going to put the orb? It's already started towards B. It started short a couple of times. Do we try and take the heads up for suicide against ZywOo?
Otvaramo kutije, deremo se ko ono fake. Wow, kao dobio sam Mac test. Tako je igrao juče Vexi na Faceitu. Bolje i da komentariše sam.
Flames again, just first man in, and this time with the opening. Yeah, it's feeling good.
Sticker kapsule.
From Vitality, though, it was starting to get a little bit worrying that in the last 2 tournaments they were eliminated in semi-finals fashions. And again, we're not going to be sitting here and going, oh, they're no longer the best team in the world, right? But there's question marks if it continued to be losses.
Znate šta je fora? Ja da otvorim nož.
If we continue this, we'll be going to
ne bi mogao, brate, da se radujem, ne znam koliko, brate.
Favor of the international side.
Oh, flash for Mazinho to go looking and cross his pit.
Tek je 8-1, ali hoću ti kažem, ne mogu da, brate, ne bi se radovao da dobijem ne znam kakav nož. Znaš kako bi se radovao? Možda da dobijem Dragon Lore ili tako nešto, brate. Ali sad da dobijem, ja izvučem neki nož, boli me kurac. A dere se fake.
This is being watched by 2.
Good shot. 9-10 supporting.
Pa to bi se radovao, da. Mislim, radovao bi se... Ne bi se drao, to je fora, ko mentol. To je fora. Ne bi mogao da se dernjam, ne bi mogao da, brate, znaš.
All right, they win the opening exchange. They give them the number advantage. They understand the gap that's going to be punished based off the information that they had thrown into the server to get that opening kill. And then that CT smoke is starting to fade, so Rops has to tend to it. Two more possible, as it is going to be double AWPs for the CT side. We're posted up to deal with any lower tunnels pushes.
Ostao bi bukvalno speechless.
Good work from Senzu. Sharp eyes as well for the jump spot.
Unconfirmed damage is still
going to go a long way. Paradox.
Be an idle nade that lands on the doorstep as ZywOo and he goes down. as they will work through this mid control. There's that nade.
Oh, good reactions. Excuse me.
Oh, that one was on the mark. Your teammate was blocking him. Maybe he does go down.
Jelenici trče po dvorišću.
Smoke fading. Now they'll get the short control.
I onako si dobar u sales, kako se kaže sales? Prodaje. Jebem li ti
This is a
mater,
mid to
jebem.
B smoke. So is this part of a fake or is there commitment behind this? Because they have short control as well. Ante might get caught here.
He's sweeping through. Zawu just got off the angle though. He's in the perfect timing. Oh,
Šta?
Flames gets active. Blitz unnoticed. Flames breaks in. It's just Blitz here. And Vitality, they're looking to pivot here. Apex.
We'll take
Onak.
Rotation.
Prodaju.
Got the ult. This is another weapon for the
Ibre
job.
mamicu, jabre.
He's trying to housekeep that smoke. Senzu missed shot. Surely the round to follow now. The bomb's on its way to the unguarded site.
Ljudi, lajkujte stream da bi izašao više recommended.
Okay. Zawu though, look at this.
Like, share and subscribe.
Trying to be quiet with his dismount. Did get hurt. Blitz turns to watch as he goes down. Pull of the trigger from Zawu's sniper. Look what Mazinho's having to work with here. Just his toes does manage
Dobre,
to...
Zawu je mogao malo da oladi, brate.
Trims his toenails with the AWP. It's Mezzi and Rob's full health. Techno, low HP, still hits his headshot. Rob's in the clutch. This time denied.
Kako su izgubili ovu rundu, bre?
Third, a reality.
Didn't feel like Apex's death there was really
Obećam pare, dat ću vam pare, ljudi.
That was the way back into the rounds.
Da me gledate za pare.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, just. And you can see Rob's expecting Mazinho to push through window on Techno's contact. Mazinho's just still hanging around, just lingering. This is a great shot, Techno. Beautiful work from him. Mazinho hasn't pushed into the site, just playing between site
Jebote,
and
to će bude jebeno, da ću ustanem, a mora da ustanem.
Okay, well, they're making a CT half late resurgence. Whether or not that's going to mean anything
To,
in the
brate,
grand
malo mu ga je
scheme
ono
of ASUS.
čovko. Let's go, Biscuit.
I just saw double orbs invested upon. Now, whether or not that was to drop to Zawu or they were going to try something a little bit tricky, they have taken this tactical timeout, and it feels like the sensible heads have prevailed. 8's great, 9 is better.
Final round then.
There's the tag.
There's the tag from Zawu through the doors. Techno pays a heavy price.
Mora bude 9-3, brate, inače će bude problem.
Smoke will obfuscate. Oh, it won't.
Well, we've seen Apex landed a couple of times.
Ooh, and he would have nearly gone down on the crouch, though. Can he hit the bang? Just on the corner. Yes, returns the favor. So now Senzu and Techno.
Evo li, gdje je taj nerd da se drogira? Taj, brate, nije ono prešao ulicu van pešačkoga, kamo li da se drogira.
I'm surprised. They've missed that smoke 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. It's uncharacteristic. Hasn't held them back too much.
No, and right now with that low HP from the Zawu tag that wouldn't have been available without missing that smoke. They're in the driver's seat to grab their 9th.
Okay, well, especially because they're low HP, Techno and Senzu, having that lurk smoke thrown on B, they are so scared that Robs could just walk through this smoke at any time. In the meantime, Vitality prepare themselves for that hit onto the...
Može ga poduvati.
It did leave a decent cache of util in spawn for Blitz to work with, right? Obviously going to leave extra flashes, but HE's are good for that rotating rifler as well to break mid to B smokes, to soften up short. Speaking of short, here comes the util.
Kako nekako usporeno igra Vitality, brate. Uopšte ne mogu da ono...
Do they continue to commit? Yes, they do. Mezzi's back's turned. Mazinho will reap the rewards of that boost. Blitz will chip in with the double. That could be 3. Yeah.
Promašili su smoke, brate, za...
Look at his way. Blitz wraps up the half with the 4th. MongolZ, is there a conversation to be had about that grand final at the end of this Dust 2?
Pa nisam odustao, nego je YouTube mi deluje da je malo bolji za ove naše ljude. Evo vidiš kako baka ima 7000, brate. A što su mu ugasili kanale, šta je radio? Evo te Bournemouth ostao, brate. I Bournemouth i Aston Villa ostali, brate, 1-0. Dobro da sam cash out, to je... Looks like some sort of a golden shit. A zašto bi ga neki ljudi ugasili, koji je razlog? Gdje si, Vlado? Pa kakve veze Željko Mitrović ima sa YouTube-om?
World number one, Vitality. On the ropes a little, but into Dust 2, and they're looking a little bit more confident and comfortable. An 8-4 half. MongolZ already a map to the good. Vitality picking this one, and they're showing us exactly why. However, a little late pickup. 3 consecutive rounds from MongolZ has made what looked like a completely unwinnable non-starter into, well, if they win the pistol.
And talking about the pistol, it doesn't look like Vitality, just based off the body language and CT Swan, will be fighting for long. Looks very mid-centric, and yeah, that's what's happening out the gates. Might even be pushing towards lower. Rops will get in there with
A Mitrović ima onu armiju botova, da?
Alongside for the ride. They're out long for free. That means you know that there's a push coming.
Yeah, Techno tries to get that info safely, tries to bait him in. Zywu goes down, but Apex makes up for it. Wow, the fact he gets them both there. If not, Flames and Rops likely would have had him regardless.
Yeah, and you'd expect the direct reaction to be taking long off of this, but they're not. So they weren't in a position to do so, or at least they were, but the bomb wasn't. So they're going to comb through middle and hope they catch anybody lingering.
Mislim, zato što su mu gasili, ne vidim da je nešto, brate, mnogo propatio baka zbog toga.
He's got an opportunity for one, but gets spotted out. There's the flash, can't track. Oof. Couple more chances, 3 in the mag. Senzu puts him down. 3 on 3 here. Oh my god, 9-10! Oh, he tracks the second on the Apex swing!
Clotheslined.
Yep, that advantage just disintegrates before our very eyes. Senzu's ready. Rops with the dual Berettas gets sat on his ass. Damn, what a way to turn it around. Mazinho's having a great time.
Oh, that clamp down with 4 players towards the tunnels starts so well.
Ne volim, brate, kakav crni kikiri.
Yeah, and this is the thing, there's all that short pressure.
Jebom, mater, ajde, bre.
That late piece at 9-10 that just capitalizes. Flames disconnected. The flashes were there to try and set this up, but the timing was just against them, and then Apex runs out into the bullet and says, please take me too.
Okay, well, that if is now a... They have.
Pushing up middle right now. Look at this.
Hex trying to give us that Aggie captain push we saw from Blitz.
Well, it's such a common
Ne, nisam još poručio, brate, opremu. Možda vam pokažem šta ću sve da poručim. Na mailu mi je spisak. Samo mi podsjetite, jebi ga, ne mogu se setiti.
Mid ramp, sitting up towards the electric pole right here with Senzu. So you want to even use flashes to help get you into this territory. And yeah, they're safely clearing lower tunnels. They've been able to get themselves mid-ramp. And this is the territory that once upon a Dust 2 was always the T's.
Yeah, much more of a question mark in the modern game.
Okay, so right now, there are some...
Pa ja mislim da ne ide. To što bi ja voleo,
I was
brate,
gonna
da
say,
znači
good
da se
plays they
desi.
have to facilitate Flames' long aggressions. If they could have gotten him into bedroom there, Apex has a nice flash to get him out the other
O
side.
G2. Pa u jednom momentu hoćemo, samo ne znam kom.
In search of information, and really for his troubles, Mazinho was defaulting outside long. That's kind of what Mazinho does.
Oh, Apex, you're about to be a dead man. Flashed off, spotted out, and taken down. He does very well. 2 consecutive body shots to Mzinho.
Hoću i Falcons.
Not gonna really
Ovo je samo zagrevanje za Falcons.
Right now, what I'm looking at is the tunnels lurk. This is the ability to make sure you remove these guns, because once the bomb goes down, you don't have anybody threatening you from shore. As Techno can actually rip guns away. Now, Rops has found a good... I was going to say good timing if he continued to path towards T-spawn, but that's not the case. And now Techno can just keep them locked in towards B. Look at this, the cavalry on their horse to try and back up their boy. Smoked off upper tunnels, bombs about halfway gone now.
Pa verovatno ga boli uvo. Možda je takav klinac da se ne tiltu.
But if you know there's a scout, you know
Šta je to
it's
retweetao?
all good. You can equip yourself with that information going into the next. And I don't want to be a pedant here, but Counter-Strike, it's all about the details. And that last round of the first half, not only did ZywOo miss the door smoke, he also missed through the ledge smoke. What's meant to happen with that combination with the avant-garde smoke with the modern waterfall meta? Hey, this guy has a bottomless pit. He's just, he doesn't stop.
A, bi imali nevjerovatne fanove.
Satiated, but
Nisam vidio.
that smoke is meant to spill over and block.
Pimp je dobar, dobar momak.
Now, it's not designed as a mid to be smoke.
Dobar momak je Pimp i nije fake. Ima naravno neke mane svoje, brate, ali je dobar, generalno nije... Može da mu se veruje, to je najbitnije. Nije jaja. Jeste lud je malo, ali mislim, ko od nas pa nije lud, brate, svi imamo neke, brate, da kažeš, bube, brate, u glavi, pa ja prvi je, brate. Mislim, da sigurno svako od vas zna, ono, u sebi da ima neki, brate, samo što većina vas nije na broadcastu, je tako? Pa se to i ne pokazuje. Ali generalno nije neki pacov, da kažeš.
Nothing. One's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's all.
2 of them are kind of low.
I suppose. They're going to get across in time.
There's HEs that flashes, Alex.
They're going to come through. Oh, the nades do too much damage. Mezzi now in combination. Flames pushes through. It's too much to handle. Mzinho just the Glock. Oh, he's running them down. He's doing it. Oh, swaps out to the side up to save him.
Keep him coming. That's 4 for the kid.
Znaš šta je bitno u životu, ja mislim,
And Apex trying to get fired
ako ćeš da budeš, brate, čovjek, ne smeš da budeš, brate, jajara, brate. Nema veze, iako ti se neko ne sviđa, iako nešto, brate, ovo, ono, najbitnije da ne budeš jaja. Niks su zizuo, nemam pojma ko je to. Ajde bre, Vitality 8-1, bilo sad je 8-7, nema da me jebete.
Senzu 2 chunked down. Mezzi's HE.
ZywOo and CT spawn no AWP for the A defense as the lurks.
ZywOo je strah.
That will have to draw Mezzi closer.
Ostao sam speechless.
Play outside of the side or closer tunnels. You need to respect this. Going to try and negate it with a smoke of their own. Still a minute just on the clock. Flames low on HP, can't really push the long doors. There's a HE on Apex, which they could use to spill open a mid to B smoke if it comes in, but currently he's playing the ramp. It's the mid to B smoke. Crisscross indeed.
Okay, you can see what that does to Mezzi's options.
He's playing in it.
Yeah, Alexa just burrow inside it, hope they run past him. Doesn't want to block them, and it's worked out wonderfully. 9-10 is second.
I ovoga na bodu na bez 0 ljudi.
Comfortably, and Mzinho was given this ult for that low HP.
How are you going to get that bomb?
Oh, he actually manages to track the ZywOo push. Mezi gets another, still up for debate. Can the Mongols do it? 12 seconds left on the clock. They got to pick up that bomb.
I bre u pičku materinu je. Pa najbolje da Mezi ubije 10 ljudi, ovaj na B side-u se nata za jaj.
He was taking a lot of space. The Mac-10, the AK with some really important moments in the early stages there, but that
Ma ja
was a
mislim da se
buzzer
čeka
beat
kraj
and the
meča,
pressure's
obično je
on.
tako.
They need to get that bomb. It
Pogotovo
scuttles
sad
towards
po
the
poenu.
doors.
I love what we got out of Mezi here.
Jebo mater.
The fact that he manages to get a third.
It's so premeditated as well, right? He was playing for that the entire round. As soon as that comes in, he tucks in the smoke.
Tačno da su izgubili ovu rumu, baš mi se iznervirao. Ostavio sam samo pred pare na bre čoveče da će da uzmu drugu mapu.
Such a big part of making those smoke plays is making sure that you're not going to block as they run through. He just manages to maneuver just far enough. Two channels open up for the T's as they push through. Gets overlooked completely. And in combination with Flames, Vitality are given a way in. That is their first CT round, and that is the manner in which they had to fight for it.
Yeah, it breaks that spree of 6 rounds from last half into this one for the Mongols, and they were starting to bring up a bit of steam.
Ma samo ko je bio na B? Robs. Da je Robs ubio tog trećeg lika, brate, nego on se prodoje.
It's a Tech9 for Mzinho, it's a Deagle for Blitz, it's AKs for the rest. A little bit of issue as far as...
Nije znao, ja mislim da je ovaj, brate, zadnji. Možda.
With only one player surviving for Vitality, their money is also in a tough spot. They do get the buy, they have the AWP, but if they lose this, the game will be split wide open.
They want to really go for this. You know who lives here.
Mezi mora da krene u B. Uđi u B, Mezi. Uđi u B, Mezi. Aha, ništa.
They don't want to go through the grey screen. That becomes a whole lot more difficult. If it's a
Fiction, it's not going well. It's thanks to Switch that I'm bad.
So they just reset. But that was the call from spawn from Mongols. So their first plan has been cancelled. Now they need to make a new one.
Vidjet ćemo. Ja mislim da mogu da prođu, ali
they pivot back through
biće
T-spawn. They set themselves up for now mid control to go through a bit more of a default protocol.
Kako, brate, ovi ne promašuju smoke. Yeah, Fiction, I know. It's all fucked.
There is no long space.
I will never get to 3K. No matter how good I am.
So both teams have an avenue of access that they're not too familiar with right now. The CT setup feels somewhat claustrophobic for Vitality.
Yeah. We have a firm belief in their anchors.
They trying the same play again.
Looks like they are. Crisscross at least. Techno now herding towards the tunnels. Nade looks like it could do damage. Does. Big chunky one onto Techno's face.
Again, Robs dies for 0.
You got Mezi, 2 so far, but a headshot.
Fuck's sake, Robs.
You save. Remember the money situation.
He's going to catch him if they try and push. There's a nice smoke. He relays that info of them pathing through. Mzinho containing for now.
Waiting.
Flame's not looking. Easy first. Apex pulls them back.
This one's still on.
Flash available.
ZywOo is 5 and 12.
They've got a kit.
What's clutch on Francais? Well placed, actually, the incendiary doesn't quite spread. Senzu, he's got the asbestos boots on. And now I think they might want to recede. They were hoping to be given something. Yeah, Zai was already out of there. Apex just playing to contain, trying to catch them on the exit. Bigger bomb. And a little bit of extra damage. 9-10 forced to rebuy.
Ja sam u šoku da je, brate, ZywOo sa 5 fragova igra. Das Bako je ono snajperska mapa. Ja average'ujem 17 killova da rastu. Kako sam ludi snajper.
Flames being the long player, he could maybe just operate with an MP9.
Ostao sam speechless.
That's the kill there, right? If Mzinho doesn't get that and it goes the other way, then the number advantage on the retake, and this is very, very doable for Vitality. These incendiaries not worth the money. Slightly facetious with that, but it's just tough. You wish you had a bit more
speed, don't you?
No,
they missed the corner smoke.
The corner of Flames. And they're going quick. Liggity split straight up cat.
Nerd, to bi trebalo da dovede face.
The opportunity to block them in time. I'm not sure. They're already out. They're already out. Oh, this is action stations. 2 kills in the feed. Mongols feasting, eating good. Triple kill. Round over just like that.
Okay, now I think you want to send a couple of bodies to hunt. Look at this. Immediately darting back through spawn. They know where the AWP is. Bomb's gone down 40 seconds. Right now it's not favoring you, Mongols. Sure, you win the round, but you want to take these guns.
Yeah, it's all about fighting for your survival if you're Robs and ZywOo. And already
Look at the pressure.
Closing the gap. 2 spotted on that B ramp. 9-10 creeping and crawling too. There's so much time. 40 seconds going to feel like a lifetime as they try and hold on to these valuable assets. Good shot from ZywOo. Rops' position noted as well. Mzinho's death has given them the info. How much do you want to throw at this?
This is going to flash.
Ne može svojke da bude tren.
Okay, ZywOo flashed off. Spotted on the box. Headshot delivered. Orb removed. Just Rops cowering behind the bricks, and he goes down as well.
Pa ništa, ja moram da tweetujem nešto, baš sam nerviram se.
And an extra one, it could be an emergency.
Yeah, this one should spill open now. We should see Vitality just go into a partial investment. Their loss bonus is maxed out, so they will be able to get a full buy going into the next. But the speed of this direct AX, even with the missed corner smoke on long, they still get the control. And then as soon as the bomb goes down, you know that Blitz is saying, boys, let's hunt. We've got the money, we've got the ability to take this away. Now, because of the loss bonus coming into this, there are some investments.
These are the ones.
7 for Apex.
These are the scary ones, Chad. I know it doesn't look like it, but these are those rounds that MongolZ, if you lose them, they let Vitality right back into the game.
But Vitality feel like they've already lost long control. There's a corner smoke, there's lots of
Vlado Georgijev ono puši kurac, to je
and Mzinho
tajnik.
doesn't have any resistance whatsoever there either. So at this moment, you've lost the key piece of real estate that you don't have the normal smokes to block. You have a couple of flashes on Flamesy to push through. Right, if they do go for the long cross, they drop the cross smoke, and then you go, okay, what are the timing on this? How much can we get out of it? You also have Mezzy on the scout. Now, if he's not flashed away and is given the ability to hit a tag, dart away, hit another tag, his kills become a whole lot more convertible, and Mezzy's been having a very solid game. 17 kills for him.
And Mezzy's scout, get that crucial opening kill. Okay, a tag. An equivalent exchange, a little alchemy on long. Spotted dropping into the
Će ovaj sa MP9 go majke.
Flamesy flash as well.
Pop, and it's well timed. Robs gets output. Senzu forced back. Oh. Okay, what? Did they just line up for him? Mzinho gets 3 in the blink of an eye, and it's only Apex's shotgun that does pump 1. Removes Mzinho. Techno next up to bat, masked by that smoke. Apex is actually getting a huge amount of output, and then ZywOo sprinkles in a deagle headshot. What? The firepower was taken away, I thought.
And this is the player that was tagged by that Mezzy scout at the start of the round.
Kako ne znam, brate.
Glance in, and there's no choice for
Kako ne znam, brate, ko je Vlado Georgijev. Zbogom ljubavi.
In the first half of the year, it would go their way. Those are the type of rounds they've been having a tough time finding. So that magic, it's still there, and it's come in to get them to double digits first.
Oh, a little smirk creeps onto Apex's face.
Dobra mapa, dobra.
With those mag 7 kills as well.
Ma digni ruku, digni oba dve.
Down the stretch. Farming them up, and you bang on. They did line up, but not enough.
It was only the auto shotgun they nerfed. He's even eating even better than I thought.
Let's go, boys.
Yeah, indeed.
Bravo, Apex, bre. Bravo.
Going to be necessary. That's the question. 2 spotted on the cross. It looks like ZywOo's anticipating 9-10 to stick around. He wants to go for a repeat on a timing. Sweep back through on that suicide run through. Blitz lining up nades. There's the break. Blitz not exposed. 9-10. Tucked in. ZywOo says good night to Techno. That's one hell of a headshot.
Look
wow.
at the face he's going to take. This is great.
This is a massive, massive amount of pressure that ZywOo will try and rectify. We're not seeing over-rotation, though. You can see they stay stalwart on A.
Yeah, well, both the AWPers having a tough game, aren't they? 9. Oh.
Hang on. Senzu just dropped off to throw the mid-smoke. ZywOo.
Jel me zajebavaš da ga je ubio, brate.
Tried to mantle up and gets punished.
I love this proactive nature. Blitz is just going to get blindsided here as well. He's worried about ZywOo.
Instead, this duo, Flames and Mezzy, walk and hunt him down. He's got his nades out, panzer around his ankles.
And now look at this position from Apex towards long. It's a very tough clear.
Yeah, almost a guarantee. Mzinho spotted out, brought down. Apex.
Ma digni ruku.
Round is 1.
It's so crazy to think the round that they lost is gotten away from them.
Just like that.
Anyway, it was the previous. Losing that last round to the Mag 7, that's it. Right there, you were able to invest again, but now you don't have any money.
Sa kojim sam radio, najbolji snajper.
ZywOo, they both only have 9 kills. It's not like the orbs have been a defining factor. ZywOo there, finding a couple of tidy ones.
Boksik možda.
So this is it. The game has just gotten away from you, Mongols.
Voxy.
to see them do what Vitality did in the previous, have to force
Možda i Chris
out
J.
when the going gets tough. And that Vitality 11 winning streak on Dust 2, soon to become 12, just 2 more rounds
A
now.
uplašio se, brat. Šta su oni kupili su, brate, ovi Mongoli, jebo ih otac ludi.
It's not good long spawns. It's likely crisscross mid to B, which we've already seen use and already seen Vitality find a decent counter response. And the other option is one of the tougher, and especially with the amount of harass utility you've seen towards the mid
mora da igra, Chris Cross.
How many times they broke the mid door smoke. That's even how they got the opening kill. Now, if you can get
A
the
Nifty je bio lud
without
ko
taking any
kurac.
casualties,
Šta je Nifty bio?
he's going to keep going.
Yeah, this is very early.
See you later, 9-10.
Push this. 9-10 can't either. Well, that sours the mood in the Mongols camp further.
Yeah, and if they were hoping to get short control and do those spillover smokes, and drop into them, push up, scale on the
Nope,
AWP.
jebig. Talentovan, brate, ali ne može da ukapira, brate, da šta znači timski sport, a šta znači individualni sport.
He slips off. I think his timing on the clear would have caught Mazinho with a smoke in his hand. Okay, Blitz breaks his legs and drops. This is what you were
Evo,
talking
da li
about.
za Rops možda ubije nekog sad možda?
They're coming our way, he says to Rops. Gets the first on window, fully blind, and loads another. Then Rob steps in. Well handled once more. It's only Senzu, and he's gone too.
Yeah, it has to be that again, doesn't it? You don't have the finances. Another buy that'll look a whole lot more like that. Maybe
Znate da je Nifty tražio, brate, da se drugima skrati plata da bi on dobio više para.
Okay, do we have long spawns?
Eto, to vam je Nifty.
Right, that's what I'd be calling. Hope that you can capitalize on the space. Like, this is a rubbish round to have to call. You don't have a timeout. You can't bring the coach in on the mic. And you were so close to getting another 2-0.
You were. You really were. It was just a mag 7.
Here they go long.
And it's just flames. Oh, lovely. Get us away with the first cleanly.
Nije bio dobar lik.
Yeah, they really feeling themselves now.
Punishment. This is
I
punishment.
zbog toga i propao, brat.
The fact that they're going to be running into Zaiwu, who's just claimed the entire of upper tons. He can just sit here and hold. Oh, it is. You coming! Catches Senzu. Where's that trade attempt? Throws out the incendiary. They will dare to brave it. Here's the confirmation that they're getting aggressive. And Robs, oh no, everywhere they go, there's an orb on them. It seems only right, doesn't it? It seems only fit for this series, for this head-to-head, a week later from the last one.
Idemo, bre.
Teams at the very top of the Counter-Strike pyramid, throwing heavy blow back and forth. Tit for tat, Vitality, demand a third map. A chance at the trophy still up for debate. Mongol's Vitality in this semi-final. Nuke a guarantee.
Yeah, 13-8 on Mirage. 13-9 on Dust 2.
Kažem vam ja, brat.
Picking up their map choices, and right there at the end, Apex bringing that energy, knowing it's necessary. They want to get back to the grand finals where this team belongs.
Čekaj, sad ću da nisam uzeo ništa, odigrao sam tiket.
EWC, the third tournament of their season. Can they start righting some of those wrongs? Well, it's going to be a hard talk for the Mongols, who knew they had them right where they wanted them. And Nuke is where things become a whole lot more tactical.
Pokušavam, brate, da vidim da li mogu da pustim Arsenal na TV, da li mi proradio TV ili da zovem ovog lika, brate, da dođe, brate, da mi ono... Drži, dođem samo da pozovem ovog čovjeka. Brate, šta radi? Ništa, internet radi, ovo i dalje secka, jel mogu ja nešto, ono preko telefona da uradim ili moraš ti da dolaziš? Dobro, mogu, šta se s tim radi? Da? Čekaj, sad ću da vidim.
Low, but for a Mag 7, we might not have gotten a third map in this series, but Apex, the wind beneath the wings of Vitality to soar them up and over the Mongols on Dust 2. Were you nervous there, Jacob?
A little bit, to be honest. You know, I think Vitality got off to a good start, and I thought to myself, okay, we're back to normality. We're back to Vitality playing well. You could see the body language as well. We spoke about that, Jason. We wanted to see a bit of fire coming out of Vitality, and we saw that in the first portion of the first half. I think they played well. I think they did a good job. Saivu got the AWP in hand in one of the first rounds, which was the only kill I think he got almost in 10 rounds. He completely stopped playing until the later stages of the game. But you look at the scoreline right there, 6-1. I feel like that's enough for Vitality to win. But then slowly but surely the Mongols came alive.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a cool takeaway too, is the Mongols really brought it to them. And I mean, that's good to see. And I have to imagine they reviewed that tape of that Dust 2 loss and were just like, okay, well, if they're going to beat us 13-3, we gotta get better on this map. We got to see what we're doing wrong. And obviously, tons of improvements being made. I liked the game plan. I liked the way they were applying pressure on different parts of the map. But I think at the end of the day, like whether it's Mara, whether it's Blitz, either of the leadership guys over at Mongols, they're going to be echoing the same sentiment that Apex has said when they lost to the Mongols at Blast, which is like, we played, you know, we lost in the details of in terms of this one Mag 7. Like if we play this round better, all the advantages in the world, and if we play this better and don't lose focus and don't try and go too fast, then we're winning this game.
And it's been that conversation about resiliency, right? For the Mongols, we've seen them make 11-1 comebacks at this point. And most of the time when we're seeing these comebacks right now in the current meta of CS, it's all about the defense. It's all about stacking the defense around. Who needs a defense when you're the Mongols? Just get it done on T side.
I mean, that would have been nice for the Mongols to get it done on the T side right here. But as Jason said, I feel like that one round that we're definitely going to dive into later on, that kind of changed the entire course of this game. It felt like the Mongols were coming back into the second half. You win the pistol, you win the force, you have an Inferno going crazy. The one player that we haven't seen really pop off in quite some time, he's having a fantastic game. So you had all the win condition installed for you if you're the Mongols heading into that second half after winning the pistol, yet you still lost.
Except for one. 9-10.
Okay.
9-10. I mean, both oppers really struggled in this game. So, I mean, thankfully for ZywOo, 9-10 was also having a tough time. Op impact wasn't felt the way we normally do on Dust 2. But either one of those guys having a better game might have been the difference for Mongols. If 9-10 was having a game and ZywOo was quiet, could have been the difference maker, just not there. Otherwise, agree with everything you said.
That's not often.
We're having a very kind, gentle desk right now. You know, we got a third map coming up, so we're just going to say.
Do
we need to work on something here? Can we hold hands real quick on the couch?
No, we got enough
not
space
quite that far.
Yeah.
Leave room for ZywOo's. Speaking of which, where was he? What was going on? You mentioned it. He just stopped playing for a while. We're just not used to seeing these from ZywOo where he goes missing that much.
It's kind of weird, you know, because it felt like he was, in the beginning of that game, you know, he got the orb quickly in his hand, and that's exactly what I called out for to happen, but he didn't really seek the place, you know. He wasn't, some may say he wasn't overextending, you know, some may say that he just stuck to the plan with Vitality, and I don't mind ZywOo not showing up if you're winning, which they were in the beginning, but once things were starting to go wrong for Vitality, when they were not winning the rounds, that's what I want to see him maybe step a little bit out of line and do some of the stuff by himself. It took up until he was it 5 and 13 on the scoreboard?
6 and 13, I think.
6 and 13.
And then he got a deagle kill in the Mag 7 round from Apex. And
there we
then
go.
he got a double kill with the AWP in the next round. And then
breaks
it was
a smoke in middle, you know, gets into the action, maybe steps a bit out of the line. You
It's
know,
a nice flick.
It's a nice flick, you know. I feel like he was containing himself a little bit too much. And as I said, I don't mind that when you're winning. I mind it when you're losing. And then someone has to break up that chain of losing. And that wasn't ZywOo until the very late stage of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you can. I think there's some criticism in that. Sorry, I think there's some criticism in that direction of not being there throughout the whole match. Certainly, I was sitting there, even turning to you and just being like, "Bro, if they get eliminated, I wish I would have a game. We can't go back to this world. We can't go back to the universe. I thought we were done." But it's a good thing he picked it up to help them close it out at the end of the day. But still, you're going to point to Apex as the one who got that started. You're going to point to Apex with the Mag 7 and be like, he's the guy who put his foot down and said, nope, not anymore.
And he was the guy who kept brawling. I mean, there was even like a save round, a 2v2, where it was B-side control for the Mongols, where Apex is just sticking around for that one extra kill, where you can tell he just wants to stick his nose in it and really get back into the fight. I think the thing for me is, this is reminiscent of like Vitality series against Liquid, which is that even though they're winning maps, there's so many worrying signs when you start to look into the way that they're winning it, that it just doesn't feel like the Vitality that we expect.
I mean, you're going to go through those stretches as a team. Like, you're going to go through those games and those stretches where it feels like nothing's really clicking the way that it should, and especially if you're Team Vitality, who won everything you possibly could in the first half of the year and had that incredible run, you're kind of always scratching your head and being like, why can't we hit that level again? Was that really just kind of the magic of that happened when the lineup formed and we can't pick it up again? But I think it's always a good sign to point out that teams are able to win games where things aren't clicking the way they should be, where things aren't 100% smooth, and you have to be scrappy. And that's something every great team has always had to have in their back pocket, and Vitality's no different. They've got it there.
We've spoken so much about it. Round 19, I think we should run it straight away, because it's clearly the game-changing moment in this one, right? It felt like to me that the Mongols were going to come back into this game. They were going to win. They have a strong buy right here. You get long control as well. You have long-range duels. You got all the space in the world, and yeah, maybe you're stuck 5 guys towards this one position, but again, with all the utility in the world, I'm not quite sure how the Mongols find themselves in this position. I love the productivity coming out from Vitality right here, but again, it's a 4v2. I know there's a player stuck on the side right here with a Max 7, Jason, but let's be honest, this should never, ever happen. It's complacency for the Mongols. They feel they get 3 opening kills, and then they completely disregard the fact that there could be another player and play it very, very carelessly right now.
I mean, just looking at this, I don't know if production, if you guys can play it again, just so I can see it a little bit better, but I think Vizino kind of crossed long before that smoke plumed, and Techno didn't want to cross until the smoke popped, and he would have been the trade kill. Yeah, intelligent play. He would have been the trade kill, right? He would have been the guy with Vizino kind of moving up and maybe able to get Apex before that second shot is able to reload. We're going to watch it again. Thank you, production, for this. And that's an interesting angle to it. And then when Techno gets across the smoke, finally, he takes that same close angle. He's not taking a wide angle, perhaps scared of someone over on catwalk, doesn't want to be exposed to anyone else who might be there. So smoke is up, they're crawling up, there's the flash peek, another smoke is coming in, it's gonna be called out from the Mongols.
You know, people at home would be like, yeah, but they baited for Apex. They shouldn't expect the fourth guy to be right here. But still, let's be. Look at our spacing. Look at our spacing.
I mean, there was a smoke up, but it's being called from the team. So maybe Techno just like mentally like was waiting for the smoke that was called for, but it was there. So yeah, I'm not really sure, but just poor trading, poor spacing.
It's excuse my language. It's piss poor for them, and it potentially cost him what would have been a massive win for that team to beat Vitality twice in a row. Doing such a good job coming back into the game, such a good job on the T side, and you also see how fragile they are. After they lost that round on the Max 7 right here from Apex, they weren't able to win a single round after that. So, I mean, say what you want, but the Mongols, they had it exactly where they wanted it. They could have won this map, they could have won this series, but a piss poor play and no whatsoever synergy in that round costing the game.
But you know, we can also have the same conversation about the Mongols that we mentioned on Mirage in the first map, where the Mongols were the ones up like 7-1, and it's like you again just clawing yourself out of that hole is such a difficult task to pull off. Like especially momentum's all in the other team's favor, tons of economy is building up, and getting it out of that hole is so tough. And eventually, when you do it, it's just you're just kind of giving yourself breathing room for the second half. You're not really having a feel-good half at all.
Now we are going to move forward. There is another map to play. It's Nuke, if I'm not mistaken. Based on what we've seen so far, what are your thoughts on Nuke?
I mean, obviously, I'm at the both of these two liners play an awful lot, not only against each other, but also against other opposition. I think the Mongols have a habit of always forcing it in to be the third deciding map, so whoever they face are willing to play the Mongols on Nuke as a third decider. Same could be said for Vitality, so I think we can expect, you know, another close game, another competitive affair. Let's be honest, we cannot predict the future, but what we can predict is that I feel Vitality has shown us... Yeah, but
Staći mi interes u jednom momentu da znate.
They're not playing the best game right now, and I like what you're saying, Jason, when you say that even though you're not playing at your best, you still got to find ways to win, and I think Vitality have a lot of different ways of doing that. Robson Nuke, always a stable player.
Staći mi interes da je na minut 2.
He's not going to have two bad maps in a row.
Hoću da se vrati.
Apex made a statement right here and does too as well.
Pokušavam da namestim ovaj TV, ali me jeba. Nego šta sam teo da vam kažem? Taj je Kenja onaj lik iz Gaming Gladiator. Nešto je srao.
He was like a hard carry player in that position. He was doing such good work for Vitality. So if he's going to carry this performance into the third map, it spells trouble for the Mongols.
Nick, kako se zove on? Nick Gargiulio.
I'm leaning towards Vitality, especially because I mentioned before the series began, at the start of the year, Vitality was picking this map in the series, picked it 4 series in a row, all series in which they won. The 4th time is when Mongols finally beat them, and then they went away from Nuke. But I mean, if you look at that and you're like, okay, well, so Vitality's beat you 3 times, you've beat them once on Nuke, and you come into this, and now I just lean towards Vitality in this sense. But the X factor is how much better it feels Mongols have gotten from
Well, legal reasons. Kakav lažove. Pimpu da nabavimo stilist. Third map prediction. Vitality. What is the... Koji su pot?
But it's what we were talking about for Vitality after the first map, which is you got to put it behind you. You have to have that reset in between. You have to go into a nuke that you know you can test Vitality on.
Yeah, and I think we have seen a couple of weaknesses come in this tournament. To give you a specific example, they played Tyloo yesterday, and they were down 5-0 on the T side. And what happened was that Tyloo was playing super aggressive. Obviously, winning the pistol, converting, that is what it is. The first 2 buy rounds, Tyloo was pushing in towards lobby, and they caught Robs off guard 2 times. They pressured Vitality an awful lot, didn't allow Apex to call anything, didn't allow Vitality to execute anything. They just applied pressure from the get-go. So if I'm the Mongols, I'm looking towards Tyloo. I'm like, if they can do it, if they can pull it off with their material and their players, then we should be able to apply pressure as well. So I really do hope that the Mongols, despite that horror showing of Dust 2 in the later stages in the second half, is going to come in and dare to play with the confidence of applied pressure. Because I'll be honest, Vitality, they're very great when they get space on yard. They're very great when they get to play with the smokes. They're great when they get to set up Saivu with the AWP outside as well. Flame C and Apex, they love to go around below heaven as well. But Robs is often left by himself in lobby, and if you can crunch that and get some space right here, maybe that's an opening.
That's what I was going to bring up, because I would actually love to see Mongols be aggressive, because I think Robs is the best player in the world at that position in lobby. I mean, just in general, actually, maybe in Counter-Strike across all maps, like, I think Robs is one of the best player in terms of like maintaining map control of different parts so that he can be a presence late on, or the team can come back to him. But he does really good work in the ramp lobby. So I'd love to see Mongols go challenge him, because I think more often than not, I think Robs is going to get away with 1 kill and kind of disappear on you, get 1 kill, maybe go down 1 for 1 a couple of times. But like, if you're going to go at one of the best, I think Robs is going to be up to that task. I think Vitality, I'm happy if Mongols is like, we want to get aggressive and challenge one of your strongest players in lobby. Like, great, let's see what happens.
If you're Vitality, what are you focusing on as the plan coming in here on this nuke?
yard control, Apex and ZywOo. That's like my favorite thing to bring up with these guys, with Vitality on Nuke. I love the way those two generally play together. I think, especially the fact that they've been doing it for so long over the years. They have such a deep playbook. They have so many options of how they set up bait and switch, like little, you know, little peaks, cross.
Nemoj, brate, onda da gledaš kod mene Collins.
I always find it really fun to watch Apex.
Ako si se kladio ili nešto.
I think when you add in Flame Seeds, that mix as well, who sometimes is...
And Mezzi in the upper bombs.
And Messi as well, you know, a player that can be very aggressive.
Overall opinion about this game is the fact that Mongols are no longer scared of Vitality. And they are playing different than they will play against Falcons. Like, if they win now and they face Falcons, they lose 3-0 tomorrow in the grand final. But against Vitality, last time they beat them, gave them confidence. They're playing with a lot of like balls, but not enough experience.
But it hasn't really been consistently a great output for him as of recently, in particular on Nuke. You know, go 4-man towards ramp, do a 4-1 setup where you leave Apex in yard, apply a bit of pressure with the smokes, and then just go 4-man ramp. Sometimes you can be the best team in the world, simplifying Counter-Strike as long as you do it to a high level, and I think Vitality had that ability.
I think one thing
in this
matchup, I think this is actually going to be a pretty good indication of what
Treba da imaš akaunte na 20 različitih kladionica.
Some of these stumbles in the past couple of events. Like, I know, at least for Apex, and I imagine it's throughout the whole team, and I imagine he would have put it throughout the whole team. I imagine he takes this personally. I imagine this, like, these couple stumbles, and especially losing to this team, now playing him in the semifinals again. This is a grudge match for him. Like, this has a lot of pride attached to it, and for the older players, that means a lot. So, I mean, for me, it's like, what Vitality going to get? Is this going to be the Vitality that falls into a hole?
Šta treba da uradim sad,
Or is this the team Vitality that looks razor sharp, that looks focused, that looks like nothing's going to throw them off their game? That's what I want to see. That's going to be the indication of what Vitality we're working with.
And let's not forget the fact that Vitality
Iz LAN 2 u LAN 3.
$1.2 million, you know. 230K, obviously, from this tournament. Another $1 million to the championship. There's a lot of stake right here, Mike.
A cool $1 million on the line, but for the Mongols, the pride of a nation behind them. Are we going to get 2 series in a row for the Mongols?
Da mi ovdje kvariš, jer može da ti se desi da pogineš.
Telling me that sometimes Vitality recently have been going down in 2-0. That one not happening today in this semi-final. I am ready, and I hope you guys at home are too, for the final map of our first semi-final. Looking forward to seeing Falcons play a little later on today. Should be a bit of a banger.
Ček ti to kažeš, znači da su, brate, Mongolsi dobili pištolj. Pa za Vitality, realno.
Yeah, that is coming down to the knife for the third and decider. So the Mongols on the defense, and well, if you take a look at Vitality, have been the most dominant
team. Si rekao koja je kvota?
21 times. They've won it 18. They've lost it 3, and of those 3 losses, 2 of them have been against the Mongols. The series is far from done. Zinho is starting to progress around with these dualies. He's been ushered in by the support of Blitz USP at range. He's going to take away some lobby space. This is what Pimp wanted to see. I don't know if it was on the pistol round, but definitely on the rifle rounds.
This is geeky. I love what they're doing silo. 2 dropping main on a pistol. Okay, 9-10.
Oh, he's been run down.
Yeah, good headshot. Wow. Has his bell rung, just instantaneous headshot. Mezzi's looking good. Nearly had Blitz on the chase as well. Techno needed that. Goes down to Rob's push squeak.
Good punish.
Yeah, Mezzinho should have Rob's here and does so. Weird one. Bombs heading in towards the
side. Oh!
Sensational from Senzu!
Ovo me ti pričam snago, brate. Kako njih boli kurac. Kako on širi pa širi opet, brate.
2 clicks and the round has completely changed.
That's a showstopper. We'll just have to put this one in now.
Hang on, one of them's low. Don't forget that headshot that Mezzi hit earlier. Now Senzu's making a move!
Jebo matro, će ga klačati ovaj s jednih
Mezzi puts him down. Blitz with 1 HP up against the healthy Mezzi.
Well, Blitz could have slipped up the ladder there because he hears him in the site. Instead, going main.
Here's you. Mezzi, your back is turned! Oh, the denial! And he's cold as ice! Not a smile, not a blink. Blitz denies Mezzi.
Oh, Mezzi is one of these players, right? You look to these safe pair of hands. Then when he can start exploding into the server, the output is there, right? He gets the opener onto 9-10, but he also gets
Senzu da vidimo kako ih je novo.
1 HP.
And this is crazy because in both of those fights, like, he's adjusting to the other target. Senzu sets them up for the round, and Blitz on 1 HP converts it.
Wow. Okay. They decided they don't need nades, Chad.
Yeah, and I don't mind the approach. There's the ability to get this AK out thanks to Mezzi. So he drops that to ZywOo. ZywOo's been getting set up with dropped AKs throughout this series so far. It's all about the firepower.
That's exactly what he's pre-aiming Oh, that's nasty.
Zato nije znao gdje je ovaj lik. I onda se uspaničio, brate, mislio da ovaj drži bombu, a nije znao da li može podigna, a može bude u žutoj. I stripovo se lik i poginuo.
Senzu can stall this out.
Yeah, Senzu's position actually looks perfectly suited to the task. At range, punishing.
Dobro, će Zaivu da ga ubije, brate, da
for the second. Zaivu's walking on him and he's actually managed to find him, Mazinho. Just by the skin of his teeth, 4 versus 2. Techno's barrel maybe poking out. Robs might be able to relay.
Two players are very low. This is still risky.
It's far from easy.
Oh, he saw the barrel.
Yeah. Flames confirms there is someone on top of the hut. They'll try and make a move. Techno's ready for Robs, and there you have it.
All right, Techno just holding mouse one down as the W key also joins him around that corner. And that was a threatening round thanks to Zaiwu's opener towards Yard, but Senzu another important double kill.
Delivery.
And they avoid disaster once more.
Huh? Right.
This will be the easiest of the 3 rounds played so far. It's going to be a couple of deagles, 4 of which Flames will find himself on the Glock. How many players can you keep alive? That's the question for the Mongols. How much damage can you do, Vitality? This will be a very tough round to win. You'd love to get a kill, 2, get the bomb planted. Zaiwu first death, so a little bit of revenge there for 9-10, but this is a easier moments. Oh, and they're just going to head straight into things. So Techno removes 2 with the Famous, and they'll get them up and bucket out as they sweep this one. That's an easy. Now, Rops was instrumental with some very impactful rounds on Dust 2. Obviously, the ace on the pistol. A big clutch to his name as well. I think Mezzi's been very impressive to me with his impact across both maps so far. We'll see if he can keep it up here on map number 3. On the CT side, he's going to be anchoring down towards that ace site.
Yeah, I mean, the Death discussed it, saying he's even been somewhat of a carry from that anchor position, which is often, you know, not the case. Very impactful games, especially on Nuke from Mezzi.
Okay, so Pimp was talking about Tyler being aggressive in towards lobby and isolating Rops, because if you're going to be doing some yard control, normally going to have at least 2 to 3 players out there for that space, so there are opportunities to isolate Rops, who's going to be tasked with dealing with squeaky door and lobby pushes. So let's see what the game plan from Mara and Blitz is. Okay, no lobby presence. Standard openers. Say no lobby presence, excuse me, I meant no yard presence as they mantle up Silo with 2.
Oh, wow, Blitz just wins out, and actually, hang on!
Kako šire, oni boli kurac.
Close to not delivering on his trade promise there.
So lots of moving parts to all of this. The 1-for-1 so early, there's the opportunity to reroute now from Vitality, and Apex gets to be the puppet master from the grave, but so does Blitz, both in-game leaders. The player's dead, getting to monitor this.
They had to overcome the difficulty of extra smoke on Apex's corpse. They've handled it. Mazinho, though, is pushing into Zaiwu's hold, and yeah, just in that off angle, Mazinho was not prepared.
Would he do it alone? That's the question.
One he's looking to answer. Holding hut for now.
Techno might play ahead of this. Oh, he's calling the bluff on it. Next fight, 9-10, Zaiwu. Oh, this is going to hurt.
Oh, he could have so
This is going to hurt.
Oh, no, Flames pulls him away. Just by virtue of surviving.
Bomb down.
Okay, well, that's massive. Senzu's kill may have just won them that round. Now Mezzi's walking through the smoke like a daisical. And there's only going to be Robs to work.
Kako im se raspada runda, vi provaljujete kako se, vrate, Vitalitiju raspadaju runde iz dobrog otvaranja u, vrate, problem.
They've already got the body down. Techno's here. You've got your nades in your hand. Awkward.
Shaky from Techno, grin on his face. 4-0 start. Very strong scenes from the Mongols early, because this should be another. Oh, actually, taking a look at the finances, they could justify Galils and AKs, but no tack timeout to have the conversation. It will just be a partial.
4-0 dok si rekao, brate, piksla.
So pressure will continue to be applied.
How much pressure, though? Sure, you got Kevlar this time, but you got nothing with your deco. This one should be more threatening.
Yeah, at least the fact you've got this util now to force some rotations and keep the Mongols guessing.
Ah, that couldn't have gone much worse for Apex. Exposed in the middle, in the sludge of that HE. 910 onto Zywoo.
Jesi Matej, brate.
He's going to be able to evacuate.
Slažem se.
Okay, there's already
Priznajem.
down.
Sećam se da si to
Spotted
rekao.
out, and Rob's good for at least the trade.
See, Rob's in the clutch is so scary.
He is.
I wouldn't rule him out of anything.
No, I'm not ready to either, but oof, Techno is.
Techno just keeps swinging. Obviously, they get a little bit of information on his position there, but I just love the threatening factor of Techno so far. This tournament's been good for him.
Šta je na Empire 8 kvota na
He was
Vitality?
the second highest rated player for the team. Blitz was the highest, and that means second in the tournament, just under Zywoo.
Yeah, but that's incredible. Blitz and Techno, you know, those are probably the last two names you're reeling off when you talk about the mechanical gifts of MongolZ. But perhaps that's our mistake. Blitz definitely putting in a solid shift here, and Techno has too.
Okay, well, this is the tactical timeout called to get Xtaz on the mic to, well, that's the Apex Classic right there in slow-mo. Have the conversation about how they're going to proceed forward. So at this point in the game, the rifle rounds have been few and far between, but maybe some of the big issues that Xtaz wants to address is, boys, we haven't even got the bomb down yet. So it's okay to lose these rounds. If we continue to get a couple more kills, make these rounds more threatening, get that bomb down, it will help facilitate more buys. Is that a real place?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, respect.
Zamisli jebote da izgube ovdje, sad to će biti treći turnir da nisu igrali finala.
Oh, it gets worse for Robs.
And that's the squeaky nuisance.
Yeah, it's supposed to be popping out of that smoke, can't even get past the door. Held at the threshold.
Well, this is what they went for last time round, right? With both these players top silo, and he's grabbed another one. Oh, and a team flash. He's meant to drop in the main off that.
Oh, it's losing its polish by the second. Senzu heard. Mollied out. Nice usage of his util there. Forces Senzu to all in the open. 10 HP and brings him down. Flames make an impact, but there's Techno denying onto Mezzi.
Hello.
Apex's legs. What's he done that for? Nice attempt from Flames.
At that moment, the team flash comes in. Flames can't drop. I thought Blitz would have had him dead to rights. The fact he had
Dead timeout.
is pretty decent considering the circumstances.
Dead timeout.
I'm in smokes, bro.
Yeah.
Two of them in the round, just through lobby.
Feels like he's got a lack thereof. You would feel a lot of confidence as the Mongols going into this matchup, right? I quoted the stat lines for Nuke as far as Vitality is concerned for the year. 21 times played, 18 wins, 3 losses, and 2 of those losses being to the Mongols. 1 at Pro League, 1 at Dallas.
It's a lot of props.
Right, and that right there is, you know, definitely going to fill you with the good vibe tribe.
Šta jedem?
Giddy up.
Ja čekam Vitality. Šta jedem? Jedem pasta sa belim mesom, cherry paradajzom i mladim sirom.
Okay, Zywoo's in the server.
Ne znam, možda vidi.
Oh, okay, referee sends him again through the smoke.
Check in PC, please.
I think so. This all hinges on Zywoo. Now, he doesn't have the bomb, but he's got space. After that nice specky shot onto 910, and I mean, going up the vents just seems like it's a death sentence.
Ne čekam Vitality.
And Techno are not looking that way right now.
Healthy moj kurac. Pojedem tonu čokolade svaki dan.
Not a fight. I fancy a Tech9 winning.
Now, and this round gets to settle for a moment, doesn't it? Because everyone's searching. Right? Mazinho is trying to see where Zywoo's gotten off to. Zywoo's trying to see if there's any aggressions. Now Blitz has a look.
Arsenal 1-0. Bravo. Gdje je Collins?
I just don't see a world where Blitz
Na koga navijaš, Collinse?
Up against these opponents, sure Zywoo maybe can take this up close and personal wide swing. Oh, and he can get it cleanly. 30 seconds.
You would love to have the high ground.
That's the plan. Techno might be able to disrupt this though.
They're coming around.
Angle. Yeah, okay. He's up close. Jumping Tech9. Flames falls the crosshair. Zywoo.
Plaču i Zywoo, a?
Finds Techno, but he has his knife out, and so
Plaču je moj kurac.
gets himself the 7th round. And his 4th kill.
Treba je da ga kolje iskreno.
And then we'll get Senzu's. Guys, like how many kills in the last 2 rounds just been straight through smokes? Like, it is really nice to see Zywoo finding great output. Like they lose a kill, he gets one back. Like he's looking very sharp right now.
It's not enough. Not enough at all.
T-side Nuke, if they can get to 3 or 4, they're still in it, right? But you're running out of those margins now. You need to start. This is going to be the first of what you hope is for Vitality.
Okay, we got some aggression and it's worked out. Robs can't catch a break. They're just charging at him. Third map, semi-final. Oh, plucks him from the air as well. They just can't get anything right. MongolZ can do no wrong. They can miss no shots.
All right, well, I said Zoe was hitting some. Now it's time to hit 5. A 1v5 situation for the Woo.
Ah, man, I don't think Vitality have been shellacked like this. Quite
Ne
like
coacham
this.
nikoga, brat. Uživam na streamu sa ljudima I gledam Counter I boli me kurac.
0-8, Rob's getting spammed on down. He hasn't been able to get started. And Zywa won't eat that. Flawless from MongolZ. They keep this up. Now, normally it's Chad's job.
You want to take this one?
Can I do it?
Yeah, go for it.
It is still T-side Nuke. Sure, 8-0 looks great. But Vitality, they'll have guns. And an 8-4 scoreline, many an 8-4 scoreline has come back in that second half of play.
Again, I'm just going to return to the fact that Bomb hasn't gone down yet in any of these rounds.
That's a good point too.
Right, so the thing is, they've taken this tag timeout, and Xtaz has gone, all right, listen, we know we just need a handful. We just need a smattering. So if we shove right now and we bring out Galils and whatever AKs we can, maybe without head armor, that's not going to give us our best opportunity. So let's just go for the partial.
Right.
We have pocket strats. We have these for a reason. Let's try to make it threatening.
Boga mi pocket strat će da bude kurčina.
Get us a stronger buy, but as you can see on screen
Znači,
right now, the EWC
kurčina.
Championship going on, and that is going to be AGAL have taken the Crossfire Grand Final over Baisha. It's a huge win for them, and are now confirmed to finish 6th, overtaking Gen G in the club championship.
Damn.
Speaking of the club championship, there's a lot on the line for this one.
Yeah, Vitality having an extra million taken away from them if MongolZ pick this up. Zywa swings on in to Senzu's loving embrace. Oh,
9-0.
it's just a laser beam in his hands. You got to get that AK out ASAP. Vitality, an unfamiliar feeling washes over them. They're losing.
Koji je Spojketov rekord?
Losing hard.
And Apex is very animated right now, which is par for the course, but he hasn't gotten anything going.
Oh, just the taps, the fact he doesn't panic. He's so chill right now.
They're managing 1.8 kills a round at the moment, Vitality.
Yeah, that's just simply not good enough, as Jacob would say.
O, 17.
They have had a couple of opening kills, right? So it's not like they've lacked them, but it definitely felt like it's one-way traffic. And now they're harassing lobby, throwing in deep nades, continuing to spam, not allowing them to be comfortable, not respecting. Here they come.
Oh, they're trying again. Techno still has vision. This time Flames opens up. Senzu in a pickle now. Does get overcome. There they
Ma idemo
go.
izbjeći.
Gates open. Vitality on their 10th time of asking, break through the defenses of the Mongols.
And it's flawless, all 5 staying alive, right? They can just get these last 2, go into the halftime break, win the pistol, win the first gun, this game's back on. And this is a class team, right? This is a team that lifted 7 trophies within the first half of the year. They were down and out, go back to Melbourne against Falcons, and guess what? They're coming up next against Aurora. This team have been able to dig themselves out of holes before. And that's the reason you are who you are. You need to put it on display right now unless you want to get sent home in another semi-final.
Ala, pijete ovaj kopium, a? Voli vas kurac.
And that's the building blocks to begin with. So how many more can they find before that 2-minute break? Well, they get 2 more chances. Still plenty of money for the Mongols to buy this one and the next. These will not come easy. These will be against full guns. Either way, these teams will be playing tomorrow. We do have a 3rd place decider.
Ja mislim da ne igramo večeras. Ću da odgledam Falconse i da se naspavam, verovatno, kao čovjek. Ha, možda ako bude 9-3, Miloše. Ako bude 9-3 pištoljka, onda smo već u priči, ali do 9-3 treba dođeš, brut.
Oh, and it's actually perfect. He's up there.
Dodges lion's share of damage, so
play.
No, just brought down to 75 short, but still keeping the ideas flowing out Vitality. Again, the 2 players up on silo, they'll line up their utility. Oh, and the head spotted. Senzu can't connect the dots. A tough shot to hit.
Flames on.
Čuga je ovo iz mena.
AKVM4, Blitz looking the wrong way. That's another impactful opening from Flames. 2 sequential rounds, he's filled the feed first. Still though around the smoke tech, no good output. 910's on the site, gets one up close. Rops is gone, next victim.
Evo me ti priči, treba da uzmeš te 3 runde. Čelavi u fazonu, šta mi je ovo trebalo?
The worst loss for Vitality on this map this year was to Spirit. It was 13-5. We're on track for something a whole lot more dire than that right now. I'm saying 3 or 4, it's workable. I would say 2 is the absolute bare minimum.
Voda u bubrezima, u kolenima, brate.
So it is truly all
Voda u bubrezima, kamen u bubrezima.
The organization watching on as that dream of an extra million from the club championship. If Vitality were to win, looks like it's just a pipe dream at this point.
Apex is across unscathed, still yet to find a frag. Would love to just get that for his confidence sake going into the half-time. 910 searching.
This is aggressive. What a round to do it in as well. The compulsory one for Vitality. Dancing between the 2 angles, and now they start their crawl.
Go for heaven and hell control here.
Gonna make a move, trying to wrap.
That should be heard.
Senzu, how does he play this? Mazinho as well in support. Oh, a missed shot from the AWP.
Opa, evo ga Apex.
From Mazinho, yeah, second time of trying, just about gets away with his health. Low. Blitz there too. There's Mazinho finally onto Apex.
Take no off the vent.
Yeah, but he's trapped. Spotted out by Robs. Throws out a nice nade. Will do some damage. Significant damage at that, but looks like the compulsory second round, and I can't believe I'm saying it, just 2 for this T side should be theirs.
Oh, they just grabbed the bomb right now. Techno has to come through this.
And he will. Pushes through, removing Mezzi. Bomb's making a move all the way around. Just got retrieved now. Zywo bringing it in. Flash turned. He might be trying to be able to catch Zywo on the cross, but he's ready.
10-2, Vatic.
MongolZ 10. It is a dream for MongolZ to walk into that grand final. Have Vitality got what it takes to take us the distance?
Ko je dao gol McTominay, ja? Što rade ovi naši pacijenti? They have Rađina i Rjuđina, brat. I Kurčina izgleda. Klik se zove Get Jack. Get Jack. Nije možda Kurčina.
But I don't think he can actually play this round from apps. I think short is the better play. Tap of the bomb. It's going to be the stick of the bomb. There's very minimal time. And he finds the diffuser. There's no time. Does he have enough?
Is a diffuser? Yeah, it's being...
Šta s ovim komentatorima, brate, ono... Šta si mi rekao da pogledam Discord? Misliš da zbog reklame mogu da me smaraju? A valjda nisu debili toliki. Ne bi držao mesaru ili pekaru, brate. Ovako. Ko šta misliš da je bolje, da bi držao pred...
Semifinals on Saturday, but MongolZ, they're used to go into the Sunday these days. Could another grand final be within touching distance now? MongolZ 10, Vitality 2. Sure, T-side Nuke, but what was formerly seen as the unbeatable, MongolZ have proven otherwise and now look to be the only team to have beaten Vitality twice. Tantalizingly close, Chad, especially with this pistol now.
I can't believe they're ramp rushing. They know it's Rops who holds here.
Okay, they want to fight Rops again. So far, he has looked human. Up against MongolZ, up against Senzu. Mazinho leading the pack down lower.
Boink,
Apex to
boink.
receive them. Rops does tap the head of Mazinho. Bullets flying left and right. Rops a good one on the second. Adjusting to Techno, but Techno matches his output. Mezzi nothing. Senzu hits it. They have to count on Flames and Zaiwu now. Any hope contingent on them winning this one.
Ooh.
Senzu denies a quick tap to the head of Zaiwu. Now it's sidelined. It's just Flames. Nice tap. Playing with the doors. Opens them up again. Techno on that elevated angle. What a round he's had. Techno 4K.
11-2 Batic.
Oh, this is the supportive element. You get people out there, they're saying, get replaced Techno. This kid's not bringing enough. Right now, he is 20-6 and impact being felt.
That's got to be it, Chad. Is it really going to be a whimper on map 3 from Vitality?
I can't believe they just rushed ramp as well. I'm sitting there, I'm scrolling through Skybox, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, you know, some rounds they like to do outside crawls on the T side, sometimes they like to pounce into ramp, but this is Vitality. Rops holds ramp, he's always there. Sometimes he's got those Julies.
But they're Mongols, just go shoot.
Oh, just rush top.
Just rush top with your Mac 10. The flashes are good. Flames is blind, and it's 2 from Techno. He cannot be stopped, he cannot be tamed. Let's finding Zaiwu again, empty hands for the Wu.
Pa od Reva ili od Ravena, jedan od njih dvojica.
With that unforgettable Mag 7, this time not getting the same output. Techno's learned his lesson. 22-6 from Techno, storms into the top site and it's 12. This is unfathomable.
Now, this is the thing. MongolZ, it's just been a slow rise in the middle of 2024. It was okay, this team is sharp. In 2025, this team was in the major grand final, losing to Vitality, the team of the year so far. They come into the second half. Apparently, they didn't even bother practicing for Cologne. They go into Bounty, they topple the Titans. They lose in the grand final in a bit of a whimper, but they're lining up another one.
You wouldn't do it again. Techno wants to go down the vents, and he's dipped immediately, throws disarray into the comms. Robs, he spotted a cheeky bit of ankle there. Catches him on the flashbang. There's Apex with the shotgun, removing Techno.
All right, stunted, 3v5. This one's gonna be tough, but they still get the firepower advantage.
Yeah, Apex still with that Mag 7, relocates. Zaiwu drops into lend a hand. Looking for that fight up close. Senzu trying to force fight. Zaiwu opens the door, gets caught out.
Ovo što puca s ovim i skida mu po 40 helta.
The finish with the 1-2, forces
Jedi u
into Flames.
kurac, je.
Unwinnable.
Unwinnable. Have you got anything to say, 9-10? And Mazinho to take this semi-final, to knock out the Demon King that is Vitality. There's one from Mazinho. Rops good for a second. And 9-10 holding strong for a moment longer. Does remove Rops. A whole lot more required. He's going to get overwhelmed, pulling the crosshair all over the shop. Vitality forced into the force and extend play.
Okay, well, they're going to be able to pick up some AK, some upgrades are
Boga mi.
available for them here, so this will extend play for a moment longer.
Iće ovde
Goes down, there's extra
13-3.
Blitz, 9-10, Mazinho, all in AK range. Senzu can go for a Galil, and Techno can go for something a little bit lighter. They may as well keep the pressure up. They're doing it their way. There's a furious pace to this. There is no respect being shown. And the fact that they finally, after 9 matches on the 10th time of asking, took down Vitality.
Yeah, what was the tweet? No one can beat Mongols 10 times in a row.
And this is the thing, right? They're going up again here on the 11th outing, and they are showing that they look comfortable. They're no longer scared. Constantly adding these reps.
But that's it for a team that was so difficult for you to beat. Once you've beaten them, does that, break the floodgate? The wins just keep stacking up here. Certainly making a strong case are the Mongols. Linux is the first man down secret, Apex to block.
Well, they've taken the pace out of it, but they've still gotten this space quite easily. Now that we're just into a standard gun round after the pistol and then that exchange of 4 spies.
Yeah.
Blitz announces that he's down there.
What?
Apex trying to force him back.
And it was Vitality that decided to take this to Nuke. And I understand the scoreline. I'm not using that to rub it in. But my point is that maybe the Mongols thought this would be an Inferno pick as the second, or at least as the third. So they have been storming through this.
Potpuno neočekivano.
This round, it's the 50-second mark.
Koja li je kvota bila da će imati preko 20?
To find their finish in this one.
Mica se zove. Mica. Ovo je Mica.
Has the attention of 2. Come down to this top side. We've been talking about Mezzi safe.
Ja, ako se ne varam, Republike Srpske.
Yeah, Flames looks like he's managed to catch one. No, he hasn't. Messi, but Mezzi steps up strong. There's Zywoo down after 1, but there they go. Empty hands for the second attempt. Now Blitz up in heaven already. Rops, that completely nullifies your rotation. You can't come up the ladder. Blitz will get it. That will be it. Oh, but he has the presence of mind to catch him. Rounding the corner, Rob slips off the ladder as the bomb is planted. It's Apex coming in to ask questions of Main. Rob is heard. Damn! Oh, they're getting close. But Vitality hold on once more. Rob's really...
Sad ću live da odigram, brate, za 5000 da će ovaj da...
Wonder if we get a Mara timeout now. They're in a position with roughly 3k across the board, so that they could go for some partials, and the loss bonus gives them 2400, so it could be a full buy, but they know only 2 players staying alive. They also know it's very tense over there in the Vitality camp. This kill right here from Robs makes all the difference. Levels it up to the 2v2, then both duels are just isolated. Apex, with a very slow start, is starting to warm back into things. That's his 3rd kill, so it's not a lot to boast. The Mongols will not continue to shove, and will take the financial option to bring the rifles out into the next. But they do have these Deagles, and if you remember Mirage, they were absolutely deadly.
Hard to forget Mirage.
Bukvalno kraj sljedeće runde. Ma neću da bacam pare. Zabacam zlato. Imaju dobar DNA.
So this round, while seeming unlikely, they want to keep it threatening.
Oh, that's all right from 9-10. Maybe they get the bomb plan out of this.
Gde si rako, nemate ceo dan jeba.
Anything more to be said about that though. Numbers advantage. Okay, wow, bit of team play. Actually throws the rifle to Senzu, but he gets nothing out of it. And so he gets some extra cash.
Ekstazno po zonu, joj, brate, šta ste ovi sad vraći, daj idem kući u pičku, materinu. Mora poliram čelu, brate.
After a 10-2 half, they get the pistol, they get the second.
Yeah, when I said 2 was the absolute bare minimum, it came with winning the pistol round and then, make sure you get the first gun round and holding him. Maybe you lose a silly one, but then, you're able to still build back in. But right now, this is such a mountain to climb. Rops continues to put up a big fight.
He's the only reason we're still here, Chad.
No 910 AWP, they're opting for rifle heavy. The finances would
have
been there that conversation.
Uncle Fester.
Okay, Zywoo is equipped with his.
Apex, this is very brave.
Lit straight through. He paid a very heavy price for that.
This isn't a...
Oh, perfect pre-aim onto Senzu. Knows his preference.
Pa vi kenjete u Apexu, a?
Doesn't elect to immediately run away. Calls for the smoke break. Now 9-10 just as
good timing.
Away.
Great timing.
Oh, spotted now. Techno gets the info. Oh, Apex, yeah. Just the finest of margins.
It's Maroon there, wasn't he, in no man's land. Couldn't go stand for that fight, but couldn't deliver it. Now the rotation's down to B. Nothing for the CTs just yet. Flamesy and Mezzy want to search yard, see if they can catch these players floating outside. The bomb is here as part of this, so if they...
Oh, good shot from Techno.
He just continues delivering.
He is beaming. No way! He gets Mezzy as well. Outrageous.
Trying to throw the bomb across, gonna get past the missed shot.
Zajvu, ona druga mapa koliko ima, brate, 6-13 u jednom momentu, sad 8-13.
Is this it? Rops doesn't think so. Removing Blitz.
You want to go away. You know where the AWP was.
And they will. To be found. Nice connection. Removes 9-10. House gives himself a smoke to play around. Just trying to live. Extend play.
Okay, nema veze, Zajvu is the GOAT.
Techno. Evzinho overrun and we go again.
Okay, this is where the pressure is going to start to mount on the Mongols. A couple of good opportunities so far. That was a 2v4 situation. It's the superstars on the other side of the server.
Mačko.
Keep the atmosphere light.
Mačko, Zajvu, Mačko, Zajvu, Mačka.
They did capitalize on the information. Zaiwu just
Mačka.
hasn't necessarily had the best series so far.
Zajvu, Mačka.
2 is pretty quiet, but is finding his voice in and out of the server. Again, it will not be
Mačku ne
the
bi dao, druže, pre bi dao život svoj nego.
behind a hero AK. Right now, we're going to say
Mačka moja voli ljude mnogo. Mnogo voli da se igra tako sa ljudima. Ne plaši se ništa.
So you know that somebody is down towards B. That's good information for the Mongols to work with. But they need to squeeze this, right? It needs to be perfect pathing, and every time you get info, you need to make sure that they're scared to re-peek into the line because you don't have util to force them away.
It's interesting and curious that oftentimes they do.
Da.
If Robs can hold these lesser weapons around.
That's loose piece dealt with.
Oh, he got caught moving. Still gets his, and Zaiwu picks up one as well. Oh, bit of traffic jam on the ladder.
I know Apex is down here somewhere, but do they expect him to be in the sun?
Da.
Yeah, he's had that bomb drop as well.
Ne bi dao, druže, Mačku, ne znam šta ono da mi daju.
The push on Apex's position. Senzu back to lobby.
Pa, brate, ne znam koja je to rasa, ono, obična Mačka je bi ga. Neko. Domaći.
A little bit of a sound cue. Zaiwu gave a step. Yes, Senzu nearly in position. Quick reactions from the sniper. And they'll have another one right here. Thank you very much.
Zaiwu. Kosmajski lepard. Ova Mačka je strava.
Now look, the scoreline is 12-7. It's like, okay, they just need one more round. But again, I want to return to this. The reason that we talk about Vitality and we hold them in such high regard, they've literally had 4 losses this entire year.
Yeah.
1 to EF, that's before they started them dominance. 1 to Legacy and a best of 1 at the major.
Šta radi Arsenal? Znali su što.
And then 2 this side of the tournament break, which we could say, okay, they've come out, they're a little bit complacent, they're a little bit slow, maybe they're not hitting their stride immediately. And then the question was, okay, well, how long will it take for them to get flying, soaring at the top of Counter-Strike? And especially when the 2 losses they've had are against teams that they've played an awfully lot of times. MongolZ, I think it was 7 times just this year. And for the Mongols, when you go back into 2024,
5 rundi je mnogo, brate, da je tipa 11-7, da je bilo 11-4 pa se vrate, pa i ajde, da imaju malo prostora za grešku, jednu grešku da naprave. Ovdje je 0 prostora, brate. Mara, uleti mu kara, brate. Čelavi bez ruku za kosu se vuku.
That's the conversation, right? You need to be able to get past these guys if you want.
Čelavi bez ruku za šampon se tuku.
So the pressure just to get past them, especially when you had such a chunky lead. This is interesting. So, 2 players ready to activate off of Silo in a late timing.
They are running and they're gunning into that top.
Ovi rade taktiku što su ovi njema rade.
Does so. Mezzy got empty hands. It's up to Flames. Just the one. Is it sufficient? Forced away, Apex trapped to the vents. If he catches the right timing, he could put something onto Blitz. Here's him departing. Does catch the spot. Apex trapped. Zaiwu through the main smoke. Considering making a play, Techno does get tagged up by the spam of Zaiwu. All to play for now.
Ovoga je 500 ga kroz ovo, a?
Tantalizingly close to throwing another knockout blow to Vitality. The back-to-back. 2 kills away.
Pet stiga preblic evo, šta je sus?
On multiple occasions, is this too much to ask? Techno seems to think so. Only Mr. Cool and the Mongols take it. Vitality, a third consecutive semi-final loss. Mongols have broken through the oppression of Vitality's rule.
And what a performance from Techno. 27 kills to his name. He was
27 kilova Techno,
and
brat.
the scoreline might read 13-7, but they threw the
Ulan Batar gori,
overcome
druž.
their demons. And Vitality, this isn't a slip-up anymore. The Mongols take them down. They are the first team in 2025 to take down Vitality twice. Handed their 5th loss of the year.
Ko je rekao? Gdje je onaj što je rekao 2-1 Mongols?
The crown slipping.
Yeah, a Mongolian horde have run into town and stolen it for themselves. Wow, a grand final. Mongols in attendance once more. It's a recurring theme. Mongolian Counter-Strike not only on the map, but on top. Makes the number 1 look weak on that 3rd map.
And we know that the whole country watches on. We're there in the server, and they will be in the server again tomorrow. It will not be that 3rd place decider. It will be a best-of-5 grand final. It will be against either Aurora or hometown heroes, the Falcons. That matchup coming up next for the Mongols. They've got tonight to prepare. Lara took the timeout. They got the round they needed.
We'll get to hear now from your victorious Mongols with Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. The final favorites in Vitality are now out of here, courtesy of the Mongols, and the crowd here absolutely love this team. I'm here.
Prvo su nam uzeli Egipt.
I told you. I'm here with Techno, who just had an absolutely unbelievable final map there. 27 kills. Do you thrive under this kind of pressure?
No, actually, I think it was just my day, actually, yeah. I think so.
Yeah? Well, you've proven
Šta
something
je rekao?
massive here because you beat Vitality last week. This time it's on a much bigger stage with much higher stakes. What do you think you've proven here as a team?
I think it shows we're improved from the last times we lost against them. And yeah, it's the 2nd time we're winning them. It's the proving game also. But we need to do more. Yeah, I know it.
One more step away from raising the trophy, but before you get there, you've got to be so proud of representing Mongolia. You've got such a huge fan following.
Onda su, prvo su Atlantidu.
That are watching you right now.
Thank you, and keep cheering for us. Thank you.
This guy is a monster, but he's so chill, relaxed, and composed. I love it. Would you like to go and crush another key? That's a yes.
Yeah.
He thought about it, but we're gonna go and do it. This is it.
So, here's MVP, guys.
Say again?
MVP. Yeah, also, happy birthday, Mamba. Today was Kobe Bryant's birthday, and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. One of the greatest of all time. Shout out to Kobe. But for you now, let's go and do what you need to do. We have our first grand finalist locked in, and it's the Mongols. On the other side, though, with this loss, their organization missed out on an extra $1 million. But for the players, it's back to the drawing board. Team Vitality's key.
Dosta brzo ide ovo kad, brate, hoće da sto. Mi smo nebeski narod, druže, kako ne? Pa nisi, zar ne vidiš? Ovo vidiš mene i sve ti jasno.
Crushing keys and crushing dreams. Techno, just one last word for you. You can just see it beyond the camera here. The trophy. One more matchup ahead of you. Can you do it? Can you complete the mission?
I always say like
Čovječanstvo krenulo od nas Srba, kako ne, brate.
I don't want to say anything. Just we will play.
Adam i Eva, brate, Eva ras.
Thank you very much and best of luck in the grand final.
Ide gas, Eva ras, brate. Ako se ne vara.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have picks with me from Team Vitality after a loss against the Mongols. I do want to talk to you about a lot of things, to be honest, but let's just keep it simple. You guys lost twice in a week against the Mongols. Can you tell me what's it about them that just doesn't work for you guys?
Well, the sure thing is they were better the 2 times. Newbies. Yeah, it's life. We're not there yet. We know that they were better, and that's it. Not much to say about that.
Well, as a leader for the team, as their IGL, how do you think you guys can bounce back from this and get back on track to be the Kings again?
Well, I think I don't know exactly. I think we have to talk with the guys, but the sure thing is we're working a lot. We're trying to get back to our level. It's not happening yet.
That is a global.
We had a fantastic season, the first part of the season, and we wish we want to do the same, but we will have to reflect a lot and see what goes wrong in general, because yeah, it's not good enough yet.
All right, well, best of luck to you. There's still so much to look forward to for the rest of the year, so we'll see you guys very soon. Thank you, guys.
Not just victory, but
Oporavio se do sad Đole, brate.
Nuke, MongolZ thriving for the second time in this matchup, showing that it wasn't just a fluke at Bounty, that they're going to do it here at the Esports World Cup. And how about that little pop-off from Senzu?
Zinio, ti to hoćeš da čapiš prvim planom.
Absolutely dismantling Vitality. Let's be completely honest, that game was not close. On Nuke, there was only one team on the server. Then I know Saivu had a couple of moments where you start to believe that maybe a comeback is possible, but when you look at that game, Jason, I think it's like Apex said, you know, fair to say that the Mongols the first time around were the better team. Here the second time, by far the better team. Vitality didn't really put up a fight on Nuke.
They had some unlucky things happen in the first half during that little streak that MongolZ got. I mean, look, first things first, it's like important to note the 2 maps that Vitality lose in the series, they get buried in deep holes right out of the gate. Like terrible starts, and the 2 maps they lost. And MongolZ had the terrible start in the map they lost as well. So the early momentum is really serving them well. But look at this, like Senzu gets this kill, he kills 2 through smoke, kills Rops through a smoke, kills Zaiwu through a smoke. A couple rounds later, he's gonna kill Rops through the smoke again. Like, and those are rounds early.
Đole, brate, izgleda da je, brate, ovaj Tekno prevrnuo, brate, Vitality.
3v5 for no reason. 4v5 for no reason. Just smoke spam. And I mean, just kind of schooled them in this half. And there's the fight back from Vitality to a certain extent, but you could tell
3-0 Arsenal.
9-1, whatever it is. That's the first time in this kind of after the player break where it's felt like Vitality just kind of got knocked off the tracks and didn't have a plan to get back in. It felt like they were looking at each other like speechless themselves and not sure what to do to get around this.
Yeah, I mean, we've had brawls even the last time around between these 2 teams. It was a crouch. It was a crouch was the difference between victory and defeat. Came right down to the wire, but here you're right. Derailed right at the beginning, and by the time they even get the car back on the tracks, they're way too far behind.
I mean, like, there was like, during that run in the first half, I like almost felt bad for Vitality. Like, MongolZ was just hitting everything. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, all 5 players in the right place at the right time, all 5 players first bullet headshot, all 5 players just immediately destroying everyone who showed up on the street. And it's, I think
Ovo treba da bude jebi ga najbolji igrač na svetu.
Vitality was averaging like 1.2
I onda se
kills
pojavio
around. It's just like, I don't know what to tell. Like, at some point, no matter what tactic you're running, if your opposition is hitting like that,
Pa nije nemoguće, Dule.
What are you supposed to do?
And I think that's where we gotta give the Mongols all the credit in the world, to be completely honest. On Mirage, if we just remember back a couple of hours ago, they were by far the better team as well. I think the scoreline was 13.
Tek sam sad se vratio ovaj vikend da počnem da igram kladionicu.
Comeback to make that look okay. On Dust 2 as well, 9-9. The Mongols losing that round to the Max 7 as well in a 2v4. Let's be honest, the Mongols could have won all 3 maps in this series. And it sounds ridiculous to say it in that fashion, but that's how good they were playing today. They were in contention for every single half they were playing throughout this game. And I think the performance they had here on Nuke was just absolutely fantastic.
Look at these Techno numbers.
Techno numbers are killing around. They had 145 ADR. That's so insane.
Actually disgusting. I mean, what a map from Techno. There's a reason Senzu came over and grabbed the mic
Open
for the
bets,
MVP.
imamo
We're just not used to seeing that. We have sometimes...
Now tell me why he gave Mamba the happy birthday.
That I don't know.
Ovaj
He's a big
čekamo.
fan. He's just a big fan, apparently.
Yeah.
That is the crazy part, right? Because we've been speaking about Blitz, you know, he's had a bit of a resurgence. He's had a great tournament so far. Spoke a bit about Messinho starting to look slightly better. 9-10 is always a point of conversation. Senzu is always a point of conversation. I mean, we pretty much went through the entire segment, Jason, without mentioning Techno's name, right? And then he comes in here and Nuke, and he's the deciding factor. You said it, they have a very deep roster right now.
It's looking deeper the more I see him play, I'll tell you that.
Exactly, and I think this is the greatest testament to that you have 5 players within the Mongols right now who all can step up at the
Čečenio i iz Republike Srpske, ako se ne varam.
I think individually Vitality players kind of recognize that this was that they were just so buried.
Nico.
Difficult. Like some of the kills Techno is getting towards the end were just like, how are you not dying? Like it just felt like Vitality players just individually like just missing shots, maybe just mentality shifted, but like there were kills you normally see them get. These players get right here. Watch this one. Watch this next one on Mezzi. That's a kill for Mezzi normally. Like he gets like the first six bullets on that shot. He's already kind of properly baited his teammates to have a nice timing on the repeak for the trade.
Hoćemo da pecnemo 2-0, brate. Ovi kako se zovu? 2-0.
Once they realized the level the Mongols were bringing into the third map.
Which we're just not used to talking about that for Vitality, right? This is a team that's found a million ways to win in the last season. They were always the team that you couldn't count out. We saw them in the grand finals gutting it back in maps where you think they're totally done, and it's just
2-20.
story now. I mean, Chad put it nicely there. The crown's slipping, and we have to start the conversation. We're going to start a dialogue here because it's 3 events in a row. It's 3 semifinals exits in a row.
I think it's important that we establish some context to this, though, right? Because we're going to talk about like some issues with Vitality. What are the issues? Is it time for alarms or anything like that? I just want to contextualize and say it's fine. Let's talk about the issues they're having and what we might think they are. But the issues that they're having isn't like a disaster. They're still in the semifinals, right? Like the issues they're having is getting back to lifting trophies, not so much like, oh, this team has completely disappeared. So I think it's very easy to overreact after a team has been so dominant for half a year and then doesn't show that dominance next. But we have to contextualize that this is still one of the best teams. The problems they're having is against teams ranked number 2, teams ranked number 3, number 4. That's it.
Where's the fun in context, Jason? Where's the fun in No, I think you're absolutely right.
You gotta keep it real with these guys after the year they've had.
They've brought it up themselves. I think Rob said it in an interview that it's like normally for most teams making 3 semifinals in a row at this caliber of tournament would be a good thing.
It's a dream stretch.
For them, it's disappointment.
Yeah, it is disappointing, and it's disappointing when you don't win a trophy, and especially coming out of the player break, right? Had they won one of those tournaments where they got into a semifinal, or had one of them been a final, I think that would have dialed the conversation down a little bit. But as you said, obviously for a lot of different teams, that's a dream stretch, but not for Vitality, and that's the bar we're keeping them up to. And I mean, let's be honest, when you listen to the players, when you hear from Robs, when you hear from Messi, when you hear from Apex, they play our best brand of Counter-Strike right now. We are not satisfied with how they perform, so why are we trying to make it that we should be satisfied with what they're doing?
Reminder for what it cost them here as well is another $1 million in that Esports World Cup Club Championship. It wasn't just about the Counter-Strike prize.
They don't give a damn about that. It doesn't matter for Vitality. It's a big thing for the club Vitality. Obviously, $1 million is an awful lot of money, and I'm sure that could have been spent well on some of these expensive salaries. But for Vitality as a team, in the context of Counter-Strike right now, Vitality is no longer immortal. Vitality can be beaten by the Mongols, by Mouse. Who knows what would have happened if Falcons were.
And who else? Who knows who else is coming next?
Exactly. That's the cool thing about it. And if anything, it makes me super, super happy. It opens up the entire season and the entire circuit where teams like Falcons can start to dream, Mouse can start to dream. The Mongols are now heading into a final where they will be the favorites tomorrow, regardless of who they face. Other teams than Vitality can start to dream about trophies. And I think, to me, that's the biggest storyline.
Pola 9.
Yes, Vitality are not hitting 100% right now, but they're still at 90, which is okay.
Well, I think we also have to remember, too, like, I think when I hear the players, like, that's all well and good when the players say the things that you just mentioned, and there's going to be some accuracy to it, but I put it under the umbrella also, like, you have to remember that every single team in the Counter-Strike scene for the past 6 months has been trying to
figure out how to beat samo da ne... Pa zašto je morao da zavrne ovo, bratove nogavice? Čemu to, brate?
Against Vitality, but they've also probably been the most watched demos across pro teams, most watched replays, most studied team that we've had in quite some time to figure out exactly what they're doing that is so effective, that's allowing these players to be so strong. And at some point, that's going to catch up with you. So that, all that conversation about we're not playing our best game, we're not as efficient, not everyone's playing as well as they can. It falls under the umbrella too of where it's just like, on some extent, you have to expect that these teams are going to figure you out at some point, and it might be time to retool some things. Might be time to tweak a couple things here or there, a couple details, different protocols, different rotations. Might be that point of the season where you have to change a couple of the things that you've done that have served you so well for the past 6 months, because the Counter-Strike scene is so busy and they're playing so deep in these tournaments, they don't have time to refresh it during the 6 months where they win everything.
pantalone. Izvini, Joel, nisam znao da si ti modni
Apex as the leader, on Exaz as a coach, as Max
analyst.
as the analyst. Those guys are going to have to get together when they have some time and start figuring out which details they want to tweak and where the problems are really lying.
One more thought on the Mongols as we move in. With the caliber that we've seen from the Mongols throughout this tournament, is this a team that not just could, but should lift this trophy here at the World Cup?
I mean, if you look at it objectively speaking, they will head into the grand final tomorrow as the favorite, I'd say. You know, they've consistently shown that they've been playing Counter-Strike at a high level. A major final, obviously, in Austin. Cologne was not a disaster for them. They went into the quarterfinal as well, and then a semi-final, a grand final at the Bounty, and now another grand final here. So yeah, objectively speaking, the Mongols is the favorite heading into tomorrow, regardless whether that's going to be Falcons or Aurora. Do I think they're going to win? No, but it could happen.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
That's a hot take. They should win it. They should be the favorites, but they're not going to win it. Hot take.
I think my expectations are that they lift this trophy. Like they have to lift this trophy. Like we've been waiting for them to lift a big trophy for some time, and you don't want to be a team if you're Mongols. Like you don't think about this as the player, as the team, right? But from our perspective, it's like you don't want to be the next Mouse. You don't want to be the next team where we're just like, why the hell can't
That's
these
where
guys...
I put them.
Yeah. Why the hell can't these guys win a trophy? Why the hell can't these guys get over the hump? How many losses do they have to take in the semifinals? How many failures before they learn how to actually win the trophy? It's time now. And you've just shown you can beat Vitality in this fashion. You've shown them you can beat them twice in a row. So now you better show us you can go win a trophy, because if you don't, I'm extremely disappointed in Mongols.
Now, I think you've got something for us here. Speaking of your hot takes, it's a doctor's note, courtesy of our friends at Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group.
Yeah, and I kind of was asked to do this, you know, before today. And my hot take is that I think Falcons are going to win this tournament. I really do think that they have everything what it takes right now. This honeymoon period again, where you get Kyusuke in, you get a bit of practice. I think Nico is speaking about, you know, he's feeling more comfortable with the changes and the practice and the change of roles. I have Falcons as an underdog to win the entire thing. I had it before today's game as well, and right now Vitality has done Falcons a huge favor. Obviously, they have to get the job done themselves against Aurora in this semi-final, but if Falcons are heading in versus the Mongols tomorrow, I'm gonna put my money on the Falcons.
Oh man, I'm gonna say Mongols is gonna win the final no matter who they play against. I mean, part of it is I think they're playing incredibly well, and I truly do believe they'll win. I also think you're going up against whichever team comes out on the other side of the bracket. It's two teams who have already been struggling and are on kind of a redemption arc, not so much hitting a moment where they should be winning trophies, just trying to get back into the swing of things.
That's every time that happens. That's whenever Nico and Monis is winning trophies.
Sure.
Every time with G2.
I think the other factor of that is going to be Mongols is going to have the map pool advantage, which you know they haven't always had throughout their run as a team as well. And you go into a best of 5, and that advantage is going to get even bigger. So I look at this and I see the way the players are playing. I see Blitz, the #2 ranked player in the tournament so far. Like you see Techno playing the way he was, Senzu showing up in these semifinals as well.
Oh boy.
I don't see a reason why they shouldn't win this trophy, and if they don't, it's like, what are we doing here? So, you know, what's going on?
On the mouse.
Well, those will be questions for tomorrow. But for today, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, can the Falcons fly high, or will it be Aurora straight through to that grand final?
Ja mislim da je Jole tu, brate, dobro 500. Ako već ne znam napred.
Precision. All intention. Every frag.
Quad killing defensive round just like that.
I am speed.
Kyusuke's got to do it alone, but he's just doing everything right
movement.
now. 4 shots with the USP connect to the head of Furia.
I am.
Bro, where's Maxim? It's almost practice time.
I'm still trying to find him actually.
Man, These young players nowadays, they're just...
I don't know where he is.
Nico, you will not believe, man. I found him.
Where is he, man?
He's at this sim racing. It's crazy.
Sim racing? Bro thinks he's Max Verstappen.
What's up, bro? He is him.
Dr. Sulejman kući. Hot take. Pa ne znam, moram razmisliti. Obično se pripremam, brate, za
I don't know if you were all ready, but I certainly was.
Hot take mouse neće uzeti nijedan turnir ove godine.
Oh wait, right here.
Bukvalno ni jedan klub
Right
nije
here.
igrao.
Yes, Mixwell, what's up, dude?
Hello guys, it's nice to see you again after so many years.
Been a while. It's true, Mixwell. You're no stranger to us. We know you for a long time now, but perhaps you catch people at home back up to speed. Where you been? What you been doing?
I was a former pro player in CSGO before. I played in Optic and Cloud9, G2, Movistar Riders, and then I switched to Valorant, and now I retired. And I'm doing
what
watch
happens when you
parties.
switch to Valorant, huh? You just retire.
Yeah, I retired, and now I'm doing watch parties. I'm a streamer.
Now you're enjoying life.
Yeah, you're kind of loving it. Okay.
Give us a little bit about being a streamer compared to being a pro player.
I think it's much more chill life, especially if you have a big community. You need to, you have more time to spend with your family and friends. I sacrificed a lot of many years playing because I liked it a lot, but I got tired of it, and now I feel like I'm enjoying much more myself and the people around me, you know?
Well, I think it's funny too because some of the players that you played alongside of, we still have in the server today, like a Nath, for example, still finds himself over at Liquid. Do you ever look around and you're like, man, you guys are still going. Good for you guys.
I was talking to Nath yesterday, and we didn't talk for a long time. He was telling me that all of the Optic roster that we were together had a great career and everyone is doing great. We kind of had this wholesome moment of realizing that we made it, you know? And he was, in my opinion, the most talented player from our roster, and he's achieved so many things, and I'm so happy for him, super proud.
Do you still follow Counter-Strike these days and follow Valorant and other esports titles?
I watch Counter-Strike every time I can. I did the co-stream for the EM Cologne as well, so I know what is going on, and I still follow it. I think Counter-Strike is still the king in esports.
Better than Valorant, yeah?
I think Valorant has to catch up. I mean, I think they're both great, but I think CS has too much lore. People know each other for such a long time that it's really easy to do storytelling, and also the game is great. So you have a lot of things that are good for it.
So let's
Slami
do this then,
DMK, možda me
because we do
ubaciš
have a game
ovo.
in front of us, right? We do need to send a team into the grand finals. Mixwell, you've probably watched a lot of the tournament thus far. Any surprises, and better yet, who do you think's going on to play the Mongols in that grand final?
I think Falcons has a good chance of doing it. I think Aurora played great the other day. I think they need to play even better to beat Falcons. I think Chanteras and Wikadia or
Maxwell.
what?
Mixer,
Yeah,
kako zove?
yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, Wikadia has to perform really well because
Maxwell, onaj fudbaler.
bootcamp that they had, they are playing much better than before, and I think Falcons might win this tournament. I think.
Maxwell ma isti kurac. Kurcvel.
Okay.
Može tako se.
Can we ask, what is it about the Mongols? Is it about the play style? Is it kind of like just watching?
A znam, brate, sećam se da me smaro kad smo bili u konvertivcima, kao ima mesta, ovo ono, nešto menjate.
It's something that some teams are really slow to understand what they have to do, and Mongols, after watching them, I feel like they are the ones that react faster. Falcons have really talented players, but I don't think they react as fast as them.
You said Wakadia, we said it was okay. Now how do you say that?
Kao, šta je najgluplje što mogu da kažem, kao? Da li je to ovo kao da ovi reaguju brže? Na šta, brate?
So you want to plug your channels? You want to tell people where they can find you?
Right now, I'm co-streaming on Twitch TV /Mixwell. Even though we speak in Spanish, if you know Spanish, you can come and watch us. If not, I'm sure there's a lot of good co-streamers.
Come and learn Spanish.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, cool. Mixwell, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to see what exactly is in front of us as this one goes forward. Aurora versus the Falcons.
Vidite, zbog ovoga se meni sere na broadcast. I kao, come and learn Spanish. Nikom nije smešno. Znači, prvo što bi mu rekao, dobro, ništa, onda ne dolazi. Kad bi rekao, we are speaking on Spanish, samo bi rekao, ne dolazi.
I think they have very strong firepower in the team. The recent games, they've been showing very good. Counter-Strike, we play with 5 players, first of all. They also have KINGSTON, and Tezas and KINGSTON will destroy them. It's not about stars in the team. Solo plays, creates highlights.
Turci kad uzjaku, a?
Falcons, it's 50-50 because they have also this pressure. They have to win because a lot of people is.
Trema da me uhvati pre custom. Sti normalno. Kakva crna trema. Stojiš u svetlo samo predom tebe, brate, i ti kenjaš.
Falcon match can be really difficult. I think they have good individually, but I
Što no nije hteo da ide.
believe in myself also, and I think we have the strength.
Ovo je lik koliko smara, brate.
And hopefully we can show that.
Ovo je Majer koliko smara s ovim tweetovima njegovim, kao jaoj, ljubav neka vas nosi i mi nismo dovoljno dobro igrali zbog ljubavi. Jedi govna, ono smaraš. Ali ova runda, brate.
I like their team. I like Aurora. It was nice to watch you guys as well before Eternal Fire, but
Sad ćemo da nađemo neke njegove tweetove.
Well, yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Monasi. Of course, if we look at our Jamil Motorsport arrivals, it is just about time to get these teams situated in the server. Aurora having put FaZe out, having knocked out Heroic, then look to continue on today, having to put away the Falcons, not necessarily on the cards. Let's find out.
How good did that win feel yesterday over MongolZ, and how important was it for you guys and the team?
that was very important for the confidence and also for the good atmosphere in the team, you know. It's always important.
May our heads be held high.
And yes, they almost came back, but we
managed. Ovo je za neko koji umr,
They did almost come back, but also you had some, I'm going to call Monasi magic moment, you know. Talk to me, what was going through your mind where you didn't save the AWP and you just went for that crazy play pushing the molly?
I just saw the time and everything. I mean, I just had enough time
We
to...
have been going through tough times since the Austin Major. We can't find our dynamic.
I mean, they can...
Evo ga Zdonikov neki, brat.
I will have more these times in the future.
More of them today?
Yes.
Dynamic from earlier, no excuses. Thank you for your support. Here you go.
I don't know if Monasi needs any more good luck than
Man-to-man tweet. When God decides to build a boy to a man, he first makes him depressed and broken, lonely and tired.
And the Team Falcons that are looking to
You are a man.
grand final today would be that of Aurora.
Dajte mi, brate, nešto da se ubode. Da se ubodem u oko.
Exactly what it is they have for the offering.
There's no doubt that it's going to be a tough game for Aurora. The Falcons, to me, are the heavy favorites heading into this one for one reason, and that's the amount of skill they have on the server and seemingly the synergy they're starting to find with each other. I don't think we're seeing the full version of Falcons just yet. I don't think we're seeing peak Falcons. It would be ridiculous to
Valve really hurts
see
me.
that already, but I do think we're seeing a Falcons that is slowly but surely ramping up to be the team that we all expect them to be. A team built to win trophies, and a win against Aurora will put them dangerously close to one.
But from what we're seeing so far, they're still
Samo neki usrani glupi tweetovi.
I mean, yes, they've made it this far, but their T-sides have been they've been struggling decently on those, especially when it comes to full gun round, gun versus gun round, or against
Depression is in DNA. We are fighting for our, like, let's not give up and
heroics like the MongolZ 1v2, winning a half buy to win the game.
And shut the fuck
or
up.
Go to the
And
same series against MongolZ, another half buy in the B bombs. I mean, they're sort of speeding it up a little bit, or Nico and MongolZ had a 2v4, I believe, in the G2 game. So it's been the individual heroics when it comes to the T side and some of these rounds where they speed it up a little bit. I think their T side is leaving a lot to be desired, which makes this an interesting matchup because it's a similar story for Aurora.
Roga ili Depression.
8, 9, 10 rounds every single game, so that's going to be very.
Suvo meso malo pecno.
It's I guess lucky for Falcons.
Zamislite bukvalno tweet kad on osvoji neki turnir.
They've been struggling a lot lately as well, and that's why I feel like these individuals.
Ljubav iz našeg
overall, when you look at Falcons, they're far away from being this well-drilled machine. That would also be kind of ridiculous to expect already. But when you have individuals like MongolZ, Nico, and Kyusuke, you can always turn around or turn around a game, and I don't see the same.
Turn around.
I mean, it does make me wonder exactly if it's as easy to pinpoint where these little bit of growth that needs to happen is for the Falcons.
It takes time though. Like you've been coaching teams before, and you've been trying to make it to the very top. Like to build synergy, to have all 5 members buy into a project, buy into a vision, especially when you bring in a guy like Kyusuke, when you change roles within the team, when you have a guy like Nico who's been around for such a long time.
4-0 Arsenal, ide gas.
In order to accommodate for something that Sonic
Mir u svetu.
within the team, it just takes time to build that kind of
Ljubav iz srca.
Time to practice
Kurac.
and put plays in, more so official games, right? And
Verujte u ljubav.
Kyusuke and hasn't played official.
Verujte u
just the permaban for his teams, right? So now you have to go through that.
Dobrotu.
Like Tesses, who, someone will look at the stats and say, Tesses is bad, he doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Smetaju mi ne toliko koliko mi smetaju ovaj što podvija pantalone. Ovaj mental je to obuku kratke pantalone, a ovaj ih podvija, brate.
There's so many different situations, scenarios, right, that you need to just go
Šta sam ja, Nenade, Vranaj.
And the way I like to play the game, this works, this doesn't work. I'd rather be in this situation than in that situation. And then also you have a rookie playing let's say maybe next to him, so how to play off.
Došao sam iz blata, zato nosim kratke pantalone.
And you've hit it right there on the head. You said about individual heroics. Well, speaking of heroics, and obviously with Tesses, if you think about it, what would be the difference of
Nosim kratke pantalone u blatu.
It's a complete different dynamic. Like in Heroic, everyone knew exactly what they were doing. They were working in tandem. They didn't have a star player. They had a team. Heroic was all about the team play, all about the proactiveness on the CT side in particular, and by always being glued together in a sense where I feel like he has to change roles constantly. Now he finds himself, in a bit of a position where he has to figure out what to do on his own all the time instead of constantly having to rely on teammates. So for Tesses to play in Falcons and to play in Heroic, that's 2 different worlds.
I think for me the short answer would be he's more mature now.
Right,
in Heroic, that was his first, proper team in Tier 1, and I think he was a little bit of a choker in those
Na Major
days,
sam
right?
došao iz blata.
And then couldn't perform up to the same level.
Mi smo bili u blatu. Ljubav u blatu.
On that Nuke, he was an absolute beast on T side, and you feel like he's turned the corner when it comes to that. Now it's just about getting used to some of the new spots and the new position.
In the new positions, what about some of the stuff we're looking at here? What did Eddie put together?
Blato je strava.
I mean, for Falcons, we talk about T side and the struggles and so on, and losing second rounds, right? So here's an example from the game against MongolZ. Let's do this again. This round is longer. Let's do this again. There's 30 more seconds to this. let's start it again, let's play it again.
Yeah, can we start
right? We'll get back to it, but I think for Falcons it's a problem because like when you come to these rounds and the second rounds and whatnot, it's very important for the economy, Jacob, right? Like we've seen teams that just lose it 2 times and that's enough for you to lose the game.
Yeah, you need a bit of resilience to overcome
Kassad
that.
se valja u blatu, ovo blato je strava.
In order to win the game against Aurora, but also if you want to win the trophy against the Mongols, as we've seen them do it as well. It's always, you know, a little bit in a round like this. How active do you want to be? How proactive do you want to play? Do you gamble here to have a 3-man stack in one bomb site when you know you're facing a bit of a force buy? There's a lot of stuff that goes into this, but at the end of the day, you win the pistol and you lose the following round. That's almost a worse start than winning the pistol. And
Nije delay,
sorry, by losing the pistol. So
nego su
it's
delay.
to get off to a good start, especially for a team like.
I think it will be interesting when we, you know, because Inferno is definitely an option for Aurora to pick. And if you look at this mouse game for Falcons, I mean, it was really the problem with the economy, right? Like even on their T side, they would lose these key rounds.
Ekonomija u blatu.
It feels like even on the CT side, first time honestly gets an op, it's very deep into the half, right? So that's a problem, and it constantly forces you into making plays and doing things that you don't necessarily want to do.
But I will say, you know, we saw against G2 because some of the same issues were glaring in that game as well, where they lost rounds they were not supposed to lose. And you even said it yourself, Janko, that it did seem like the mental resilience in the Falcon camps was a little bit better. They
Puster je, brate, dobar, samo da ga prospeš u blato.
So they used to be fragile, I'd say, and I think slowly but surely maybe they're moving away from being so fragile.
Yeah, maybe just that, moving some decisively or perhaps with a purpose is exactly what we're looking for. Let's hear from Tessis before we do jump into the server today.
Falcons are one step away from making it through to the grand final. I've got Tessis joining me here. First of all, how you doing, man? Because yesterday was an important win for the team.
And really against a really good team and top team in CS right now, and really happy with how it ended and proud of the individuals.
Can you explain to me the difference between the Falcons we saw in Cologne to what we saw yesterday and just across this event so far? Because I know you've had more time to practice, but it seems like you guys just understand things more.
Yeah, we're definitely more on the same page, and we've gone a lot more into details with the in-game stuff.
Okay.
We didn't really feel like it was mental in Cologne necessarily, so we just really worked on the in-game part, which has helped us to focus on just that and not care about anything else. So really happy that we see some progress in that, but also people are shining at this tournament, individuals are showing up, so that helps.
Now, I know the wins are coming in, but for you, we were just speaking about it off camera, some moments are still a little bit tough for you. Is it hard to get comfortable, or what is it for you right now where you think like you're getting adjusted to it? Or just explain it to me from your perspective, because you know best.
Yeah, well, actually after Cologne in the practice weeks, I know it's only practice, but I was actually putting up really good numbers and I was doing really well.
We know you can, it's never in doubt.
And I was very comfortable in my roles. I had 1 or 2 good maps here and then a little bit uncomfortable yesterday. It's not up to my own standards. I know I can play better, and if I played up to my normal level yesterday, we would have crushed them.
Yeah, would have been a smash.
Being too cocky, but that's my belief, and I have to believe that.
Yeah, of course, and you're right to believe that at the same time. With that belief, with that confidence, if you can push a little bit further, and the rest of the team of how they're performing, do you expect this match against Aurora to be pretty easy?
If people are playing like yesterday with the individuals and me stepping up, then I don't see a world where we're not going to get through to the final, but we have to be ready from the beginning.
Now, you've had a few different team members around you, not just on Falcons, but other teams as well. Would you say that this team you're on right now is the most individually skilled team you've ever been a part of?
Pure paper statistics and how I'm feeling, yes, 100%. This is next level. Just from spectating yesterday, everyone having these big moments, you know, MongolZ getting this
insane clutch.
Crazy clutch. Of course, the mouse is doing a little bit of mistakes, but you don't see that every day.
You don't see it every day, but does that fill you with this extra confidence that's really important to have in Counter-Strike?
Yes, and when these rounds happen, you just need to be happy for them, and you celebrate it and focus on the next one, and you have some kind of confidence no matter what scoreline we're in, and it's just exciting for me, and I'm so happy that I'm able to support these guys as much as possible and try to make their job as easy as possible.
Well, you certainly know what you got to do. Let's see if you can get it done today as well. Falcons versus Aurora coming up next.
Where can we find this podcast? Do you know?
I wasn't sure. You know, that's a great question. I'll see what they can conjure up for us back there. But speaking of pods and casting, I cast a spell right here to find out what maps we're playing on.
I wonder if they pick Inferno. I think the only reason they wouldn't is because, okay, they do, because of how the phase game went for them. But I think that's Aurora, played their worst map of this tournament so far. What's going to be interesting for me on Inferno is in the phase game, the first time they tried to fight for banana was round 8 of the half. So, you know, only towards the end. And I don't think they'll make the same mistake
Išao
here.
sam, brate.
So keep an eye out on that. Falcons keep going with Train. They
I like
did
that.
against G2 as
Išao
well.
sam da nahranim mačku i da piša.
Stronghold for them. They also played well on Train, to be fair, against G2, and then you have Mirage as a third deciding map. I think a map both teams are quite comfortable with.
Koje su mape? Falcons i pikovali Trainovi, pikovali Inferno, Decider. Decider?
Specifically yesterday, so it's a good
Decider,
map.
hoću reći.
Not often we get to mix Inferno and Train into a Mirage as the decider.
Yeah, usually we see that Inferno as the third.
A Veco je, brate,
You've got
čudo.
roughly 15 seconds to tell me who wins.
Htio sam Mirage možda malo ranije.
The Falcons, without a doubt, 2-0.
2-0. Not a chance for a third, not a chance
No, I
for
actually believe. I believe in Tessus. I believe in the Falcons. I think they're going to get.
Sad je sve ustro, brate, kad je rekao I believe in
Well,
Tessus.
we'll see if you're right, gentlemen. So much. We're going to go ahead and jump into that game. So let's do just that. It's Inferno starting it off with Falcons and Aurora.
Pa nemam pojma, coach, to mora njih da pitaš. Ovaj server je strava. Jel vas podsjeća, brat, kako se zove, EWC na E-ligu, brat.
Semi-final Saturday continues. The kings of Counter-Strike 2 are out. And now we find out who takes the second spot at the grand final tomorrow.
These guys have been celebrating. Yo, oh, thank you. These guys have been celebrating.
Kakvu analizu hoćeš, brat? Ovaj misli da je smešan. Fight for the glory. For the glory hall.
But they've still got work to do here.
That's right, but they have so much to prove right here in Counter-Strike 2. Because tonight, they're facing someone who is showing the world why they belong to the top.
Of course, we know that the Mongols are waiting in the wings in the grand final. The question is, who will join them?
Koju muziku slušaš,
Let's
brat?
welcome our first contenders,
Ne slušam
our
muziku, brat.
semi-finalists for this match. It's Aurora Gaming.
Muzika je, brate, za žene. Muškarci ne slušaju. Paja Malik Ninja, brat.
On the verge of their second big land final this year, and their first under the Aurora banner. They've battled their way here with belief, momentum, and the hunger to prove they are not just
Zamisli, brate, kao
trophy.
odrasao muškarac slušao kao idi bađi bubu baba baba.
It's about to pop off. Their opponents, Team Falcons!
Ovo što imaju neke megafone, ste vidjeli, brate? Vidi megafonđije neki. Je. Leh poznam.
The back-to-back club champions and the crowd favorites here in Riyadh. Let's go, Buffalo was only a stumble and now they are back flying high. Let's go, ready to show the world that this
A da su im dobre trenerke, mora priznam da jesu, brate. Yeah, it's gonna be a hard thing, but let's go Oilers! Let's go Oilers!
It can only be CS2 at the Esports World Cup.
Things are getting so loud here in the arena, and for good reason, because once again, Falcons taking to the stage, this time in the semi-final. I've got their assistant coach, Max, here for a few words. If you can even hear me over this crowd. Obviously, everybody's talking about KISUK finally on the roster for you guys. Can you tell me the process of integrating him into the team and how you were involved with that?
Right. So when KISUK joined, we went for a boot camp, and we have shared our team identity and a vision for the future with him. He picked it up very quickly. We started working on our fundamentals, and yeah, because he's so talented and so smart about the game, it is really easy to work with him and develop. So for him, it was very easy. Perhaps for some of the players that needed to change their positions,
He's an assistant coach.
It wasn't as easy, but we're working on it.
We know there's a lot of supporting staff around the Falcons as well. I'm kind of interested in outside of the server. Have there
Ovaj
been
čak i ne crtači, čak lišar ih briše, ono kao mu ovaj kaže.
schedule for any of the players now you guys are trying to be climbing back to the top?
Yeah, so these things, everyone needs to take it in their own tempo, so no one is forced to do anything. But Falcons provides a lot of the support stuff, like a nutritionist, sports psychologist, physiotherapist. So there a lot of the
Pa samo što im ne popuše, brate, još pred game i, brate, co...
But we are encouraging them to use them.
I'm very curious about your role in the lead up to an official match. When the players are walking out on stage here, let's say an hour before the match goes live, what are you doing to ensure everybody's set up in the best position to succeed?
Approximately an hour before the game, we usually learn what maps we're going to play exactly. So when that happens, the boys go to set up on the stage, and the coaching staff starts working on all the details, tries to make sure that we polish out anything that needs to be polished out for the match. And then I'm sitting in one of the back rooms doing any necessary research to make sure that my boys are prepared for all the maps.
I've got to ask one more question just about this crowd in attendance here. What's the feeling like when you see your boys walking out on stage and just hear the roars of the crowd?
It's insane. The crowd is fantastic, and it is a lot of fun to just hear fans cheering your team's name. So thank you guys, thank you everyone. It is insane to play in front of you, and let's hope for a great game.
Let's do this. It's Falcons taking
Dužaj i
Aurora in
dalje
our
samo,
second
brate, iz
semi-final.
kadra, ali nema smaš.
That's right, the Mongols waiting in that grand final. We've got to find out who goes on to face them. It's Aurora versus the Falcons. We're starting off on Inferno. I think this is a sensible punishment.
It's so great that like the fans are cheering for you when you pay them.
Disastrous game on this map versus FaZe Clan. And I think that was kind of the worst map we've seen from this Aurora squad throughout the entire event. This slow start there in that game. They would go on to recover.
Yeah, it was also a map we just saw Falcons struggle on, right? Not just the fact that you brought up this stat of KISUK having a lack of experience here, but somewhere that Falcons have bad memories, they have bad presence on it, or present results on it, and Aurora definitely looking to punish in this series as an underdog. Underdog, yes, but we've still seen great form out of Aurora this tournament, coming in with Zantares, best rated player, Woxic 9th. The next closest for Falcons is Nico at 11. He's had a
Darth Mike je iz Republike Srpske.
The first couple of games were a little easier on paper.
Šta je napisao Apex?
A weakened FaZe right ahead of a roster change and a heroic who did take down Team Spirit, to be fair. This is going to be their biggest test yet against this Falcons team.
Without a doubt, they're starting off on this punish pick of Inferno. Going to be a T-side opening for Aurora. Can they catch Falcons sleeping at the wheel? Let's get into this semi-final.
Daj neki ono TLDR, brate. Ajmo da vidimo šta se ovdje desilo.
Here for Falcons looking to block and stop Aurora. What pace do we get in this pistol? Double HEs to clear positions here. The Turkish side. The bomb resets. Banana control.
Mene isproziva opet, što mene, brate?
As MongolZ and KINGSTON sit in that side of the map, Nico plays on the arch. Looking to perhaps fake this one out.
Something I think that will be interesting in this first half is getting to keep an eye on Zantares and co trying to work this banana control. They're going to have guaranteed fights with how KINGSTON and Nico so often like to play here. But we're not going to get that in the pistol. It was just a cursory glance up towards
2-0 Falcons.
Magic calling a 1-4. This is kind of his bread and butter in this pistol. He's going to link back up with the rest of the team eventually as they set their sights on this apartment's push. KISUKE then straight away. Tessez follows up. But just the one and done. It's Nico next, thrust into the defense here. The rotates.
Će ovi ostali da uđu, brate, u sajt ili neće?
Nico for free. That's a plant for Aurora and a post plant.
Freja je iz Republike Srpske, ako se ne varam. Prvo su nam uzeli Freju, a posle su nam uzeli Piramidu.
Behind enemy lines. Couple of kills on defense for Falcons are not enough. That bomb waits for the right time to strike, and Aurora just sit back in their positions, knowing this round is unlosable. KINGSTON's going to just try and do some damage on the way out.
Prvo su nam uzeli Nikolu.
Time of day, Magic comes in to close the round. Nice shot for KINGSTON, but this is just about money at this point. Aurora take that pistol, and Falcons, a familiar feeling. Saw them against Mouse really just have trouble on this map yesterday. It was a map they won.
Teško, Teodore. Kako imaš dobro ime, brate? Teodor. Kao neki, brate, kralj.
Was another one of the problems Falcons struggled with. Despite that, still getting.
Vaše veličanstvo, Teodor.
Tessez said in the interview coming in, if he just played his usual self, they would have smashed them. So Tessez, who didn't get a double-digit map in that quarterfinal, so certainly expecting more from him today. Could have been a kill to win the round. Instead, Nico gets to drop this smoke.
Mnogo bolje nego Todor.
And a bluff that is perhaps not worth calling here for Aurora. They got to wait it out. 2 more smokes remain for the Falcons. Time being bought.
I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Xantares in that phase game. He had a really rough start, if you remember. He was getting bullied on the banana aggro. He had some very unfortunate,
specifično Nikola.
Or awkward flashes that often felt like they were more to his detriment than to help him. But if he can start strong today, that's a huge leg up for Aurora. You remember, it was Woxic in that series that was really firing on all cylinders, playing lights out.
I'm getting flashbacks already to the Mouse game where Falcons go and gamble stack the B bomb site and Mouse just run back with 20 seconds. I mean, Aurora had all the time in the world to make this move.
Kako želim kao kurac, mislim Nikola kao kurcem.
Falcons just looking to save pistol armor. Nice little rotate for Aurora, maybe knowing what they're up against.
I wanted to update the KISUKE stat because I saw some questions around it, right?
Yeah.
Like, essentially, we said yesterday was his 39th game on Inferno ever. Saw some questions about whether or not that included like right? Just standard matchmaking. No, he's played it 11 times in matchmaking. I didn't factor that in.
Ko je ono rekao da, brate, kreće u 15 do 9, brate? Gdje je taj, nek se javi?
No, that was largely just on Faces. This is the third ever official.
Mongoli su ti, brate, ako se ne varam iz
Republike Spirit Academy, the team he was on prior. And not a map he likes to play in his downtime. He played one today, though. He logged on a Face It earlier and got some reps in.
How'd it go?
He got demolished.
Okay, well.
So yeah, like technically, if we're including Face It and officials, this is now, with the one extra game today, this is his 52nd game of Inferno ever in his entire time playing CS, not just professionally.
It's terrifying, to be honest. You're going to hope you can throw some screens in there. Unaccounted for games for Falcons, and definitely need him here on a strugglesome map. A map that many at the top level are not liking right now for a multitude of reasons. Aurora, they've had highs and lows, but they're here to punish. That's the play. Xantares jumping around the smoke, and his kicks in front of the half wall to catch him off guard. Bit of an awkward start for Xantares. You don't want him getting tilted out of this game, that's for sure. KINGSTON, a very aggressive, punching shots down range. Eventually they respond. Snake dropped here as well, worth picking up, but Nico gone. Opens up a chance to just walk into this B bomb site for Aurora. Save pistols, doing little for Falcons. And even if this smoke comes in to block, Aurora were in no hurry anyway.
Milan,
it's not really a smoke, is it? There's
Milan
a huge channel left open. You're going to be able to walk around that if you're Aurora. Maybe it puts the fear in them, but they feels like they just have to commit to B. So they've got this round in the bag with Falcons stacking the other side of the map.
to a good start.
Yeah, really good start. And, you know, this is, as the Des mentioned, this is the team with the most success on CT side so far in this tournament, right? Having some really good defensive halves.
Čuti, dobro. Pavel, it's good. They are missing like on ecos and shit, like, and hitting them on the gun rounds.
Mirage. They also got a flawless defense on overpass, not giving FaZe a single T-side round of the 8 played. And even
Jeste, brate, Uroše moj, ja mislim da jest.
on Mirage CT
Da je
as
najgore.
well. So
Najdosadnije,
really need
verovatno.
Falcons to start strong once they hit the gun rounds.
Arteta ono čast the process, jel?
Streaming away. Mirage is our decider tonight. Falcons with the train pick. Now we're looking for Falcons to start off here. First gun round, MongolZ's AWP. Everything they need. Even Woxic's AWP expecting MongolZ to make an appearance early in this half.
I think it's going to be an exciting clash of AWP as two very flashy AWP players.
Da, jeste dokinio. Tipa 6 sensi. For us it's said that Kivior is luxury srpski defender ovoli. Ne vjerujem da će biti face post. U što ne dovoli kao, we are Falcons.
They learn about its existence. And MongolZ continues with aggression down through mid. Wide swing and a Woxic, and he gets the better of him. Falcons in a great position in this first rifle round, a 5v2 provided by MongolZ on that AWP. And the round just grinds to this jarring halt for Aurora. Another one of Madge's 1-4 setups, but the bulk of Aurora get picked apart. There's only one survivor on the other side of the map.
It's kind of boring, isn't it?
Try and link up with him.
Sometimes it can be good, but mostly like it's a shit weapon on the T side of this map. Zato što ih boli kurac, Nikola. Niko od izbjeglica, brate, muslimanskih ne ide u muslimanske države, nego samo u nemuslimanske.
Force Aurora to commit and can trade contact. It's a good flash. Nico won't fire off a shot with it. Just trying to stall him out with
Dobra ova prva runda ovoj Aurori, brate. Ovo ko da sam je ja organizam.
Forward on the coffin. I think Aurora have called this one off. Surviving might be a task in and of itself. MongolZ finishing the job. 3 kills on the AWP, and Falcons get through without a dent.
This is a very eye-catching start from MongolZ. Hyper involved on
Ko ih šalje tamo, brate? Muka ih šalje tamo.
Fight onto Woxic here in mid, and I mean this is just impressive. Woxic has every reason to be the one winning that out.
Jebi ga kad si, brate, u ovim demokratskim zapadnjačkim državama, brate, imaš privilegije, brate. U Levoameriča se dešava.
Because while Nico's had to adapt a little on the arrival of Kiyosuke, it's meant to still be the same MongolZ.
Ha, jebem li ga, ne znam. Jer Republika Srpska isto što i Bosna, brate. To je sad dilema, brate. Ako bi pitao njih, da li bi oni bili Srbi ili Bosanci, brate.
At the end of 2024, all eyes are on MongolZ. He was able to come in as the second best player. He rivaled ZywOo and put him in the worst placing yet that ZywOo's ever had. And for the first time, there was someone finishing ahead of him on the AWP.
Možemo još da banujemo nikoga ko nije bezobraz. A pusti pasu, brate. Pitaj ljude da kažu slobodnu volju, brate. Provociranje stvarno ne sme, ali ovako neki izražavanje mišljenja, to je okej. Ali ako banujemo čoveka, nije to je najmanji problem da banuješ neko.
KINGSTON alone in the bomb site. Not going to have time to use this util. Looks like they want to go through. Molly at his
Dobar,
feet.
Molly, dobar.
Give it up. Nikola će da ih nabode sad. Aurora have to go forward. 25 seconds here. They've got no smokes to block positions. Now the CT1 is down. And
Neko da gleda bananu,
yeah, he's here so fast and so quietly. They've got no clue. Magic tries to get eyes on. Won't be able to stop Nico on opening up this retake. Now MongolZ moves in alongside him. Two players from Banana. KINGSTON on the spawn side.
Voxic će tako neko da nabode sad.
Trying to play this crossfire with Zantares. Voxic nails the first. MongolZ dead. Voxic on the rifle. Can't convert a second. And they're ready for Zantares here. But Nico Zantares runs him down with a big clutch.
And there was full info there for Falcons after they find Voxic the hard way, holding an angle. They heard Zantares tick on that Molotov back quad. They had every reason to clear his position. And he just nails two beautiful headshots. That's a Zantares we know and we love. Not ruffled by those few opening deaths he's already gifted the way of Falcons in this game.
Neka, opušteno. Mi ovdje sve puštamo, brate, da kažu, osim Shiptera njih ne puštamo.
In a commanding position on their map pick. A map that made me very worried, even with Falcons' hesitations on it, just because of that.
Voxic je bio odličan, brate.
How cold
Voxic je bio odličan, brate, i bio dobar saigrač i zabavan i, brate, mnogo dobar lik. Dan danas me zove, pita me, brate, ono, kada dođe na Kopaonik, dođe na Beograd, malo se provede vikend, ono tamo.
Yeah, the other two just weren't even close, right? It was a blowout for Aurora.
Zaha, mašeš poentu, brate. Piše i na Kosovu tablice, brate, Kosovo, pa svi znamo da to je Srbija, da nije Kosovo posebna država.
Falcons back on the rebuy. Back with another shot, and MongolZ on this B bomb site is a delight to see, or at least it was supposed to be. Hota runs him through.
A delight for Aurora, sure. They'll take a 5v4 like that. Double push out towards the top of Banana with flashes to assist.
Falcons are uncertain. Look at KINGSTON hedging his bets.
Pola sveta priznaje, brate, Kosovo pola sveta ne priznaje. Ja da kažem da Kosovo nije Srbija, ja bih kršio ustav moje države. Da se mi razumemo.
KINGSTON and Nico have a lot of responsibility here. Nico domes the first two. Zantares trying to get some space, but Nico just isn't stopping. Smoke down a play around.
By so much time here.
Nije Vučić prodao ništa, ali
for the MIA, Nico tucked in at the back of
nije
the
Vučić,
site. Finally
bravo.
Zantares finds him, but he's left as the lone player.
Nije se pojavio taj koji sme da proda, znači.
Gets eyes on. 45 seconds. Time is not his enemy yet. Tessez inching forward out through Banana. Zantares gonna just get on in time. Gonna have to flick back across. Tessez isn't peeking yet. He's waiting for that plant, waiting for the info.
Već do dna jebonac.
Zantares still hunting him down. This is gonna waste time. This is gonna leave him in a spot where he has to get this bomb planted.
Normalno da bi ga ubili, narod bi druže eksplodirao, brate, ispao bi, brate, haos bi.
Tessez finds him. Patient stuff there. With so much time having elapsed, there was a world where...
Ma jest, politika je, brate, napravila veliko sranje i to je to.
Huge hole for Nico, though. That's the showstopper. 3 kills back bomb.
Ali nabo trojicu Nikola u glavu jebao, mate.
And even though they hunt him down, unfavorable fight through the smoke. Nico lets everyone get in position. And it's that pressure you see on Zantares in the clutch, walking around, just trying to find a kill. Not being given anything. So back to their winning ways, and Falcons play like it, pushing the apartments, punished onto Tessez. That's scary. Jump shot for Zantares. Shows the young man how it's done. 4v3. This is not a round Aurora should be winning. They forced in a high-risk play.
I mean, dude, this is Voxic with a Glock kill to open up the round. He annihilated Tessez's push in through the apartments. And he does that from range on the vanilla pistol.
Ma kakav crni BCG, nisam lud.
For Tessez there. You don't want to feel like that's just given Aurora a way back into this one.
Oh, well, that certainly helps. MongolZ alone at this B bomb site. With blocking Util down. Aurora forced back into this crossfire in middle, and Falcons wait. They've got the guns for the job. M4 picked up. Oh, he saw Nico's arm. He spams him out from boiler.
Ujebem li ti život, ali ih je nabao, brat.
Xantares is peaking right now in this game. In all senses of the word, 11-4, T-side to open up, and
Da, ali Nikola recimo ima srpski pasoš.
From Aurora. That's a jumping
Razumeš?
10 that gets them in. It gets him a gun. Look what he does.
Nikola ima srpski pasoš, i šta sad?
Catching Nico's arms, holding balcony side, just peeking out the boiler. Shocked he had that angle. And Nico learns something new. He learns it the hard way. It costs Falcons all their economy on this CT side.
I mean, that's kind of also the forced uncomfortability of, you know, you've pulled Nico.
Nikola iz Republike Srpske.
Usually the guys fending off the banana hits and playing over there. So as they try to assemble that crossfire, Nico caught with his hands around the corner. And that gives Aurora a way in. A huge leg up now. That is not a round you were supposed to win.
Give me the Xantares montage. Look at this. Jump shot onto KINGSTON with a Mac-10. Arms his teammates and then just finds a little bit of info. And we saw on the long side, KINGSTON had no idea. Could not stop Xantares on that swing. Huge double kill. No time like
Nećemo, brate, da se svađamo.
Falcons broken now.
Da pričamo, možemo, svađe nema.
In a match they are favorites in a match they have no expectation but victory. But it may be slightly delayed here with Inferno. Aurora, decisive T rounds, go back to Banana with a vengeance. It's almost nothing to stop him here. Smoke may buy time. The AWP is committed from Honesty, too far out.
I don't really understand why they push apps when Aurora equals. I think they thought they're gonna catch them off guard.
Just gonna do the double long side smoke.
Dude, Madge has been fantastic at dodging these stacks. Now this time, sure, he's dodging the four-man lean over towards B.
Dobro, ajde, dosta sad prepucavanja. Ako bude bilo potrebe, napravit ćemo geopolitički, brate, stream. Pa ćemo da pričamo o svemu.
Xantares even pushes the long smoke into spawn, killing Nico. He's got a bit of ego on him today. He has something to prove. Knowing this tournament is over for the taking.
That's all they need.
Vitality Spirit removed. Mal's gone as well.
Not scandals.
Clear top 3.
It wouldn't even be the biggest scandal on my Twitter.
That is familiar territory for Aurora. A match they've played many times. A match they've failed many times. But we've seen streaks broken at the top of this season. Revenge be rife in 2025.
Ako se ne varam. No.
Oof. A little awkward, but just exits here for Falcons. That's the best they're mustering, and even their Madge's on form. Dead to the bomb. Or not. Made of sterner stuff. It takes KINGSTON's USP and 1 AK for Falcons. That's something. Still a commanding T-side for Aurora.
And it's just a fact it can keep getting better. You know, it can keep getting stronger. That's the scary thing here. Like, this is already feeling like a good enough of a T-side from Aurora. They have Falcons in this vulnerable position. Every round's hitting like a
Dobro je, Zaha. Nemoj pariti ljudima gledanje, brate, jer će morati da te ono od strane.
And we know Aurora are a team that love to play as pack on T-side. We saw that mostly in Anubis, some of these 4-1s. It's why they were the best in the world on that map for a while. And Inferno's another map.
Ne slažemo se oko stvari, ne slažeš se sa većinom ljudi ovdje oko stvari.
Calling their bluff, reading the rotates really,
I to je okej, ali nema potrebe da se sad nastavlja. I pritom ne znamo ni odakle si.
Trust in the captain. And great calls so far on this T side. How much sweeter can they make it?
Sarajevo.
Investigating apartments now. Okay, missed smoke for Woxic. MRG won't be happy with that.
No, but you know, we can give him.
A vrati, mi volimo Sarajevo u Srbiji, jebote.
That's a bit of a rare misstep. No, as in miss him. His util's got it notably better in this Aurora squad. It used to be like one of the main hang-ups for Woxic, especially at a time where so many squads were using their orb as a kind of util piece of the team.
KINGSTON got that info. Oh my god, they're both blind. They are both blind. Nico bails him out, but KINGSTON still gets the kill as the flash fades from his face. Both players spotted Magic. That's a crazy entry, and they know Nico's round this corner. They're not in a hurry. Let this orb patiently pay off for Woxic. 4v3, site is open right now. And this Tesla scrambles to find this lurker, even if they flank him in a
znaš ti Zahada, ja imam u Tuzli neke šume i njive i pičke materine, još od dede mi ostalo.
He's aware of these fights, he will lose it, but I don't think you go for this. You are too far out of position. Aurora win the half, worst case. Everything's better from this point.
I mean, even the fact that they're looking for Wakadia, Falcons clearly have a good idea of what they're up against. They know to expect these 1-4 setups with on the other side of the map. They know the assignment. They just they haven't got anything to offer him resistance here.
And this is part of the conversation with Nico and KINGSTON, right? Fighting top banana.
Boga mi 7-2, brate, dok smo rekli kukuruz, brate. Dok si rekao Zaha, brate.
Working really well. Nico was like an outlier. He was really locking down
7-2.
Banana every single time. But the longer that's gone on,
ti si iz Tuzle, brate. Ovo je drugi Zaha.
Having more and more trouble in getting multiple kills out of it. Sometimes you'll see that first entry go their way, but then they don't.
Meni deda mi ostavio, brate, u Tuzli šumu, brate. I njive, neki koza.
Actually fight for that banana control. You end up using a lot of your block util in holding on to the top of banana. And what you'll notice is a lot of teams are quite content.
Prvo su nam Egipat uzeli.
Do that, right? Like if you double re-smoke in at the half wall, cool. There's no util left now to stop the site hit, and they can't even hang around in that space forever once the util's gone. That's why so many teams have actually moved away from doing it.
And sure, executes can be punishing, right? That's why they're going for these fights all the time. But think about that triple kill from Nico from quad.
Što nemaju pare, pogledajte ovo, molim vas.
He can hold this spot.
Što, brate, Turci nemaju para. Prvo su nam uzeli Tursku.
Falcons, this is going to be a pretty consistent punish pick against them. Here's another one of these plays.
Zanima li me sponzorstvo sa globalnom kladionicom i bookmakerom? Ko je to, brate? Ko je globalna kladionica?
Wasn't ready for Zantares, up and past him.
You'll take that, just go. 3 players here. You hear the guy in the site, you know he's in position.
Flashes slow down the play. KINGSTON on that rotate over.
That Flash has called this move off for Aurora. They've frozen in place.
Ovdje može bude lagano 7-5, brate.
Tucked in for later.
Da se mi ne lažemo. Može biti 7-5 bez problema.
No Monacy orb to lock down this position.
A može da bude 10-2.
Still, this play's been kind of forced to come through because of that
flash
delaying the B hit. Wakadia left the apartments. He fully left his half of the map, so I'm not sold on this being the commitment yet, just because
ja čitam, brate, šta coach piše i čitam, brate, Crna Gora mapa od Inferno ne postoji. Kakva Crna Gora?
Monacy read it. He cleared mid with the nade. He knows they're going back to B. 20 seconds. This is KINGSTON's easiest kill yet. He's going to take it. More damage done, pulls his pistol, support is in. Zantares does follow up, careful. 13 seconds, they got to get this kill and get the bomb into the site. Monacy trying to block it, they run boost over. It's limp, but it makes it. Plant allowed.
Molly's burning!
Oh, they got it.
Burning, but the plant had just found.
And it's Zantares 1v2.
Full blind, he's low on health, a shot away from certain death. Every peak from this point on has to be flawless from
Kakva glava, majku ti jebe.
Head ripped off. And now Zantares has the clock to play with. He knows that Monacy feeling the burn, feeling the pressure, and he's called his bluff on that first tap of the defuse. Zantares playing mind games. Swing now, he's given it to Monacy, but there isn't time.
Ima def.
It's real close.
Stiže.
But Monacy, the awareness of that kid dropped it towards the spawn. He just steals it away.
That's a shake for Zantares. He had it in the bag, didn't he? But maybe 7-8 seconds into the stick, thinking it's a kitless defuse for Monacy.
Ma ja nisam u Tuzli bio nikad, brate, da ga znam samo da mi je deda pričao, brate, da svašta ima tamo i on je rodom odavno.
Seconds of difference for Zantares. in a very nice try with some very sharp shots, but a good Molotov off the
Baba
bomb.
mi je bila tu kod Beograda,
Up for MongolZ, the Falcons desperately need.
između Beograda i Mladenovca, a deda iz Tuzle, Keva
in rounds like
iz
these,
Beograda.
he's still firing. The Falcons now fight back for 5
Čale sa Kosova.
It's the best they can muster. Aurora, first timeout called. And for good reason, fully broke, 2 AKs.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that feels silly
So malo da
is
ih
you just take
plačkamo.
hands off the keyboard, you win the round. But as you said, you kind of want Zantares
Nisam
back
nikad
in
bio u
his area,
Sarajevu.
back in his read of the game, especially with the game he's
Nisam,
having.
nisam. Voleo bi da
So,
odem,
you know, if
iskreno.
it costs you around every now and again, I think you're willing to let it slide. He did
Isto
well
ko
to even
Beograd,
make
brate,
that
taj
such
grad
a
ima neku,
winnable
brate,
position
neki
for
identitet
Aurora.
ozbiljan, brate, znaš.
KINGSTON starting B here, supportive util as Banana
Pa
gets
jebi ga,
taken
ne
fully.
stigneš.
Aurora have no one even patrolling this position. Madja just locks out spawn. And with this angle, they rotate back. Seems like even KINGSTON considering a reset.
Deda umro pred 27 godina, brate.
Whole map is quiet. Aurora ready to pounce on middle at a moment's notice.
Nisam, brate, nažalost.
Even in this round, I'm wondering like what the idea is for Falcons. KINGSTON's tucked in B hiding. Nico is
I ovi izgubili, brate, jednu rundu, vode 7-2, izgubili jednu rundu, pare nemaju ništa.
He's gonna get the chance to back off as that molly comes in.
Hoću, Zaka, brate.
Smoke available and can now assist with KINGSTON.
Even that pop on the smoke just feels super early. It's not going to come back to haunt you. As Aurora do look for this A hit, they're going to lob in the full belt A util.
Quick pop.
And how they explode. No 1-4 in this round. It's a full 5-man assault of A. Tessez trying to play behind this util.
Ujebot, ja su ih pregazili,
For a
brate.
second man down in the pit. They made it around MongolZ. And he's spammed to death after the first. It's a double entry out of Woxic.
They leave enough time to pick that bomb back up. It's not too late in the day for Aurora. They're rarely losing to the clock on a map like this, giving themselves room for error, even though that bomb by the graveyard picked up, put down.
popularnom Sarajevsku
Falcons giving
šta?
it a go.
Slavene.
So they're risking everything on this round. Going to be broken the next if they come up short.
Oh no!
And KINGSTON gets deleted. Wakadia's Mac 10 is savage.
Sharp shooters on Aurora today. That much is clear. It's not just Zantares.
Dosta, nećemo više politički ništa, dosta, završava se. Politika se završava sad.
And I think, you know, with Inferno coming through, I do think a lot of teams are going to look to punish Falcons here with the relative inexperience, and I say relative, with a very inexperienced KINGSTON on this map. He's kind of limited in terms of the star power, the potential he can get to. Nico and
Tako je rekao šta je imao, brate, i to je to.
with how they approach the banana control. And there's just, you know, a lot of stuff you can look to do to exploit in this Falcons lineup on this map. Aurora are exceeding in every facet of that right now.
Ovi Francuzi i politiku, mo.
Pit anchor, it was previously Magisk's role in this team. Obviously only seen a couple of games, but nothing outstanding just yet.
Kako ona ima Kron, brate, ima onu ženu s kurca.
Falcons are just trying to hold on this defensive.
Ne daju mi, Veljo, rekli su mi da moram engleski stream da gledam.
Nice kill for MongolZ. Must be feeling desperate to make plays. He's been the only source of these opening fights, succeeding for the Falcons.
Udari ga žena kurcem u glavu. Šta se brate, imamo.
Waits for no one.
Oh, and he just wants to chase this. He wants to run at Nico here. And Torres meets him head on.
Go on.
There's the trade for Madja.
Don't go through, you got the bomb.
He had that realization just in time. That
Bomb.
nade gonna do big damage, but Madja still able to get the bomb planted, still in the round. All down low, short. Two players in at Banana and Jota left at the back of B. Smoke in.
Boga mi odspokovo je dvojicu, brate.
Banana position. They've got a nade on Madja to blow
Dobro,
that
nije ih
open.
odspokovo dvojicu.
Jota gonna try and leave this to spam, and Tess says that's when he picks him up.
Got a stick.
Madja lobs that in. No kit, and no swing for Woxic. Only going now is the lineup, but not the diffuser. Woxic's gonna go back, and he's just stolen it away. Woxic on the rifle. A beautiful triple, and Aurora running away with Inferno.
Koliko smo proveli vremena vežbajući? Pa obično vežbanje krene u 11 ili 12, ima sat ili 2 sata teorije, 2 mape pauza, pa još 2 mape. Bakše. The only one. Uzeli muškarca, dali mu kao onu peniku i kao pravi sad si žena. Daj nam nafte, daj nam nafte, daj nam nafte. Daj nam nafte, pratim kako ne pratim. Daj nam nafte, daj nam nafte. Daj nam nafte, daj. Mi smo iz blata svi ovdje, razumiješ ti, ne? Uđim da izbacim i da se vratim. Точно! Ništa vafele, daj falafele, bret. Pratit ću Teodore, kralju Teodore. Samo da namjestimo i mrtvi TV.
Aurora, show us why you call it a punish pick. Falcons, wings clipped to open up this semi-final series. 9-3 lead from the T side of Inferno for Aurora, and that's with Xantares looking red hot. Woxic throws his name up there as well, styling out that final round with a stellar 1 versus 3. Falcons just couldn't set a foot right in that first half as they move into the T side. They used to have a good degree of comfort here, but it's one where KINGSTON's had his struggles in the one game we've seen him play. And so a lot of the burden going to fall to Nico and m0NESY.
Oh, double dualies are dirty. Despicable for Wakadia, and Zantares
Mislim
has a
da
message
ne,
to send.
Slavene.
Third kill through the
I sve to
ball.
Nutelica radi, ja bih rekao. Nemam pojma.
Coming for the kills.
Ja sam tu samo da kenjam.
Falcons out of this pistol round. They have no choice. They have no say in the matter. As soon as the mags are back in, Zantares comes in for more. Hasn't even been tagged. Jota in no hurry to die. That bomb is under full control of Aurora, and Zantares is coming for this pistol round, whether you like it or not. One kill for Falcons in a sea of death.
Snaga ima ukupno, cela kuća ima 220 kvadrata.
See, and like even now, bro, Aurora just strapped their heads back on. Everyone was feeling a bit loose there in the 4v1.
Cela kuća ima 220 kvadrata, a ovaj gornji deo ja bih rekao da ima oko 75-80. I sve iz jedne prostorije.
They wait for the fights to come to them. As soon as they have the info, you have two players to close in from the spawn. Match is actually holding a sick angle as well. Tesses might just die to that. They've got the spot. There's the swing. Zantares with a hat trick. Closing in
Jebi ga, kosina ti ubije, naš. Od s druge strane je manja kosina, ovdje je veća, ovo što je iznad mene. Pošto imam, brate, od zida do zida 7 metara, sigurno.
Still, they have two players in the top 10 rated in this event. It's Zantares and Woxic. No from Falcons.
Ne znam, ja nisam neki fan, ja volim više plafona.
Been really strong games from Zantares all the way through, even with slow starts and frustrating moments. Think about how this game started. He was picked in the first couple of gun rounds, picked by the m0NESY AWP. Dead to Nico at Banana. Still 18-7. He's got a point to prove here.
Imam dve klime, druži, kako misliš?
And one thing, you know, you talk about the Falcon series yesterday against MongolZ, it was a bit of a sloppy anti-ecos. They didn't win all the pistols, but every time they did win a pistol, they would lose to the force buy.
Skroz tamo na onoj drugoj strani je 24-ka velika klima, a ovdje imamo onu, ne znam kako se zove ta, brate, što ide dole na zid, ne ide gore.
But it's got to be a near flawless T-side. One flash, bunch of Glocks. Flash won't do a thing with this position. Woxic over the top. He sees it coming into.
A da ja vas pitam u chatu sve vas, jel spavate sa klimom upaljenom ili bez?
Woxic takes two with him before the gun's picked up, and it's probably too little too late for young KINGSTON. 1v4, no more, as Aurora sit on the door of 11 rounds.
Ujevac. Dobro je, tu ste negdje pola-pola.
Where Falcons will have to walk back after this map and just force a reset. Say, hey, we know Inferno's not our jig. We have to lock in for our pick. Train, a whole different conversation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was always going to be the case in this series. This is just a very punishing map for the Falcons.
Ja uvek sam, brate, i to mora staviti na 17 stepeni.
Just a shockingly dominant affair. I expected a little bit more from the Falcons in this game. They beat MongolZ for crying out loud. Not on this map, but they at least made it closer than this. 11-3, one try in this game. It's now for the Falcons. Aurora have nades ready to go. Maja, a man not to sleep on when it comes to the utility.
Oženjen, brate, ženu i decu.
Bounce HE. Got tricks up his sleeve, all right. Second one lands. Two players probing middle here. KINGSTON needs an entry, and Jota covers his teammates. 5 and 10, but hasn't felt like a problem here.
Dude, even this type of CT round that we're getting out of Aurora, this is the kind of thing you never see from the Falcons. You've got a reblock in at top banana at the 42nd mark. That's the middle.
Godina sam se ženio, pa prošle godine sam se
you
ženio.
can't play through. You've got to go somewhere else.
Forcing fights.
Now hold on to top mid. Woxic out in the open. Back turned on the first player around the corner, but he's out of there. That gives up the room. That's something for Falcons. Aurora ease back into a 3-man hold. Time running low. Falcons have to pick up the pace here. Got to get through cleanly. KINGSTON provides the first. A lot of damage coming out of the pit, but it's all KINGSTON openers. They weren't able to deal with Jota, not yet. KINGSTON flying solo. Has to get this bomb down, and then ace clutch in the 1v2.
24, brate, ozbiljno velika klima, brate.
KINGSTON dodges the molly, but a double swing available here. They've spotted him on the retreat.
Nego mi ušle ose, brate, pre mjesec dana tu, napravili ono sranje i sjebali mi elektroniku, brate.
That's how deep he's having to dig to try and put anything on the board for the Falcons. One away. And it's the clash of the captains, up and over for KINGSTON, and it's one shy of all five. Perfection was demanded, and he comes close. But close won't cut it. 12 on the board, and many a chance for Aurora to close out.
Jurić se verio, ljudi. Verio njegovu milicu.
For KINGSTON, almost no way to win it out. Needs 2 headshots to land. And Matt just saves the day. He does right on Jota's huge 4K. And I even think that comes off the mistake of Madja. He could have ended that round rushing the bomb plant with 5 seconds. KINGSTON couldn't fake. Madja had that kill on a plate. It gets a little bit shaky, but still closed out by Aurora. And so mistakes matter not at 12-3. It's all about the dominance of this map. Inferno difficulties. And Falcons with no hero here.
Verio je malo pre, brate.
With only one player on double digits kills in MongolZ. It's a very impressive game.
Malo pre, sad nam je napisao u grupi, brate, da je ono, to.
They want to get back in another grand final, a feat not seen since Bounty at the start of the year.
Nikola 7-13, Teses 9-11, KISUKE 9-11, KINGSTON 9-12.
Very well in the Mongols.
I think it would just be an insane thing to
Jeste uspio da organizuje vatromete i neke, brate, neki ples i nešto. Ko zna šta je radio. Ovo je bitno da mu je rekla da, brate, pusti priču.
That was the key to that bounty final that they went on to reach. That was the map they were able to take over Spirit in that BO5.
Hey, they loved Vertigo before it got removed.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean it feels like, you know, all the changes are made to counter this team.
A ću da se userem kod mlađe na svadbi, bok te mazo.
They would have loved a bit of overpass as well, but obviously Falcons have been banning it out in this tournament so far. Surely going to be thinking about it entering their map pool eventually, I think, at this point. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to play Aurora there either. A flawless CT side against FaZe and some really nice T rounds as well. It's a huge kill for KISUKE. Not been a player we've talked about too much in this map. No reason to. As Falcons try and strut up long. A regression here for Jota and Woxic pushing up on the short side. Missed by MongolZ. Timing eludes him. They look to root spawn. 30 seconds. If you're really going to make this play, you've got to start to run.
Brate, preturit ćeš se si lud.
Lose the element of surprise on this, and Aurora haven't moved the muscle. Jota's been cleared mid on this push.
How do you lose this?
20 seconds here.
Kurac neće me zove, brate.
Torres isn't ready for it. Thinking the play's coming in banana side. Madja still in position to try and steal this. There's the lineup. 2 dinks down range. KISUKE in with a hat trick. 3 kills deep. But will that be enough?
Tačno se vidjelo će promaši, brate.
This whole round coming from KISUKE. Just Jota left to beat, but they don't know where he's coming from. They don't know where he is. KISUKE put down. Can MongolZ finish what he started? Yes, he can. A heroic round from
Bucks će biti kumara, ja
talk about him all game long. At times out of his depth here on Inferno, but when you give him some straight-up gunfights, you can't doubt the mechanical ability of this guy.
Yeah, that round is so shocking that even Aurora read it completely wrong, right? Madja reflashing Xantares for banana fights, thinking they're getting lurked on, but it's everyone coming through spawn. Caught off guard a little bit of Aurora and capitalized on by the new player of Falcons, but it's one round. It needs to be the stepping stone to something more in this T side. Aurora take a breather with an eco. Full flashed here, Xantares. Got to give it up. Stack up for Aurora, but gap found by Falcons.
I mean, I think the other thing it's worth mentioning, right, is like the fact that KISUKE is now topping the charts after that last round is equal parts concerning as it is nice. You know, when you think about this map, the guy you really want kind of delivering for you out of the two of them, the guy that feels like he should be hitting hard is Nico, and he's been struggling. Ooh.
Case in point.
Even that just feels a little rough.
Mogami.
Still going to stop the eco from getting out of control.
Bukvalno Sergej.
You know, this is a map where Nico hasn't had to make any concessions. KISUKE and the room provided to it nudges other people out of their positions. So you want Nico doing a lot more in this map.
It's come off the back of struggling CT sides. For Aurora, it's been quite the opposite. The best CT-sided team at this event. And look at the buy, going for a Furia buy. Instead of a full rifle round, they get MP9s and they just brawl at the top of Banana. This might work out. The bomb is here. MongolZ's got to be careful. Still trying to back up KINGSTON. Deep Molly goes in.
Oh my god.
Aurora have more tricks up their sleeve. Tessus needs to take the space, but AK granted to Arcadia. He looks to put it to use. That flash is a problem.
Flash go Kenja, brat.
And even though Aurora
Gde ti je krenula Vojvodina, brat?
with SMGs and Zantara is dangerous, Falcons have the sight.
Vojvodino, Vojvodino, volimo te mi. Hej, hej, Vojvodino, volimo te mi. Hej, hej, Vojvodino, to nek znaju svi. To, brate, ta pesma.
I think that's going to call this off. The AK is very, very valuable. Keeping that in Zantares' hands is a big deal here for Aurora.
Absolutely. Maybe get another if you can. Jota's buying regardless. They're positioning to set up for a couple of exits.
Pa navijam za Partizan, nisam neki sad navijač, ali brate, znam i te slaninarske pesme.
It's important just to see Falcons hit some shots, get some multi-kills, warm up into this series. It's been a game where they haven't really been able to get nice fights on that CT side, so having some kills could go a long way when we look to train. And quicker than you
Jeste dobar Xerox.
get close.
Kakve crne, kassad je Generals. Jeste, jeste. Pratim Kostiću koliko mogu. Ločite kolege. G, jebem li ga nešto.
They try to chase this down. KISUKE falls as well. It's a mow down from Aurora. More aggression into the MongolZ orb. And he didn't make that easy for himself. That's left it on Tessus. He's got a low HP Woxic bomb down at the T stairs. He's worlds away from it.
Sa ovom ekipom možda playoff. Šta mi ljav dođe? Dođe mi, brate, ono lovne. Ne dođe mi ništa.
So Woxic departs, does not want to offer up this kill.
Just an excellent move for Woxic here. If Tessus flanked CT spawn, he might have had really strong timing to kill Jota. But now he's just going to be active in the middle, behind this smoke, being considered. And Woxic might even be down on the ramp to scope up in time to get this info. Tessus desperately looking for this free kill, or so he thinks. As smoke is cycled. Says no chance to get this bomb without engaging.
Tata me naučio, brate. Čački me naučio da navijam za Partizan.
There's the smoke to make it weird. On top of the bomb.
Upoznao sam Peđu Mijatovića kad je Partizan izgubio 1-0 na Banjici protiv Rada.
Because Tessus snipes that bomb out from underneath them. 25 seconds, he's got to get a move on here. Woxic chases him down.
GG.
Finally finished the task. Couple of rounds down the end there, but it is still a dominant pickup from Aurora on this troublesome Falcons Inferno. They're going to try and change their fortunes on train. A far better map for the Falcons up next. Hope not lost.
Sjećam se ko juče da je bilo, brate, ispred ulazda na stadion. Partizan izgubio 1-0 od Rada. I ja čekam sa Ćaletom Peđa Mijatović da izađe, brate. Drago mi, ja sam predrag. Jebem ti mamu u pičku, se vidiš da je rekao Niko. Sad taktika, pa ništa, oni imaju spreman plan za tvoj map pick, brate. Verovatno su u neku ruku i računali da će biti težak Inferno. Ma igraju dosta loše zato što su, brate, ono nemaju dobre role, nemaju ništa dobro. Yeah, which the hotel episode wouldn't been reported after this terrible Falcons performance. Why is that? Treba Zonika pitati ono da ode kući. Yeah. Thorin is a defender of the Falcons. I mean, Falcons can still win this. Napajanje? Ej, jebi ga, brate, nas. Čekaj da vidim. Napajanje. Napajanje je ovo, brat. Kako da vidim, šta da radim sad? Znači, napajanje je ovo. Opa.
If that's not the start you wanted for the side of Falcons, then I'm not entirely sure. I'm just kidding. You didn't want that start at all if you're in the side of Falcons. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, of course, with me, Pimp, Yanko, and first map that went well in the way of Aurora.
I stand to be corrected. I thought Falcons was going to come in and play significantly better Counter-Strike. I think that was very inspirational. Sorry, I think that was horrendous, you know, on many different occasions for the Falcons. First half, it took Nico with a triple kill, you know, to get one of the first rounds on the CT side, and yet they were almost losing that round as well. Then you have a couple of other individuals of Falcons, but overall, Yanko, it did feel like Falcons didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike, and Aurora just had that number. You know, this round in particular, we're going to see this from Santaris getting a multi-kill in middle. I reckon that Sonic's reaction after that round, to me, that was more or less the round that decided the fate of this game.
I think we've seen so far with this lineup, actually only in this tournament, but Inferno does seem to be the weakness right now in the pool of the Falcons, right? It wasn't good today, it wasn't good yesterday, it was even a different manner in which they lost the Inferno game today compared to playing versus MongolZ.
Nema veze što je primio, nama treba nam bre... Treba nam 2 gola na celoj utakmici.
It's mostly thanks to their CT size that they've been able to win games, but here they stepped up. Zantares, especially in that first half, delivered them a lot of rounds, and they were able to close it out on the CT side.
Yeah, for a guy like Zantares, this is what you look at Zantares for. You want him to kind of be carrying that torch if he's on the side of Aurora doing what he's
Razer Huntsman V3 Pro White.
It's good to see though.
Ali nije Pro White nego Pro Black.
Down a little bit, you know, the second part of the first part of the season, so to speak, he was not firing on all cylinders. He wasn't at his absolute best. And the beginning of the season in Cologne, he wasn't there. You hear from the team that he's not playing, he's not practicing. He had a slow start, so to speak, to the second part of the season. But last tournament he played at the Bounty, he was showing good signs, and I think here at EWC, it's one of the best tournaments in a long time. You know, this performance today versus Falcons is just another one in a
To nije White,
now,
brate, nikad.
seems to be back at his best, and there's no doubt, Janko, that when Santaris is
To je malo ono... Bravo!
It's a different beast to be reckoned with. When he's average, they're decent, but when he's good, they can be very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same case for a lot of the other teams, and he's been exceptional so far in this tournament. Even in a couple of rounds, he was able to clutch, which is not usually the situation in which we see him. But yeah, it was absolutely stellar for Aurora in this game.
Zeva Deluxe, bro. Zeva Deluxe.
That damage down range, and he is certainly one of them. Also, you want to give your flowers over a guy like Woxic, who statistically was there as well.
Na tole papiru ne štenim.
Even some glimpses of Major get involved in getting active.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alex said it.
Brown Boxers V4 Pro.
And playing, you know, almost like an FPL style of Counter-Strike.
Pasulja ostalo, brate. Gađa.
You pointed it out last time we covered an Aurora game as well, that Voxic seems to be trending upwards as well. You know, and when you have the double wombo combo in Santaris and Voxic, you have a decent amount of firepower.
Yeah, he was talking about putting more hours into the game, just trying to get his individual level up a little bit. And when we had him on the couch too, talking about bringing the energy, right? And bringing the hype to the team.
Naravno, samo crne, brate, eventualno plave.
Not getting frustrated, and we know they can get frustrated, right? So all these things, it's a little bit here, a little bit there, and all of a sudden they're one map away of making the grand final.
Yeah, it all adds up, right? That is the culmination. You do want to see it all come to the fruits of your labor, being that grand final. Hell, even maybe winning the thing on the other side of it. Let's talk a little bit about some of these rounds. I'm looking there in the first half in round number 7.
Yeah, that's a terrible round to rewatch, but I think we owe it to the viewers.
When you probably lost Paladin,
Falcons have a decent shot at winning this round. It's a little bit messy to begin with, obviously. Some proactiveness coming out here. Aggressive Counter-Strike, I like it. You get a multi-kill. A Glock kill coming in from Voxic down here. That's not supposed to happen. I'm not sure.
Treba nam filler, između mapa.
Could probably have left that fight and gone away. It's a little bit back and forth. You give over some weaponry, but the big mistake is right here. You have KINGSTON on one side and Niku on the other. Santaris gets to walk out of Boiler and get a freebie on Niku, who has no idea what's going on, and then KINGSTON all of a sudden takes over.
Imaš onaj bider.
We don't get to see it from KINGSTON's point of view.
Nema mato, brate, ja to čaršafam.
You have to take a wider angle. You have to
Zamotam se ono kao
the first point of contact, because there is a
neka
risk
debela beba.
from Boiler. It makes zero sense whatsoever for Niku to hold towards apartment when KINGSTON is not helping him to cover Boiler middle.
Also, man,
Neće da me zovu Lukenda zato što mnogo priča, brate, stvari koje oni neće da, brate, čuju. A i ne volim da radim, brate, sa govnarim.
If a guy just speaks and he's out in the open holding mid, he could just die.
Not
You don't want necessarily to have that fight, so it was just awkward, and it was a crucial round. I don't know if they maybe miscalculated the economy for the side of Aurora in this round.
Tri govnara, tri pičke.
Had armor since he died to the Glock, I assume not. And it was a little bit unfortunate that they go for the boiler peak, and there's 5 guys second mid. Everyone from Aurora was second mid in that round, so not necessarily what you want when you go for that call, but yeah, it was in the crucial moment. They didn't win. That was the reset for each of the teams, and after that, it was Aurora pretty much running away with it.
Yeah, and you're just thinking, I mean, this is just still in the first half, all things considered. I mean, even our next clip is from the first half in round number 12.
Yeah, I feel like that was the last moment Falcons had a chance of getting into the game. Maybe at this point it was already too late, but round 12 was another great example of the Falcons just not being able to win rounds they're supposed to win. Again, I think Nico is doing a decent job right here. Major into the smoke. For a brief moment, he considered to jump through the smoke, and
he got to his senses.
Yeah, he got to his
actually,
senses.
Not bad.
Not that bad. The nade, I would even argue that failed right here. Major had 38 HP, you know, had that nade been more precise, he would have died right here. Anyway, you get into a 1v3 position right here if you're the Falcons, and you're obviously supposed to win this one, but you gotta give credit to Voxic. He pulls off a 1v3 right here, gets the first couple of kills, and then the smoke disappears, and you can see the last guy, you know, who's stuck to the defuse throughout the entirety of the time. There's no kit, there's no money, there's nothing he can do about it, but if you can convert a 1v3, if you can convert the 4-2 round that we saw earlier on as well, there's no way you're gonna have a good CT side. So I felt like there were moments in the first half where Falcons could have remained competitive, but they just messed up every time.
Sucks to be that last guy. You're just sitting there, it's like 7 seconds have passed, you're just praying he doesn't PQ.
Koristio podešavanje za monitor Nikola i Robs. Znaš šta sam uradio sad, ti Dušane? Uzeo sam, otišao sam na onaj pro settings tačka, ne znam ja šta, i gledao sam na YouTube podešavanja ovoga Monesija. I Monesi mi deluje da ima jako dobre boje, brat.
Maja, semi-finals obviously await you today. We saw Woxic recently saying that is the goal going to every event.
Prvo sam mislio da je Lynch ima dobre boje, brate, ali nisi mi se svidjelo i, brate, svi mislim da Monesi ima najbolje podešavanje.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what say Woxic in this interview, but generally our goal this year is always to win trophy. Also, going to the semi is important, but the most important thing is lift the trophy, I think, for me, at least. So, I don't feel pressure, I just want to play Counter-Strike.
Evo ga ovaj, brate, kao Vinicius, I just want to play football.
Of the recent CT economy changes, Woxic, he said he kind of enjoys it being a little bit more CT-sided now. How is it for you as a cooler having to go against that on the T side?
Yeah, for me it's not that good as an in-game leader. It's not only us, I think every team has some difficulty in T side right now because of the economy of the city side. Like last update, like we had to win like 1 or 2 rounds on T side to break the economy of the city. But now, like I think city side, if they do a good start, like winning 5-0 or 6-0, something like that, like they have 40k in bank, you know, they have a lot of money in bank. So you have to win. Like they can have like 4 or 5 rounds every round, like full buy. They can buy everyone even. So that's most difficult for T side. I think it's the same for every team, so we need to adapt on it. I have some issue, to be honest. I will not lie, like every other leader, I think. So the most important thing is to not throw the clutch situation that you have. Like you have to win these rounds now when you're on T side. What is important, not throwing.
Yes, baš sam voditelj kuće da napada.
Because City side was really weak last update, but now we will see.
I imagine you didn't think the update with bringing Overpass in instead of Anubis was so good though, because I
think sve jedno, brate, i ne smije da žena bude veća.
In the top 5, top 10 that's kind of affected
by
the most.
Brate, ono nešto stojiš.
How well do you feel your map pools adapted now that we've had a couple of tournaments with this new distribution of 7 maps?
Yeah, this is a good question, to be honest. After losing Anubis, it was complicated, to be honest. But now we try to work a lot on Overpass to make us feel comfortable.
Try to walk a lot.
Since too much on Overpass.
Okay, work a lot, yes.
I'm very happy about my teammates. We have to adapt. I think it's like in life. We have to adapt in this situation.
Ma Freya je legenda,
verujte mi. A sickness, but you have to do it. You have to heal yourself for that. So we will do our best for that. Try work more harder and let's hope.
Što mi daje ovaj, kako ovi likovi što daju, brate, odgovore kao neke, kao da su u nekom filmu romantičnom, brate.
Since the last time you faced them too, how tough do you think they look with the likes of KIOSUKE on the team now?
Yeah, completely different lineup. They bring Monesi, they bring KIOSUKE also, 2 new players. When we play against them, I think Monesi was not playing, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So I think on paper, this is a very strong team individually.
How, brate?
So today to win them. We have
Major
to
je
be good
Vučićević.
individually also and as a team. Everyone need to be on the server. And I believe in my teammate. I believe in myself. And hopefully we can show that we can win them. And yeah.
Thank you so much for your insight. Best of luck going up against Falcons.
Thank you.
Well, Madger, you could win them, and you did win them on the first map, that for sure. So let's talk about
Juga,
let's
brat.
talk about where we're going next. What's it going to look like out there in the yards?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Aurora won the first 2 train games that they played over in Katowice and lost every single train since. So no wonder Falcons picked it after how it went for them against G2, where they showcased some of their best plays so far this tournament. I think, though, Aurora hasn't played this since Austin, and they only played it once there versus Mouse. So, you know, you're obviously going to spend a lot of time in the offseason working on your worst map, and that can be the trap here for Falcons, right? I'm sure Aurora has at least a few things in store that they haven't shown yet. I mean, Train has also changed since the major with the update with the boxes, so we'll have to see if this was maybe a trap card laid out by Major.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the level coming out from Aurora.
Sad da bi na ljudima.
I know what to expect from Falcons. I will say that as much disappointed I were in Inferno, I
Si
think what we've seen
lače mi je,
so far for Falcons, both before and after the update, it's been very solid. It does feel like Tessus in particular has found his groove on that map. I think Nico
Mato,
as well.
nema nikog, jebate, ne dolaze ljudi na Discord, moramo nekako da ih, vrate, pectemo da krenu da dolaze na Discord.
That being said though, Trace, they're starting on the T side after a horrible showing on Inferno. You're starting on the T side. It doesn't take a lot of rounds, you know, to go out of your hands where you all of a sudden maybe, and well, you know you're one map away. And
this is where we feel confident because against G2 it was 0-6.
Yeah, true, but
still ended 6-6. So I think they just feel confident on this map, that their playbook is a little bit deeper, definitely than Inferno, but perhaps some of the other maps. So I think we will see them equalize the score here and Mirage as the decider.
Anything else will be disappointing.
Yeah, and I don't think you can let Zantaras and Woxic
Ljudi ste očajni, brate moj boki.
Like he did on Inferno, like they did on Inferno, rather.
No, and it's also
bravo,
for Santaris,
Paki,
you know,
odlično,
to
odlično
dictate
ide,
too
odlično.
much on a map like Inferno. I feel like there's different routes you can use, you know, Ivy or inside. You can simplify the game, or you can play slow if you want to. If you're the Falcons, they like to be a bit explosive, but I do feel like Santaris, it's harder to dictate a game as a rifler on a map like Train.
Yanko, do the Falcons, is this end for them right here? Is this over?
No, I think they equalize it here, and I think we see Mirage as the decider.
All right, well, let's do it. We're going to jump right into that map. It's going to be Train. We're going to see if the Falcons can come in with the bounce back.
This should be a far better look for the Falcons. Inferno was a rough time.
Pa šta sereš, to niste promenili.
A far more comfortable map for them in Train. It's their pick in this semi-final, and this is where they're going to have to find their redemption. Stark difference between these squads on map 1, and Aurora at least have a real wind in their sails here heading into map 2. Even though it's one that this Aurora squad have had their struggles on, had their issues in, they do have a fair few reps on this map. They won't be shy of ideas, and it was certainly a point for them to improve on after the player break.
Yeah, nothing fuels you like 9 losses in a row, Harry. Oh. That's not a good start for the Falcons, though, is it? A missed smoke in T-spawn coming through. Yikes. So, cancel the plan, make a new plan, as they say. And hope the test skull down on Ivy, but he gives it up early, comes back to a main position. Nice entry for Nico. That B250 hits harder. Toxic gone, Nico tries to follow up. It's a bit messy, but he's got cover from Monacy, and Joseph's not getting out of that corner alive. 5v3 for the Falcons. Entries are theirs. Flooding in are the CTs, but these double Julies, not as lethal as Inferno. Flank from the pop side. Madra in the site, just going to get overwhelmed here. Too many targets. Not enough time. Wakadia 1v3.
How interesting can he make this? First kill was clean on the dualies. He's ready for Tesses up top. Hold on! Wakadia is making it happen! It all comes through! The Dolberettas destroy the Falcons!
1v4 out of nowhere!
And I mean, that's got Zantares smiling away. Even no one can believe what they've just seen. Aurora. That's what the confidence does for you. And for Falcons, that is the roughest possible outcome. Full control over the pistol, and suddenly Wakadia hits them with a haymaker.
Gut punch in the pistol round, and any hope of you bouncing back and regaining your confidence in this series out of the window. Disaster strikes. And this firepower runs deep
moguće?
for Aurora. Notice here as well, he's got the UMP just chewing
Šta radi ovih s ovim UMP-a, majku
Not much
ti,
you
ja.
can do picking that up. You're probably even going to prioritize Deagle. Hicks and Will. Dear oh dear. For the Falcons.
Dude, if you're Aurora now, you feel unbeatable.
Yeah.
You feel like you are winning this series here and now. You turn a round like that on its head, and everyone's just brimming with confidence. Antares.
Look at him go. This is not going to give you
Šta
anything.
skače, brate, ko magarac.
And he won't.
Dude, he just plays with so much freedom in the current day.
Jebote, život, Ladu ih rešio ovaj, brate, ludak.
He just charges at his opponents. Faith in himself, faith in his aim.
Možda je kao hteo da izbjegne da ga ovaj ubije, brate, nemam pojem.
And for good reason. I mean, even the desk was talking about the resurgence of Madra as an individual looking pretty good as well, talking about him proving his individual form, running around, strong SMGs, Wicardia in that previous map the same. It's a very scary Aurora to be facing right now. And, you know, coming off the back of 9 losses in a row on any map is going to add fuel to the fire. It's going to make you want to improve it. And that's what they did coming out of the player break, beating NIP in overtime at Cologne in the map. And sure, you can roll your eyes and say NIP, but NIP are a trained specialist team. This has been their go-to since the inception of the roster. So it's not a baseless win here for Aurora.
Zviždi im bombu, a? Će da im kokne bombu, Vikadija.
Looking to take the series in 2, flank held, second one surprises. Xantara's going to get run down, but he still drops the bomb. That is more than you bargained for.
Dude, he's still alive. They finally get this, but KINGSTON finished off clean.
Šta se događa, brate?
It's looking so ugly. It's looking so messy. Sure, they read the flank, they kill one, but then they run back through the Molotov. They get trapped to chase that kill. Bomb dropped twice over. Oh, it's disastrous.
And I mean, you know, this is the problem with having kind of some glaring map pool issues for the Falcons, is it demands perfection from you throughout the rest of the series. You know, they have to take train. They have to have a good showing here and come in switched on. Well, thus far they've lost a 1v4 in the pistol. They fall to the bonus round out of Aurora. This is already a rough way for Train to open.
Oh, ready and waiting. Woxic on Ivy is going to be a lot of fun to watch in this game.
Well, dude, even through some of these like strugglesome times, the loss streak for Aurora here, Woxic was always a treat on this AWP.
And you're going to tell me Madge is running the org as well, Harry? Old man, new tricks. Teaching Falcons a thing or two. Dude, I think this map is such a trap, you know? The fact that you see Aurora had this huge loss streak on it, to be honest, I didn't know what Falcons would pick coming into the day. Maybe a Dust 2, but even that looked bad at Cologne. Eliminated versus Furia there. But yeah, the train is temptation because Falcons have great results on it, even with the previous roster. But I just think Aurora have been jumping on train from the day one of it coming into the map pool. And even though you have a lot of losses, I think that only makes you look a bit harder coming into a new season. Nice shot for KINGSTON, but that bomb is deep down on Ivy. And Aurora say, we're not going to give you the time of day. We're not going to give you the kills. So 4-0, Eco gone. Falcons need to win this gun round.
Yeah. I mean, that's, I think you're dead on.
Nešto su mi ovi navijači udahnuli, utihnuli. Udahnuli.
Because even though Aurora have had a string of losses, you talk about it, they look to bring this map in. From the moment it was added, they've always been kind of specialists in the new
Ima fade, pravi onaj turski, vrat.
Staple of the pool. And I mean...
Ej, stat, ponestalo im goriva, vrat. Ne može to.
This map like a string of close losses, but a 9-loss streak nonetheless. Even that kind of speaks to the idea that they've been close to breaking through on Train, just needed that kind of extra 10% refinement.
Možda proteste ono ispred Saudijske Arabije, ono ambasade njihove.
Found a spot. First time I've seen it.
6 foot versus 5'11",
yeah.
Crouched down right in front of him. Look at that.
Blood is floating.
Dude, he's standing on the padlock.
All right, flashed out though. That's a bit of a problem. His teammate can't bail him. Are you ready for one more? Surely you are. The timing on the swing is good. Jota followed up Nico finds that very important trade to keep the round breathing, but Xantares does not relent. Comes in to backstab Nico. Smoke push denied. Does that send Nico back into A? He is not in a hurry. Resetting through Spore.
Anchor is the fix for Falcons and changing the IGL. Nico taking the role.
This could work for Nico though. You're not ready from here. Yeah, exactly. So the kills kind of get fed to Falcons in this round. They make the most of it.
Jel dao Milango?
Surely not again. One under the belt already. Here's the footsteps to KINGSTON, who's trying to get out of there with the bomb in tow. m0NESY still back Ivy side with the AWP. And Nico attempting to hold down this B site in the downtime. He's holding for a
Ide giveaway sutra. Gde je Nutella, bro? Samo mi potvrdite da li je ono 100% go, da nije VAR, da nije ovo, da nije ovo.
Surely someone's saying to him, come on, you've won this already. There's m0NESY arriving. And so finally, Falcons will break through.
Yeah, it comes down to a really strong flash, and WOXIC can't get out of position. I think if he manages to
Sad ćemo zovemo Nutelicu.
himself out of Pop Dog, he can re-peek, help Jota out. They start the round from the back foot, so really good flash into Pop. And Nico able to dodge the hunt of Xantares. That push from Madja feels the most unnecessary, given he's got an AUG. But Aurora, they've come in with some interesting setups already. So they're cooking something here on this CT side. Falcons break through in that must-win gun round.
Alo? Šta reći? Šta sam te ti kažem? Trebalo bi sutra udarivo giveaway neki ovdje na streamu. Da sam, ali treba da kombinujemo malo i Discord nekako, pa rekao da smisliš, pošto mi prošao mi tiket od $400 sam dobio Soma, pa ću od tih 600 profita 400 da dam na brate giveaway ljudima, pa ti nešto smišljaj. Pa mislio sam skinove, da kupim jedno 4 skinove po $100 i brate da im to da dam ljudima. Šta misliš?
Nico watches on.
He wants to just try and extract one kill here. Hanging around, he would have multiple players with backs turn. Nico now on the line. So Madja decides against it.
Pa nešto da bude nešto od Discordu da izvučemo ili tako nešto. Pa da, na live-u da ćemo uraditi. Ali da nešto moraju da urade na Discordu, uđu na Discord, da nešto, nemam pojma, smišljati.
Falcons execute but not committed. That molly even blocks WOXIC from rotating back through Con just for the meantime, so they have a window of opportunity. Falcons gonna take it.
Evo, ne znam da ste čuli ljudi šta smo pričali.
So it's all three players out through Pop. Ooh, Madja, you don't want to let Nico survive here, but he's not really given much of a choice. Here's the Pop push, and they get a decimated.
Poenta je, šta sam htio da vas pitam.
m0NESY tries to reply, 30 seconds now. Xantares and WOXIC in the right place to shut this one down.
Šta sam htio da vas pitam, da li hoćete skin od $100 ili 100 USDT? Šta mislite da je bolje? I ja tako 4 puta. 4 puta po 100.
I mean, I think, it was always going to feel kind of awkward with three players just brute forcing the play out the Pop Dog. You don't have that main lurk. You don't
I know, Pavel, but also like
it's the smallest choke
I think
you can leave to try and get out into this.
Like because I got this money for basically nothing. I wanna like give it away to people. Svi vole skinove, a?
Falcons want to pick up the pace. It looks like it.
Ne, 4 puta po 100. 190 ću da zadržim za neki drugi bet, na primjer.
Full blind finds the kill. Jota even gets info on Pop as well. The goal is clear from the Falcons and it's blocked. Still more util to come down here.
Ajde da uđem posle meča na neki sajt pa da vidimo šta ćemo sa skinovima, a? Pa dobro, ima sutra da se igra, znaš.
Spammed on his exit. And so 5-on-3, Aurora sit back comfortably.
Nego sam ja mislio da ima ljudi koji možda trebaju im pare više nego skin.
Stacked teams in this Falcons squad. And Xantares is wrecking them all. Now Nico, that's something.
I ova publika mi ide na kura što ovo radi, brat.
Nico opens this round up single-handedly. You didn't really have to say his name all too much on Inferno. Let's see if he can leave an impression on
Može, Mato, ali se dogovori sa Nutelicom.
Clean stuff for m0NESY, a tap to find Woxic, and Tessez in position to walk that one over the line. That is a good solo play from NiKo, finding a timing on intuition through the smoke. Falcons, don't let that one slip away from them. It's important they don't, because you're not going to get that many times over. This is a heads-up move for NiKo.
Ma, sećam se šta mi je publika radio u Mongoliji, brate. Sam izgubio finale u Mongoliji od MongolZ-a, brate, zato što su to radili.
An important timeout for the Falcons to take note of the position they're in. Bit of a dire start to this game, but absolutely room to recover on their map pick in this series. A semi-final where MongolZ already wait, ready to play a BO5, watching on. With $500,000 for first place hanging in the balance. Not a prize purse worth.
Nešto razmišljam za ove skinove, jebi ga što će kogod da uzme, morat će čeka 7 dana, jebi.
So Falcons need to seize this moment now. Full eco stack here for Aurora. Falcons just call a slow default, taking their time, getting that pop control.
A ja mislim da je možda bolje da im dam, brate, 100 USDT-a, brate. Svakome i pa ne kupe ljudi sebi svoje skinove. But the thing is, like, I'm not gonna post it on Twitter.
Yeah, very patient here.
I'm gonna just turn on the stream.
Looks like they are going to dodge this stack.
And who is there is there. Like.
No lurk. All Falcons found over towards that B site. And so they pick correctly in amidst this slow round. No danger presented by these pistols as they get dodged.
Pa mislim da većina ljudi hoće skinove. I ne smeta im da čekaju.
T-side, you can scrape by with just a handful of rounds. It's already doing a lot of the legwork here, breaking Aurora's money. Are we going to get a unicorn round?
I mean, there's very little incentive to play like this, really, on CT side, because you get that win bonus, you get that kill bonus across your team.
I ovo je dosadno mat. Mislim one prve runde.
A bit of a wasted opportunity here for Aurora to avoid going for damage and going for bonus money. I think even the concept of trying to save 5 USPs is flawed in the current meta. You should always go for damage.
And Pavel, I'm not really giving away skins to get more subs. I'm giving it away to the people who were on the stream every day, pretty much.
So whatever, but I think that's redundant.
Znam, može svakako. Yeah, you liked it?
Woxic dropped over a FAMAS. Hasn't bought any util himself either. Just a bit curious here. It's left him with extra money. In a very light util round from Aurora that doesn't feel inconsequential. Speaks to the fact that Woxic wants to be involved early on this orb, so doesn't want to be burdened by losing all the util for the team. Still could have passed it over. There he is attempting that early kill on the AWP, just gonna sail in between them. Instead it's Maja on that FAMAS to open
Deki što, brate, hoće da igra kantera, nema ga nikad.
There's a lot of info here for Aurora, and this time Jota in position was supposed to clean that up.
Oof. It's getting ugly. Falcons are leaving, they have no bomb. They do not have the bomb. They're going back for nothing. They try and climb back up the ramp, that's denied completely now.
Deki me zove pre neki dan, znači kaže, brate, igramo sutra kanter, pišem ti kada igramo neku mapu, brate, i lik uzme, brate, i ne organizuje ništa, i ne zove ništa. Ti si mene treba da zoveš, brate. Kako sam prošao klađu danas? Pa dobro je bilo.
long it went.
2600 profita. Možda malo manje, 2300.
Cardi goes on to bail out the round. Mess from Jota, but no problem all in all.
To be honest, Aurora needs 9-3 here.
Seeing Falcons feel the
2300 euro, da.
nerves, make mistakes across this series.
Kakav sam sa Kingo? Kako misliš?
On a T-sided train.
Match it with that French connection. He's still loving the Famous. Falcons, you don't want this to feel like a huge missed opportunity. You kind of have Aurora still scrappy and on the ropes here. Both teams approaching the end of their money. And so this round is worth an awful lot in shaping up this game. For Falcons, it would be that redemption they're looking for. It'd be them closing in on it on a very solid T side if they can pick it up. For Aurora, it's the beginning of another beatdown.
A pa ne igram ja deki, jevik. Mislim, trebao sam da igram, ali sam uzeo da postream.
No one rushing into it as a result. Really one hell of a gamble there. Swakadia was about to leave B entirely.
This round is open right now, but it does look like they're splitting on this A site. That's a huge info play down Ivy. Madge is even going to push the boat out to try and get this out of the action. But it will, oh my god, he might catch Tesses throwing util. He's going to see these nades go over.
Ubiće ga Tesses ovdje, je bez primat.
All is bangable, but he doesn't even need to risk it. Walking up to just take the kill to guarantee this opening frag. Jota follows up in the meantime. Xantares through the smoke. They're going into the stack. The belly of the beast dissolved by the stomach acid. 2-on-4.
Gordon je igrao, da.
Nico inside of the smoke. Not for long. And m0NESY with an orb, but no time to do a thing.
Ja sam ostao speechless.
Even committed to this hunt. Oh my m0NESY might just fall. This orb not saved. Maja one step ahead.
Yeah, he read that so well. I mean, Tessa's faking out Ivy and then pulling back. They don't reclaim Ivy instantly. They wait 20 seconds before Maja reflashes and goes back and gets that info. You see that?
Pa to ti kažem ja, Mato. Sa 5 je dosta, 4 je onako napeto, 3 je, vrate, Aurora favorit.
The rest of Aurora always fully buy into that image, and I think for a while he actually kind of lost.
Well, it's not a big land. They call it a big land because they're big teams, right? But it's like single elimination.
Madge is feeling so back, so dialed in. That's another fantastic.
You know, whatever.
Them in this game. I actually think in their T sides they didn't walk into a stand.
Pa ne možda ih ne voli zato što Nikola igra.
Every single time. And he's not one of these captains where that all comes from like tidbits of info going out.
I think it's more than 100, brother.
He's calling blind just on his feel and his read of the game.
Aj teško da navijaš za Turke, bro.
For example, how are you supposed to get that info without a roaming player coming through, without someone clearing the bomb site and checking it out? So many times forcing Falcons into 3-4-man B holds and then just going back into fast A pops. Some really well called T rounds for Madra in this whole tournament. And right now on CT side train, on a map that Aurora had a 9-loss streak to close out last season, they've come in with a vengeance, fuel on the fire, and burning Falcons down now late in the day. These eco pops can be explosive. Woxic missed shot, and they flood the site.
I mean, this was how Falcons made it here into this semi on one of these low buy rounds. They tear through bit of freedom given. Tech9's charging in, and a swarm of Falcons overrun Aurora.
Woxic's head in hands after that. He missed multiple opportunities with the AWP. Bit of a had his fair share of missed shots in this map, despite the scoreline. And look what it does. Falcons with 1 AK and a bunch of Deagles crack their way cleanly into a site. Is there hope still in this map? Oh, cheeky. With that sandwich smoke, not opening up many opportunities here. Tucked in his Tesses on Ivy, he wants this play.
Ne, njima je najveća, brate, snaga to što pričaju turski svi, brate.
For the T side, m0NESY opens up his, Tesses follows up as well. Still a trade, all picked up by Xantares.
Mislim da samo zato što su i dobri, toliko koliko jesu.
It's been their way into this T side. It might just be their way out in the last round. Blocked at the pop.
Moguće, znaš keksane.
They're in position to go for this three-man pop play again. And you've seen this betray them once before, coming through this choke point.
Oh, they hear this. They hear that rotate.
Aurora take a gamble in amidst all the silence, and this comes from, like you say, right, just B being the way in for Falcons in so many of these rounds.
Yeah, Zai will meet today.
That's Maj's read of the situation here, and you kind of live and die on his read of the game.
I mean, but Xantares can still get a shot off, live, try and hold on to A, give them some control for the retake. There's no kit right now. Maybe they can find one.
He's holding right now for a player late out from main. He heard m0NESY throwing in the util. And so he's really waiting patiently for this exact kill. Xantares, great knowledge of how the round was playing out. Backstab for Nico on another one of these smoke walks. And once again, it's looking to save the day for the Falcons.
Bukvalno, Nikola Kovačević, to sam ja rekao.
Aurora, they lose their man behind enemy lines, and now it's down to Akadia and Jota. Awkward fights here as they're sandwiched. Jota hits a blinder of a 180, but no idea as to where Nico has gotten to. No kit in the round. Time is running out for Jota.
Sačuvaj.
Falcons will pull through 5 rounds on this T side. Nico looking to be in good form, not afraid to take some risks.
Boga mi ovdje je napeto, brate, ko u guzici.
If they want to recover in this semi-final.
A da vas pitam ljudi, jel vi na Empire-u možete da kupujete skinove? Skinovi kupuju tamo? Pa ja kriptu uplaćujem tamo. I have no idea. Fight Night main card, what the fuck is it? 910-ku. Znam da je Milan Jenja. Prošao je tiket. Možda mogu i da pokažem. Ako uradim ovo i ovo. Ne može drugačije aralice. I mean, I kinda enjoyed this event. I don't know if it's because of the co-streaming or the event itself. It didn't suck. I have to say that. I wish like Spirit made it or something, so we can have like a glorious final. You know, Vitality Spirit, for example, or something like that. But
Falcons just might be back.
nisi samo ti, brate, većina ljudi, patuljak.
But Nico getting warmed up into this series now. A couple of key rounds.
Ajde imamo pištoljka. Ajde imamo pištoljka. Ko će koga, brate? Da li će
Redemption arc here on train.
Naftaš, Turčina ili će, brate, ovaj njega?
To Nico and Nico alone.
Oh, KISUKE Julies up close. This one's tense. Pistol means so much this deep into a game. KINGSTON and KISUKE rally down shots, and Wicardia through the smoke is gone as well. There's nothing here for Aurora in the pistol round. And 5 felt like just enough for
Zato
the
što je lik
Falcons.
potrošio 15 miliona, brate, dolara i osvojio ništa. Zato je hate, brate.
Hope was dying there towards the end of that T side for Falcons. One forced by victory out on the B bomb site opened up a 5-round half. Seems like they're here to seize that opportunity.
Gladiator Deagle round.
All right, one at a time.
I pritom je slagao oko 5000 stvari. Sjećate se na početku kad je rekao kao, kad su imali onog MHL-a, Longsa i ne znam nija koga, kao svi će dobiti šansu. Niko nije dobio šansu.
They're actually going to get really good space here. It's only Glocks and 1 Deagle, so you should never be that worried, but they're going to have good space. And honestly, this fight on the train is deceptively nice for the teams.
Thank you, man.
I feel like. Oh, there's the dink. KINGSTON.
Hello.
Looking to
Appreciate it.
set an example at least.
I am happy that people like it.
The rifles clean up.
Easy. Gladiator round. 1 gladiator, be a bunch of lions, and the lions win. Kind of got mauled.
Na klubu je 50 i ajde, ja ću kažem da je 50. Što je 50.000 mesečno? To je 6.000 za godinu dana.
Falcons certainly favored at this point in the game. But Aurora know just how hard it can be. So much game tape, so much experience, all of it going wrong at the end of last season. The only wins on this map were at Academy.
Thank you, man.
It took till Cologne for them to break that 9-loss streak.
Treba da dovedu baš tako Ziroxi, baš tako kako si rekao, to mislim da treba. Nikola da bude igalo i da bude, brate, neki enkor dobar, kao biti, to je to.
They decide to start it all off with a little execute.
Yeah.
Tessas and Monacy.
Crazy fucked.
What you got?
Fucked.
There's a set piece.
So mine.
Tessas can't keep them at bay. Jota, 2 kills on the opening. The rotate cut down by Xantares. Who lives to tell the tale.
Kako je težak tvoj tren za igranje.
25 HP.
Ujebote.
Fights they might come to regret taking with the game that Nico is having. As KINGSTON closes in, it's left to Maja in this clutch. And when Aurora were at their best, Maja was pretty fearsome in these clutches. Let's see if he can piece this one together. Swing out on a KINGSTON, but he can't find the mark.
Jebote, ali napada u glavu
Move
Nikola.
into the lead as the captains clash. KINGSTON comes out ahead.
Yeah, Maja just shoots a little bit too soon. Crosshair not on head. KINGSTON ducks under. Smoke in the way. Felt like Maja had to go for that fight instantly. That's exactly what KINGSTON wanted. Great double for Nico, though. Xantares, again, we've seen a couple times, even on Inferno.
Sad čekaj podcast, Dejane. Pa ćemo da pričamo o to. Čuvamo tu temu za podcast. Pa KINGSTON je ono, dobar in-game lider za određenu vrstu ekipe. Znači, za određenu vrstu ekipe koja voli da igra više loose nego ono structure. Mislim da ima dosta propusta, brate, i mislim da nema neki autoritet i ni neki kapiten on tu, brate. On je tu samo igrici, in-game lider i to je to. Moguće i to.
Jota found 2 quick double entries in the previous round, but look at the positions Falcon take now. No one on the chopping block.
You've seen this util before, you know where it burns, and so Falcons play it safe on the extremities. It's a clean
Boga mi, idemo u Mirage, ha?
set piece after set piece for Aurora, but they just can't find a way in.
Menjao bi Kingsana da bita Nikolu na in-game lidera. Eto to, rekao sam ti rekao, neko sam rekao. Roban nije ni coach, on je više kao neki...
Falcons finding their form.
Ne znam ni ja šta je.
As would have always been a requirement for them in this series.
Između ljudi ono da bude dobra kemija. Pa može da ostane test, da. Ostavio bi. Mislim da on nije neki tu problem, ne možeš ti da vidiš njega da on failuje, ne znam ni ja šta. On failuje kad svi failuju, a nije da on kao je loš u pobedama i da je zbog njega se gubi. Jebi ga, njega ne treba se očekuje da on pravi razliku. Prihvatio bi za određenu, brate, za određene igrače kad bi mi doveli. Naprimer... Nerc bi mi doveli.
Double push.
Nerca kad bi mi doveli, kad bi mi ostavili Eliža, na primjer. Nerc, Eliž.
That's when Kiyosuke springs the trap. His shot for Monesi. Kiyosuke only just getting involved, and that gets real ugly, real quick over in pop.
Nerc, Eliž, Frozen. Ne, Bokiša, nemaš.
They might just go into this full BXX. We know they like it already, but they're not going to wait and give Falcons time to stack this site.
Tess says, here's the moving in ramp side. That's nearly the lineup. He does a lot of damage here.
Nerc.
I don't know if Falcons are ever going to want to give this
Eliž,
one a go.
Frozen.
If Voxic dies,
I neki snajper koji je onako više kao Wrinkle.
a bit of a blessing in disguise.
Now he's realized Conclair.
I eto to ti je to vrst.
These kills, and he's got great timing to find them. One more before all is said and done. Nico just trying to get out, and Voxic takes a nice.
Dexter nije support, Alzerk nije dobar. Ali Wrinkle bi bio onako...
Not a common sentence, and Kiyosuke's aim doesn't adjust. Two rarities appearing.
Pa, ako bih hteo da ostane, ja mislim da bi ga sačuvao, brate.
Won't get gifted rounds like that very often. Nico's AK saved. Full buyback for the Falcons. Aurora, one behind.
Jebena runda sad, mnogo jebena runda.
Rough round for Kiyosuke. He was just trying to give Monesi room. Doesn't want to be lined up as they try and chase down the orb. But it leads to this just kind of awkward engagement over in pop. Good for Aurora that when they're gifted that double kill, they will convert upon it.
Uzo bi ili možda Heavy Gada bi uzo. Na primjer. Okej, Nikola. Ma to je duga priča, Zaha, to treba, brate, pričat. Mogu što ga Nikola ubio ovako, koji kurac je.
That saved AK. Rex, Aurora's captain. They've got to do it a man down. 4v5, no AWP on Voxic. He comes back from the main side. Get closer. Util ready to block.
Mogu bi Marko Bišić da popravi ono prosječnu težinu igrača.
contact here for Aurora.
Ne, to čuvam, brate, za neku dobro vreme.
Positions from Falcons.
Nico, and he just goes back to check it though, thinking they've got timing. Oh dear. Kills gifted the way of Aurora, who looked to break back through here, and now it starts with that wallbang from Nico. A 5v4 that Falcons want to convert upon. Aurora pull up, contact through PopDog. And they catch Falcons sleeping at the wheel.
Timing is devastating as well. Two players were pop side, then they jig the setup. Hook KISUKE close main.
For fuck's sake.
Nico peeks to re-smoke pop perhaps and just gets caught in the open. Aurora so cheeky. And despite that stunning opening kill for Nico through the wall, nothing more comes for Falcons in this round. They must save those two guns. Money start to drip dry now on the CT side. Trading rounds out are these two teams.
Let's go, Oilers, let's go.
I think you can justify a buy here. Nico's got enough.
Što ga
Throw
povodi.
something into the mix just to keep Aurora honest.
Nema dovoljno prostora za njega, Pavele. Kad imaš KISUKE-a i Nikolu i njega, jedan nema prostora, brate.
Is their finger to the pulse? Do they read this buy for Falcons? All coming off the back of Nico saving an AK. He can drop a gun over and buy another. They've got a full rifle round here, do Falcons.
Ozbiljna težina na ovoj rundi, ljudi. Ozbiljna težina na rundi. Možda najteža runda na turniru sad.
I mean, this feels like the kind of game-defining round, really. Falcons with enough cash to get another.
Jebi ga, znači kad je clash ono uloga, brate, tih rola. Baš je teško da pronađeš ritam svoj. Čas si negde u star poziciji, čas nisi. Baš je to naporno možda bude, znaš.
The 1-4 split. Jota left to patrol Pop on his lonesome. It's a lot of responsibility for just one player. Thankfully, Falcons haven't been aggressive there in this round, and so he will have freedom. He will have room to work with. This is actually a very good position for Aurora to be in. Woxig's going to try and break through Pop. Uses that flash to displace m0NESY.
Oh. Line up. Nothing comes from the m0NESY orb. Santares is found in the meantime, out Ivy, but Wakadia has something to say about that. This smoke is a window into the site. Wakadia hangs on the edge of it with the bomb, doesn't want to lose it this early in the round. His team are still blocked. Maja late to this position. Wakadia's gone. m0NESY trying to save this round.
Big for m0NESY after a couple of misses here at the start of play. That one leaves just Woxig alone on the Ivy side. Bomb now dropped, a recovery mission for Aurora, and it's only Maja left standing. Low health on m0NESY, but they've got the info, they've got Maja trapped. Layers to this defense.
Aj raširite mu tad susa. Ma jel vi mene zajebavate, bre?
That's his round, and that is one hell of a mark to leave. The triple swing and cut down by Aurora's captain. And those are the clutches that Maja so often brought to the table for this team.
In a team of superstars on Falcons, you'd expect those rounds from them. In this series, we've had 3 remarkable clutches for Aurora. Woxig 1v3 on Inferno, Wakadia is 1v4 on this pistol, and now Maja brings a round out of
Ali zašto ne računi m0NESY prvi, brat?
And that breaks everything for Falcons. They were all in on this round. That might be the clutch that defines this semi-final.
Zašto m0NESY ne računi prvi, brat? Sa 19 helta I samo da ga puška traduju, brat. Nemoj da me jebete, brate.
Back in a big way. Someone who for the longest time has just felt like he's had unfinished business in this game. And he retired technically years ago, went to Valorant for all of 3 weeks, and then came back to Counter-Strike. Still had stuff to prove. Don't fall down here though. This force buy instantly finds success. And that is a gut punch after riding the high of a Maja 1v3. To have it torn away in the next round at the hands of this eco from the Falcons. That would be devastating. Can Woxic and Madja bail themselves
Dobro,
out of
izvukli
this
su se sad.
2v4?
Yeah, let's see what they do. Molotov could really open up the field here. Monesi gets blocked by it. Does KISUKE continue to fight, or does he fall back on his own? Woxic waits for a re-peek. Ollie goes in. Monesi called out. KISUKE, decision to make. Nico with the jiggle. They see one more player.
Ne mogu da izgube ovo da ga jebeš.
That should be confirmation on both. Another molly back in. Bomb picked up. Falcons playing the clock, playing the objective.
Ne, ovo je sad baš teška priča za
Creeps back
izgubiti.
down the ramp. Nico Deagle, one kill goes a long way, and he lands that headshot. Woxic followed up, and Falcons win out with pistols. An explosive crunch in the B.
Ali ne zna se ko je veći bogalj, brate. Ovi Turci što su se naboli glavom u ovaj, brate, prvi spust. Ili, brate, ovi što su ono prodali malo pre.
Just what a roller coaster you've been on in these last few rounds. You thought you had the game. You thought you were moving into those finals. You just had this round a later rest. And it's oftentimes that Falcons, when they feel like they have nothing to lose, when they're coming through on these low buys and they're just playing very simple, stripped back, basic CS that they hit super hard. That was how they managed to get to this semi-final. They rushed down into the top side, a Nuke versus MongolZ, an explosive round there. Here they've done it now a couple of times over.
Yeah, and that T side got them their fourth round, broke the money to get them 5 on the T half. Just that full B rush down the ramp through the smoke. 1 AK, bunch of Deagles. Falcons do more with less. This is the decider here, 10-10. Loser of this round, full bro.
Ja mislim da su, brate, Turci gotovi od
Opportunity opens
na ovoj
up.
mapi.
Most important round of this semi-final yet in front of your eyes. Woxic's got the angles, searching for a toe to grab. Tags KINGSTON already. Tessa's full.
Pa ne bih rekao da je G2 očo, imaju dobru ekipu. Za njih recimo treba vreme. A Nebanja je shvatio jebi ga da je mu je opala forma, da mora da pređe neku ulogu, brate, i ono. I dobro je napravio. Da održi sebi karijeru još neko vreme, brate. A pametan je on. Tako da, dobar. Mora čuvaju, brate, ovi. Ako ih Monesi ne nabode četvoricu sad.
Finally managed to break in to the top 20 last year. And it felt like a long time coming for a guy that is so...
Moraju čuvaju ova dvojica da bi imali full sledeći.
There's one of these heavy hitters, Zantares pulls up here and instantly dishes it back the other way. 3 kills from him, and they are all prime examples of the fearful, the terrifying Zantares peak.
Yeah, when you know how fast Monesi is on the AWP, to see him just get clotheslined by the AK like that reminds you what you're up against. Exits here for Falcons, or rather survival under threat. KINGSTON, he ate that scout tag. He's not going to last long either.
Sad će da ga pojure ovi Turci, brate. Gdje sad Turci jahači, brate?
Aurora are coming for all the kills.
I mean, something I do really like about Aurora is they are like a definition of a team that play for the win. They make sure every round they win is as punishing as possible. They are always down to hunt. Sometimes to their detriment, right? Like even now, it's not like they have a lot of money in this series, but they know that if you want to win, you've got to take some of these risks. They've now broken Falcons' money twice over.
Kakav je, brate, Santarević. Santarsević.
Everyone else is on 2 apiece, but that does mean Falcons will field more than Aurora could have in this position. It's again like earlier, where Falcons pulled a buy out of nowhere off of...
Pazi, on rašli tako nabode Nikolu, KISUKE i Monesija, brate. Aj, nemoj da me zajebava.
Falcons can do more with less. Monesi's AWP has to hit hard. Glass cannon here. And they learn from their mistakes. Those nades go flying in towards B. Tessis tries to get up the ramp, but Zantares has a statement again.
Šta je s ovim likovima što napadaju, brate, konstantno, brate, prvi spust? Koji 6 miliona, 10 miliona ubio sam.
I mean, look, you've lost 2 of your very heavy hitters. And up until now, Woxic hasn't really done much in this game. This would be a great time for him to come alive on the AWP. You've seen just how much Woxic can elevate the Aurora gameplay when he's hitting hard.
And this may be a CT-sided map, but when you only have 3 players alive, even in an even odds fight, you are losing a lot of info. There are a lot of gaps on the map right now. Falcons have to change positions. They have to group up to trade out these kills when and if they come to them. Because Aurora could be anywhere. Out pop, behind red, scaling Ivy. Even B's a threat. Nico makes a move back. Aurora looking to trade. Magi on his own out main.
I mean, you talk about this guy plays with intuition. This round is a keen example of that, right? Contact all the way out main, creeping out into the open. He knows how restricting this feels for the Falcons. Won't clear out Kiyosuke. They walk right into this crossfire. And now it's just Woxic. Had a big clutch in this series already, but this 1v3 in a map he's struggling on. Is it asking too much? He opens up with the first. No idea as to where Nico's gotten to, and m0NESY is a big question mark. So he's flying blind here. What does Woxic want to do? Posts up, and this is correct. He's nailed the shot. Is it another huge clutch from Woxic? This is in a game he's been struggling in. Facing off against m0NESY for the close, and he can't find it. Nico with a huge sigh of relief as m0NESY keeps the game alive for the Falcons.
Oh, just a stressful match of Counter-Strike, really, for both teams right now. You saw that look of relief from Nico. A 3v3 made 3v1, and Woxic almost gets it done. m0NESY's had a bit of a quieter series, but this round is huge. This round is everything for the Falcons.
Lepo ga je ubio m0NESY, brate, svaka čast.
The close on A.
I mean, Nico can't believe it. He knows they're hanging on by a thread. He's so thankful to m0NESY for closing that out.
Falcons just continue
Ne znam šta da kažem.
right when they need them.
Budu li opet išli prvi spust, brate, ovi likovi da poginu ovdje, brate, ja ne znam.
2 Mac 10s and 3 AKs, they've got to make it work. Full group, back to how this half started. Tessa's risking it all right now. Going to swing off m0NESY's contact. This shot, m0NESY gone. Santares continues. They don't know.
Koliko će ih ubiti Tessa, ljudi?
Jedan. Oh my god, Wakadi is in with the enemy. Behind enemy lines, Santares and Wakadi line up the Falcons. Kiyosuke ain't winning this. No health to work with, and a reluctant save. Every time you've had these swing rounds, these swing moments, Aurora pulled through, and it's another punishing hunt. This time, there's no emergency funds. There's nothing set aside for a rainy day. They've been able to come through with these purchases. They've been able to keep these buys interesting. This is the worst buy that the Falcons are going to have, and it is coming at the end of regulation.
I kako ga je ubio Santares.
Confidence on these plays made by Aurora. Santares is leveling up. Unbelievable form. Wakadia throwing himself at Falcons. This has been the most entertaining map of EWC so far, and we are still not done. Falcons trying to stay alive with a bunch of pistols.
They've had great success at winning these rounds. And
surely
if you're Aurora, you have to take this seriously. It's by no means a free win. You are going to have to earn it, but they've set themselves up to succeed.
They played the perfect position. They found the gap. There's only a deagle here. It's on KINGSTON. By the time he figures it out, he should be gone on this corner. Dink, Santares still threatening. Doesn't want to pull the molly, knows that could be the end of his round. KINGSTON eats more nades. That Molotov finally comes down. That's him gone. Surely he survives somehow. 4 and 5 either way. Aurora fanning out.
KINGSTON really needs something here. Just one kill from him on low health would be so valuable. He's
Će ga ubiti neko, brate, pičku.
But he won't turn it to anything magical. And the numbers are whittling away. The Falcons are unhinging on Kiyosuke, Nico, and Tessez. They've grounded out to a 3-on-3. Tessez has armed himself, and amidst all the chaos, it's getting awkward here for Aurora. Very strung out, up and over the top. Tessez can't quite find them. Kiyosuke gives up the kill that hands that advantage, and the wrap round into B to Aurora.
2 AKs picked up, but nobody even close. Nico runs through, he hears every step. They line up for a second. Santares on a single point of health, and Nico not doing much better. The lockdown for Magi, he's got it right there.
him and Xantares 2v1 to eliminate Falcons from EWC, and it is done. 2-0. Falcons may be the fastest bird on earth, and they are eliminated in record time. Gone from this semi-final, Aurora make it back to a grand final. First time since the start of the year in Bounty.
Jebote, život tvoj game, bro.
Foe in the MongolZ, Xantares popped off today.
He really did, and he's up against one of the most stacked teams in terms of star power that Counter-Strike has to offer, and yet still we end up talking about Xantares. A great day from Maja as well. Called the blinder across both of these maps. Someone who's had some questions around his form, had a lot of improvements to go on with some of the core maps of this Aurora squad getting swapped out time and time
Sutra da bude, brate, prazna, re.
He's risen to the occasion. A series of huge clutches, a series of big moments, and when you're up against the squad this top heavy like the Falcons, that's supposed to be them we're saying that about. This continues a string of disappointment here for this Falcons CS squad. The arrival of KISUKE, they were supposed to be the big challenger to #1 in the world. They were supposed to rival the vitalities, the spirits of Counter-Strike. But they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, an open tournament with some of the top dogs, some of the best in the world, top 3 removed early. With the biggest underdog in these semi-finals of Aurora making it through. More than impressive form as of late. On a map, they came off the back of a 9-loss streak on, and Aurora earned their place in a grand final.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Aurora are your grand finalists right here at CS2 at the Esports World Cup. I have Voxic with me after a fantastic
Bukvalno, Majer te reši 1-3 u onoj rundi, nemoj me neko, brate, nemoj mi priča niko ništa više, brate.
EWC champions back to back in front of the home crowd. How much does this mean to you?
It means a lot that we reached the final after a long time. So also I'm so glad these guys were supporting us. Thank you for everything, guys. That was hard to fight against most of
Da,
the
i
plans,
pištoljko,
but,
jeste, dobro si me
these guys
podsjeti.
did a good job. So in the end, I'm so happy, and I don't know, I cannot describe my feelings right now.
All right, well, I gotta talk to you about round 19. When Magic was able to 1v3, that was a key round for you guys to come back. Walk me through what happened during comms.
I just remember I just said, "Want to see 1 HP to him," and he just did 1 tap, 2 tap, and he just killed him, the last guy, without even my info. So he did really great job, like with calls and also with the personal aiming. Everything was perfect. But for me, I didn't like too much what I put on.
I didn't bet on Falcons,
some of the
really.
rounds, if I not missed the eco shots against when they were executing on B, we could have won this game more easily. I will be so sad if we were about to lose this game because it was a B on me, you know, like. But yeah, we won, and I'm so happy about that.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. You guys were able to come on top at the end.
Koga su dobili, brate, ovi, kako se zovu?
Semi-finalist into grand finalist. Falcons are out.
Falcons su dobili G2 i Mouse, tako?
And Crush Team Falcons key. You want to go and do that?
Let's go.
All right, please join me right now. And there it is, the Falcons key is about to get crushed. And their journey right here at the EWC is about to be over. They have been crushed under the weight of Aurora's rise, and the green and white fall, locking their place in the grand final. Aurora, for the first time this season, the dream of a trophy feels closer than ever.
Morat će još čičagliša da crtaju, brate.
And there you have it. The AWC Champions key is gone. I got one more question for you, Oxic. So tomorrow, final step. You have been consistently top 8 all year long, never lifting a trophy.
Bukvalno crtam lošu čičak već.
Just tell me.
Sutra u pola 12, da? Može? 15 do 12. Gledamo finale i izvlačimo pobednike.
Against MongolZ, they are winning, we're winning against them. The last time they beat us, so like I mean, we need to show like we are deserving this more than this guys. But yeah, we'll see.
A boli me ovo za treće mjesto, to neću ni da gledam.
You will watch great Counter-Strike tomorrow, guys.
All right, we're gonna watch great Counter-Strike tomorrow. Thank you so much, Voxic. We'll leave you now, joining your teammates, and there you have it. Aurora Gaming are your grand finalists.
Mislite da ustanem u pola 9 i da upalim stream? I da sedim do 6 popodne. Ne, bolje za grand finale, bro.
The Falcons this time around. Nico, first of all, commiserations. I know it's a tough loss to take, but we've got to look at this Inferno, I guess, in a bit more detail. It's a struggle for you guys we've seen a couple of times now. Is it just something where...
Ne igram da večeras se odmaram. Ću da uzem da dovršim ovo što sam uzeo da jedem i, brate, 3 sata da zalegnem tamo pozadi, brate, i da ono... Vidim koju kladionicu sutra da odigram, da im sam utelicom kako da izvučemo te, brate... Kako da radim taj giveaway sutra, pa to vidimo šta dalje.
Mostly on city side, but we knew it was going to be tough against Aurora, you know. I'm not really...
Nikolo bi stavio na IGL i doveo bi Encore. Hoću, Mato. Možda napravim i grupu na ovome Discordu, ali vidjet ću samo da smislim da ću da preko Discorda ili ću ovako.
Looking at the train though, you were able to claw your way back.
Zonika bi ostavio, brate, u Dansku.
Even when you sometimes had lesser weaponry, but eventually, especially at the crucial point, they were able to break your money. You know, they were getting the clutches also going their way, but you fired back at the same time. What was the thing that disappointed you the most about the train that you'd obviously thought you could get the win on?
Ovako, Kićanović.
I think we just had a kind of, it felt like we had an off day, like our communication was on the point.
Off day,
we were on the same page. Like we were making a call in the round, but then we were not executing the way we should have executed some of these rounds, and we would end up like running out, you know, sometimes before the smokes outside, sometimes no smokes at all, and it was just...
Pa ne znam, evo da si danas pratio, brate, možda bi nešto mogu da pogodiš. Evo danas ovaj što sam odigrao 2 kvote, koliko je bilo, 2,5 kvota. Došli, Arsenal, Vitality i Milan.
But it just sucks that we couldn't take it to third, because I believe that we kind of started playing better and better with the time, but as you said, these couple of rounds that we lost, you know, Xantara searching out Pop, you know, catching us off guard 2 times, hurt us a lot, and props to them, they played they played with the balls as well some of the rounds, and that's how it is.
It is how it is, but it is also kind of how you can expect it to go sometimes as you're still going through all these changes in the team.
I mean, obviously, yes, we know that there are going to be losses on the way. You know, we cannot expect that we are going to be winning everyone, even though we have a strong team. You know, we are really far from that. But it just felt like that we should have, I don't know, won today at least. We were playing a good CS throughout the whole event. We were on point individually as well. So we were not the same team that we were, you know, 2 days ago and yesterday as well. So I'm not really sure what's the reason, but we are still a team that when we play maybe not our A game, we are still not able to beat, you know, some of these strong teams, which we just have to, you know, look at how to bring our kind of floor level up. And then we will see. But as I said, I think Aurora played great. They exposed some of our weaknesses, and props to them.
Lastly, you're the home team here. You've got a lot of supporters in the crowd as well. Anything you want to say to the fans here and back home?
Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the support for this event. Sucks that we couldn't go to the final and fight for the trophy, but we at least get another chance to play with Vitality tomorrow for 3rd place, so we'll see each other again. Thank you.
Another exciting matchup. Many more to come tomorrow. The grand final and the 3rd place decided.
can just kind of tell that's
dobro.
exactly what Nico wanted to do tomorrow. Playing that third, fourth place decider. Isn't that right, guys? That seems about right.
At like
Not quite
10 a.m. or something.
10 a.m. Not ideal.
Come on, hurry up with the loser interviews. Go to bed. You have a game early in the morning.
Yeah, well, a little bit more in the learning lessons here, but obviously we keep talking about this Falcons lineup and where they're going, but it's more about where they are today. What happened?
Nah, I mean, obviously disappointing for Falcons to lose.
Ah,
it's never fun to lose a game, never fun to lose 2-0. I kind of buy into Nico's sentiment that a third map would have been fun to see between the two teams, but I also will say Aurora were the better team today. I think you said it in agreement, Yanko. You know, if Voxic is clutching, if Major is clutching 1v3s, then at some point Aurora has to win this map. I don't feel like they necessarily were the better team on the map, but you know, in the big moments and in the clutches, they outplayed them.
Mogula i ja sam najjači
Game
analitičar.
is gone. I'm shocked Voxic didn't clutch that 1v3. that came to the 1v1 with MongolZ. I thought surely, I mean, after the Vicadia clutch in the pistol round, the 1v4, then even a major 1v3 in the middle of that, it seemed like everything was sort of aligning.
Sutra ga palim ljudi oko 11, pola 12. Da znate. I onda ćemo da gledamo finale pa da vidimo šta dalje. Može, 3, 2, 1, break. Idem da nešto radim drugo.
Yeah, and you know, props where props are due. You know, let's give our flowers over to
A kad
Aurora
kažem
as well.
drugo,
Gotta
mislim
give
da
the
spavam.
likes of, say, Okadia, Major playing his heart out today, Zantara as well.
Prošao je Nikola, sutra ide giveaway.
Yeah, there he is. You know, for Aurora, them finding their way into a grand final, it was a good story.
That's massive. You could see the body language of the players.